Let's do it. Normal Max Show host Rob Nor. What's happening? Hope you're all having a great day. I'm having a very good day with one exception. My back has been killing me today. This herniated disc is a real bummer, man. I was trying to... My neighbor has a daughter that plays soccer. She's very cool, 12, 13, and she really likes hanging out with my son Hank. So she was showing him how to kick her soccer ball today. She had a game and got back from him and was showing him how to kick the soccer ball, and I tried to play a little with him, and oh boy! Kicking, not my back, my herniated disc, not designed for kicking. Didn't work out so hot. But other than that, it's been a great day. My son Hank, he is just awesome. Every day with him and my wife is truly a blessing. It really is. He's getting to the point now where he's learning to lie a little, which I gotta be honest, I'm actually pretty cool with. I think it's pretty cool. Like, we play this game a lot. Let me show you here. I'll show you a game we play. So let's say we go out to eat and we get straws for our drinks, and your straw have a little paper on it, right? So I'll be like, yeah, I'll take the straw paper and I'll go like this, and I'll be like, okay, which hand's it in? And then he'll pick, and it's in one and it's not the other. Well, he's realized now that he could be like, okay, which hand's it in? And I'll be like, this one, no, that one, nope. Oh, like, become a little trickster. It's nice. That's nice. That's nice, right? And then he had this funny business today that was hilarious. He has this shark that's it's like a bubble sprayer, and so he wanted to take it in the car, in his car seat. And I was like, okay, man, but you can't spray the shark while we're driving. You can't blow bubbles in the car while we're driving. Okay, so we start going, and all of a sudden, you see the bubbles start coming up from the back seat. And I'm like, hey, man. And Courtney's like, you can't do that. You can't have bubbles going while we're driving. He's like, okay. And then out of nowhere, he came up with this scheme himself, which I think is just amazing. He's like, Mom, I think the bubble machine's broken. And we're like, oh, what happened? And he's like, I don't know. I better turn it on to see if it works. Yep, it still works. So he turns it on, and then he realized if he kept saying that, he could get away with turning it back on because he's testing it to see if it works at that point. Very clever. I'm very, very impressed. So, well, I figured we'd do a little trash talking today. We got one more day of the DNC. I didn't set up any debates or anything today, so we'll do a little trash talk. My buddy Aircraft Sparky pointed me in the direction of a video that I watched some of in the background today while I was doing some stuff. So we'll talk a little about that video and some of your favorite streamers. Of course, I'm willing to talk trash on anyone, be it streamers I like or dislike. So we'll do one of those stupid drama streams where we talk about all that stuff, talk about politics, whatever you guys want. Maybe take some call-ins. Started up with Exterminator says, considering Destiny has doubled and tripled down on his violent take about shooting of Trump, how do I feel about him? Has he doubled or tripled down? What has he said since the Piers Morgan? The worst thing Destiny said was almost immediately preceding the shooting, which was a day or two later, what he said to Pisco. That's the worst thing, right? Here's what people don't understand. There was a slight point that Destiny had, which is true, and we'll talk about this a little today, regarding Tim Walz. Thank you so much, Tengo. 40 months! Good God. My math's not great, but that's 3.25 years. Looking at this ugly mug for 3.25 years. Woo! Good on you, man. We'll talk about Tim Walz's son and some of the criticism coming his way. My charity for Destiny's position should be fading. I'll talk about it. I can talk about that if you want. That's what I'm saying. What do you mean in light of recent events? Oh, you lost your streak, Khalil? No! I don't know how that works. It might still just miss that month, but still keep it going. Anyways, so he hasn't walked it back. My only concern, I'm different than most people. Oh, he shit on me and blacklisted me. Yeah, it's different than calling for people's death. Did I see Sitch and Adam's talk with counterpoints? A prime example of DGG orbiters poisoning any kind of reasonable discourse. They're insufferable. Yeah, that's actually what we're going to talk about today, the Sitch and Adam. Maybe I'll show a clip or two, though I'm reticent to watch their whole live stream. But maybe we'll watch a little. So we got a bunch of topics coming in here quick. So there's two different issues. There is Destiny a piece of garbage for various reasons. Is he coping and seething by blacklisting me? Yeah. Thank you so much, Deadly Waffle, for the cheer for 10 bones. I really appreciate it. I really do. Thank you so much. Yeah, of course. I'm not Destiny's buddy. I'm never going to be his buddy. Do I think he's handling it like a child? Yeah. That's different than is he legitimately calling for the shooting death of Donald Trump? Those are two different conversations. My defense of Destiny was just saying I'm still willing to talk to him despite what may be amounting to edgy jokes about Corey Competore dying. Pittsburgh order, Shady Side. Yeah, I hear you, MJS. I know some folks that live in Pittsburgh, and like the city's falling apart, man. The radical progressive policies even coming to a city like Pittsburgh. I mean, it wasn't 10 years ago that almost every metric, every poll in the country said Pittsburgh was like a top 5 city to live in. Downtown area, I don't spend a lot of time there, but my friends that live in the area say it's getting pretty rough there in the burg. Stories of only like a handful of police officers working at night. So, I don't know. What Destiny said, I was on the bubble as to whether or not Destiny was calling for the death of Trump. I was being charitable in that he wasn't. He was just frustrated and pouting like a small child because he saw his side losing when Biden's debate performance came out and then the assassination attempt of Trump. And so he was lashing out like a toddler might. But I didn't know if he was actually calling for the death of Trump, and I gave him the benefit of the doubt because I like talking to Destiny. One, because I think it's something that allows me to reach a bigger audience, which I like. I'll admit to being shitty like that. It's true, though. It's nice to talk to 30,000 people in an audience instead of 100. It's true. I'm not going to modulate who I am. I'm not trying to pretend to be one of them, but I like arguing in front of a bigger audience. And secondly, because I like talking to Destiny, because look at how bad some of the people I talk to are as far as argumentatively, at least with him, even if I think that his positions are crappy, at least as a way to test myself. So, that's it. I don't know that he said anything recently changing his position. But again, the most troubling thing he said was, there are 2 points that he makes that I sympathize with. The first is, well, if he's not allowed to make fun of Corey Competore, what about Republicans that make fun of people on the left? What about those that made fun of Trayvon Martin or George Floyd or Paul Pelosi, etc.? Or that guy in New York City, this sort of leftist journalist guy, that there was footage that he went up to talk to a homeless man and the homeless man stabbed him to death and a bunch of right-wingers made fun of him for it. Oh, go woke, you get killed. There's sort of a point to be made there. I think the mocking of Corey Competore is worse, seeing as how he's dead. He was just a regular civilian guy. He wasn't a journalist. He wasn't a politician. Wasn't married to a politician. But nonetheless, there's an argument to be had there. I see what he's saying. And then the other thing is, I don't think he should. I understand why he isn't saying something that's demanded of him by someone he doesn't respect. So when Piers Morgan says, I demand you condemn this, and he says, no, not in front of you. I get that. Because I'm the same way. I'm not going to listen to one of these lefties that cheered for the weaponization of the DOJ and the FBI tell me I need to condemn Trump weaponizing the FBI or the DOJ. Nope, not interested. Now, would I be against Trump weaponizing it? Yeah, I would. But I'm not going to tell them that. They haven't earned it. I don't owe those people anything. So I would be a hypocrite if I didn't give that same benefit of the doubt to the other side. Yeah, I understand why they'd say that. But the troubling thing with Destiny was when he couldn't tell Pisco, yeah, I didn't want Trump to get shot. I think that's terrible. When Pisco said, did you want that bullet to kill him or did you want him taken out? And he's like, I don't know what I could say. And then that's particularly troubling in light of, if you watched last night's video and last Friday, we went over the debate I had with the Destiny fan who came right out and said, yes, I wanted Trump to be shot and killed. So that's why that's troubling. But that's a separate conversation from Destiny coping and seething because I beat him in a debate and then blacklisting me. And it's different. Everyone understands how that's different. I don't much care. At the end of the day, none of you should care that much, and I don't care that much, that two streamers had an argument and one said, I don't want the other one on my channel anymore. That's fine. We'll talk about it. But that's less important than a guy with an audience of 30 to 40,000 live people at a time telling his audience that maybe he wanted Trump to be killed. That's a different ballpark of bad. See what I'm saying? So I don't allow my opinions on me being blacklisted from his channel and him coping about that debate to affect... that should eliminate the benefit of the doubt. No, I don't think it does. It doesn't affect it to me. It doesn't weigh in on whether or not he meant that he wanted Trump to be attacked. That's all. It influences whether or not I think he's like a whiner, but I already did, so. Okay, moving on from Destiny. So, there was another point to people. Tim Walz. So, I don't know. Maybe this will come as a surprise to people. I'm not really down with making fun of people with developmental disabilities. I don't care if you do it. I'm not going to say I'll never talk to you. I think you're the worst person in the world. I really don't care to police jokes. I don't care at all. You want to make fun of George Floyd for dying? Fine. You want to make fun of Paul Pelosi for getting beaten with a hammer? Fine. You want to make fun of this firefighter, Corey Competore, for getting killed by a would-be assassin that was attacking Trump? I guess fine. My mileage varies. Some of the jokes I find grotesque. Some of them I find not funny. Others I may find funny at times, even if they're offensive. I just don't care. But, I personally don't really engage in much of that. I'm not going to say I never have, but I personally... I don't know the exact medical diagnosis of Tim Walz's son. The alleged reporting I'm seeing is that he is nonverbal and has some developmental disorders. Not Tim Walz, his son, which his name is Gus, I believe. I believe he's 17, if I was reading correctly. Regardless of his... It's uniquely bad for me if he has a disability, a developmental disability, because... that happens to be something that I care deeply about, seeing as how I work with people with autism and developmental disabilities. So, again, I'm not saying you're the worst person if you make fun of it. Whatever. Fine. I don't care. I'm just not going to do it. And beyond that, I don't think that attacking people's children, politicians' children, is really a good form. Now, once they're adults, I guess it's a little more acceptable. If they're involved in politics, then sure. Like Chelsea Clinton's involving herself. Don Jr.'s involving himself. Hunter Biden has involved himself. That's different. That's different than Barron Trump. Thank you, Chris Meanders. I appreciate it. Yes, I like smacking Destiny around from time to time. Yeah, I think it's a mistake. I think it makes... I saw Dinesh D'Souza was like, is Tim Walz... I know this son has disability, but he's acting like his father. Because what happened, if you didn't see it, there was an emotional clip where Tim Walz is up speaking and his son is crying and applauding for his dad. I think it's a touching moment. It doesn't matter what you think of Tim Walz. You might think he's a scumbag, he's a liar, he's a communist, he's a charlatan. Many of those things I agree with. But his son could love him. And I think it was an emotional moment, And so I don't understand. Of course, there's going to be just rando online people. But there were someone like Dinesh D'Souza. It's like, come on, man. Really? Again, I don't care. I'm not saying oh, Dinesh, you can't make a joke like that. But you could use Discord to call in if you want. If I get to call-ins. I'll put the link up for my Discord. But I'll never understand, I guess people don't look at things like I do. I'm trying to look at it how do you win an election? Let me give you an example. So, when Dr. Oz in Pennsylvania here was running against John Fetterman, now, you have to understand who these characters are. They're running for Senate, one. Dr. Oz is running for Senate. And Dr. Oz's whole spiel is he's a doctor. He was a television doctor, so he has personality, he has name recognition. But he's a doctor. And that matters for what I'm about to say. Dr. Oz is, I don't know if it was his campaign manager. I think it was his, the person his communications director, I think it was. When Fetterman had his stroke, Dr. Oz's communication director was like, well, maybe if John Fetterman would have ever eaten an apple a day in his life, his health wouldn't be in such poor condition that he had a stroke. Something to that effect. And I was on a conference call with some people in the GOP of Pennsylvania, and I'm like, yeah, you can't say that. Dr. Oz's team can't say that. I could say that. Random online YouTube people could say that. You could say it on Facebook, random people. But you can't have one of the higher-ups in Dr. Oz's campaign making fun of John Fetterman for having a stroke. Particularly because he's a doctor. And it's just a really bad look. When your whole angle is you're the compassionate, you're not going to get too emotional, you're very stoic, you're a doctor. Your team can't be making fun of the other guy for having a stroke. You could attack the stroke and say, look, unfortunately, because of this medical issue, he's not capable of being an active senator in the way that the people of Pennsylvania need. That's a different way of saying it. You don't make fun of him for having a stroke. If Cat Turd makes fun of Fetterman, okay, whatever. You could agree or disagree with that. But you can't have the campaign doing it. And the higher up of respectability that you get, the less things like that you could do. Now, you could do it if you're Jesse Kelly. I could do it. Making fun of Tim Walz' son if I wanted to. I don't want to. But you can. Cat Turd could do it. Dilly Meme Team could do it. Dinesh D'Souza, I guess, could do it. But the more you want to be taken as a serious political personality, and you do things like, we're going to make fun of a kid with disabilities because he's emotional because his son's giving a speech, or his dad's giving a speech, I just find that to be unhelpful to the ultimate goal of getting Trump elected. And I find it to be somewhat distasteful, but not in a way that I'm like super offended or super upset. It's just not what I'm going to do. So I had a bunch of people respond to me and say, why are you going to defend Democrats? When I just put a tweet out and was like, hey, I'm not trying to police comedy. If you want to make jokes, but I'm not going to mock Tim Walz' son. I think it was a heartfelt moment. It was genuine. And I had all these people like, why are you sticking up for Democrats? How's that sticking up for Democrats? Well, what about when they made fun of Rittenhouse? What about when they made fun of Nicholas Sandmann? Yeah, it was shit. Yep. I'm not defending their actions there. How's this me defending Democrats? I'm saying there's a 17-year-old kid that allegedly has disabilities. I'm not going to make fun of him. That's not me defending Democrats. Democrats might say, yeah, these Republicans that did that are monsters. The people that made fun of Walz' son can argue against that. I'm staying out of the fight. I'm just saying, it's not me. It's not my cup of tea. It's not the politics I prefer. I prefer to keep people's family out of it, particularly family that aren't adults. Particularly if they have disabilities. That's all I'm saying. And I've been consistent on this. That's it. If Dilly Meme Team wants to do it, have at it. I don't give a shit. I just don't see the strategic benefit of it. There's so much to make fun of Tim Walz for. Really? And I've always sort of been this way. Yeah, that could be Chiriote. He has trouble understanding stuff. Yeah. So, that's it. I'm not trying to like make any, I'm really bringing my foot down on people that made fun of him. I'm just saying I don't see the utility of it, and I'm not going to do it. Now, I even made this point when it came to the Obamas. I remember arguing with a conservative once that said, Barack Obama doesn't really love his children. It's all fake for politics. And I was like, really? I mean, that could theoretically be true. It's in the realm of things that could be possible. But I believe Obama loves his daughter. I believe Joe Biden loves his son. I believe he put his son in some really bad positions to benefit himself. But I believe Joe Biden probably loves his son. He may not, but that's my default. That's it. That's my big hot take. So, I'm not defending the left. I understand the left many of them are pieces of garbage that wouldn't hesitate to attack underagers when it benefits them politically. They went after Barron Trump for years. I get it. Well, Glenneth, yeah, that's a different conversation about showering with his daughter and whatever. Yeah, Buddha picks up on that too. Yeah, but that's it. Oh yeah, people talk trash on Barron all the time. Oh, we got Puff in the waiting room. We'll bring on Puff. Now, I did want to get to that Sitch and Adam show here at some point, but we'll see what the caller has got first. Hello, Puff. Can you hear me? What's happening, man? Well, thank you. Oh, sorry. The audience couldn't hear you because, like a boomer, I always forget to turn the desktop audio. So, just started watching the other day and was wondering what my thought on J.D. Vance are. I like J.D. Vance. I think that... Thank you so much, Fleabag, for the follow. I think that J.D. Vance is ultimately a populist. I think that he probably has a problem, or initially had a problem with Trump's personality, which I find incredibly reasonable. There are things to not like about Trump's personality. I think that he is not an ideological constitutionalist or an ideological populist. I think that he is not the hero we want, it's the hero we deserve, right? And so the system is so corrupt that it was going to take someone that was independently popular and wealthy in order to challenge that system, and that probably is going to come with some personality traits that are abrasive, like being a little egotistical, being a little narcissistic, being a little vengeful. And I can understand how, if you're getting into politics and you saw hope with Donald Trump at fighting back against this institution, how there were things that would frustrate you, and you could say, I think that he has authoritarian tendencies, or I think he's petty, and blah, blah, blah. And so I think that's ultimately where a lot of that comes from initially with J.D. Vance, with the comments that he said about Trump. I think that he's came on to Trump, and I think that he understands sort of the populist fight. So I understand there are things to not like about him, like if he's working too much with Peter Thiel and things like that. But I think he's a good pick. There's two types of picks, or two things a VP pick could do for you. One is help you win the election, so that you're looking for someone in a particular swing state that's popular to a certain section of people that wouldn't vote for your candidate, so that in this case wouldn't vote for Trump. I don't think J.D. Vance moves the needle at all on that. I don't know how many Vance supporters were like, I'm not going to vote for Trump, but now that he picked Vance, I will. But then the other thing is, how ideologically aligned is he once you win the presidency? Will he help you enact policy as a VP? And I think for that answer, Vance is good. I think Vance is hated by the right people. I think that he is someone that they would be fearful of coming into power. And let's be honest, Trump needs assassination insurance. And I think Vance provides that probably fourth or fifth best of anyone he could have picked. I think Vivek would have sufficed for that. I think there are other people, I think Ron DeSantis would have been a good VP pick. But so, yeah, ultimately, I think that he is a populist. And I also have an affinity for him as someone who grew up in rural America and understands sort of how left behind many of us are. So,
yeah, I guess that's one of the big criticisms I see of him is, like, when you're talking about middle America and things like that, that he's not really someone that those people can relate to. Or he's like a shapeshifter. Do you think there's anything to that?
No, I don't think so. I think it's very weird. I've similar beliefs. Like, this is going to sound weird. First off, let me say before I forget, Roar89, thank you so much for the super chat for $10. Says, I'm late to the stream, but Tim Walz has Michael Malice on, and he's great. Michael Malice is great, but you're more fun to interact with live. I could rewatch that. Also, got to get that new computer. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm probably not getting a new computer, but thank you. No, there's this conversation that happens in the inner city a lot, like with inner city black folks, of people that move out of the inner city and then they've sold out. And I remember, way back in the day when Donovan McNabb was a quarterback for the Eagles, and there was this conversation about, is he black enough? And what were they saying? Well, he's like seems educated and he's well spoken, so he doesn't, can he relate to the communities where allegedly, his fans are in inner cities? I feel the same way about JD Vance. So the criticism that we hear, like Walz and them saying of Vance at the DNC here, is like, well, what does he really know about rural America? He went to Yale. Yeah, so he knows how the game's played, and he knows the importance, if you want to achieve a certain status in life, of that Ivy League degree. I don't know. I would love to talk to him. I would love to hear J.D. Vance's opinion on the quality of education he received. For me, that's not what the majority of academia is about anymore. Academia is about getting that degree so that you could get that status bump, to get that new job. And I don't begrudge someone that came from an area of the world like me that goes off and makes millions of dollars. Good for you, man. Support that family. You don't want to grow up poor. Growing up poor sucks. So if you can get out of that, and by getting, you could, use your mind and use the fact that you wrote a book and you got into Yale, good for you. I don't think that means he can no longer relate to people that live in rural America. Now, maybe he can't. That might be something that's true. Maybe he's so, he's been out of that world for so long, maybe he can no longer relate. But what are we comparing him to? Who in office would you say, like, oh, there's someone I think understands the plight of rural America? Maybe a handful of people?
Relatability of Kamala Harris or something.
Yeah. I mean, there might be a handful. So, but who of the potential VP picks would it have been? I don't know. Like, is Vivek? He doesn't seem like it, right? Some pharmaceutical exec, didn't seem like he grew up in rural America. I think he's a family of immigrants. Ron DeSantis, I don't know. Military, I guess, but I don't think, he doesn't strike me as someone, was very concerned about, or that came from like rural America. So I just don't know. For me, of course you could question anyone's authenticity. And of course, if you grew up, in my neck of the woods, I get shit. I guess maybe I see a little, just the slightest amount of myself in JD Vance. Like my redneck friends, and I use the term as a sign of endearment. I'm a bad redneck. I wish I was a better redneck. Those are the people I love most in life. They think I'm a nerd. Like my mom used to make fun of me for reading books. Like she for real, it's a true story. Like, and they think that I'm some nerd that went off to college and debated. What a nerd. Meanwhile, we're back here working 9-to-5s, welding, skinning deer on the weekends and shit, working on our own cars. What? You took your car to the garage to get the oil changed? You nerd. You're like, that's the shit I hear. So I could understand, for me, I sympathize with JD Vance a little because you might say, well, did Rob sell out? Maybe in the slightest way I sold out. But I assure you, I understand where I came from, and that's who the people I love the most. That's still the community that I think is the best, most ideal type of community for me, and I would say the majority of America. I think wherever you're at right now, man, if you've got a good work ethic, move to rural America. We'll love you. We'll love you here, and it's a great place to live. So that's what I think of Vance.
Yeah, cool. One more question: do you share anything about your personal beliefs, or not really?
Sure.
Are you religious?
Yeah, I consider myself a non-denominational Christian. I think I'm a bad Christian because I pick and choose. So I believe Jesus is the Son of God, and the only way through heaven is probably through accepting Jesus Christ as the Son of God and the Savior of mankind. However, I don't really judge people on how they get to a sense of morality that I find appropriate. So if you're a Muslim and you live your life in a way that I think aligns with my ethical beliefs, I don't care how you got there. You could be an atheist, you could be Jewish, you could be a Muslim, you could be, Hindi. I don't care. And I also am very ill-read in the Bible. I'm not someone, I've read it a couple times, but I'm not someone that could quote passage and verse. And I'm a terrible sinner, and I don't say that as a joke. That is definitely true, but I understand all Christians are. But there are parts of it, like I think that I'm a little soft when it comes to being a Christian, in that there's a lot of things that I know are sins, such as homosexuality, pre-marriage intercourse, etc., that I don't judge my loved ones for. So I have gay friends. I don't care. I think they sin like I sin. I leave it up to the eyes of God. And that's basically it.
All right, cool. Yeah, thanks for sharing.
No problem at all, man. Thank you for watching.
Yeah. Enjoy.
All right. Have a good one. Thanks so much, Puff. Roar89 super chat for $5 says Vance does understand. In his book, he's raw about some of the shortcomings of Appalachian folks, but he may have forgotten a bit. I don't know. Yeah, you never know. Yeah, I do believe in Sky Daddy. How about that? I was agnostic and atheist for a large portion of my life. But yeah, it's true. I believe in Sky Daddy. Do you think that makes me irrational in the political takes that you hear? Yeah, Dustin, you could come on and ask questions if you like. Sure. I'll put the link to the Discord. Now, before anyone else calls in, yeah, it is a dumb phrase. So give me an example, Bhavha Aurora. Give me an example of a political position of mine you disagree with that you think it's because I have an irrational belief in God. Give me an example. I'll be happy to hear it. And if it's so irrational, then surely you have no problem coming on and debating me and telling me why I'm wrong. All right, you call in. There's the link to the Discord. You call in. Maybe we'll get to the Sitch and Adam show. Well, gay marriage would be the opposite, though, EOD, right? Gay marriage would be people that believe in God criticizing me for not believing enough or for not enforcing what's... Right? So that'd be the opposite. If I was against gay marriage and he said, oh, you're against gay marriage because you're a Christian, that would be an example of a criticism he could make. But he can't make that criticism. We'll see who calls in first. Anyways, while we wait for the call-in. So, Aircraft Sparky points me to Sitch and Adam show today. Now, I've been a guest on the Sitch and Adam show. We talk trash on Sitch and Adam if you want. But his guest today was Counterpoints, Conor. I need to give you permission. No, I don't. I think you need to click on... There's something you got to click on. Oh, boy. Click on welcome, and it'll tell you announcements. Maybe. I don't know. Rules. You click on rules. See the section in information that says rules? Click on that, and then at the bottom it says react with an American flag to gain access to the server. So when you click the American flag, then you should be able to go to the waiting room. Boomer tech support, yeah. You got it, man. I barely know how to operate my own Discord channel. You got to type the words Christ is Lord. Yeah, there you go. So let me know if you're still having trouble with that. Anyway, Sitch and Adam show, Aircraft Sparky points me to. They had Counterpoints on. And Counterpoints was basically on Destiny's show and was criticizing Sitch and Adam, so they brought him on the show to talk about it. Oh, your super chat's relevant. It's still relevant. I'm in sort of limbo now. I have two people that say they're going to call in to talk to me. And they're not here yet, so I don't know if I should jump into the clips I had or if I should delay and wait for them and then get to the part of the show that I was going to talk about. What's up, everyone? What's up, 10 Nublet? What's up, Minuteman? I am a fun guy. I'm a bit of a mushroom. Thank you. I appreciate it. So anyways, the crux of the argument, yeah, I called him bias. Isn't that right, Flimtalk? Yeah, so we could talk about Sitch and Adam as well, too. So that's where the name for this video came. I thought we'd talk a little trash on Conor, Counterpoints, and Sitch and Adam to some extent. Now I'm not going to replay the whole hour and a half debate. We might go to a section or two. Oh, yeah, man. The days of Above Top Secret. I loved it. I loved ATS. I had some moderation problems there that I wasn't the biggest fan of. So, all right, we'll get to the Sitch and Adam thing in a minute. We got a caller. So let's bring him in. Hello, Net. Were you one of the people that mentioned wanting to talk to me on my chat?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. What was your name in the chat, just so I know?
Yeah, I am Javier Arona.
Oh, excellent. Okay, so you wanted to talk about I believe in Sky Daddy, which makes my
Yeah.
politics irrational. So you were going to tell me an example of a political position I have that you find is based on my irrational belief in God.
Well, I used to think that you're such a rational and logical person,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a surprise to me that you believe in a God. That I said it's discrediting
Mm-hmm.
because it tells me that you're coming at things with a flawed thought process. It
Okay,
it discredits your politics.
so fair enough. So before we even get into a religious debate, you think that it means that I'm coming at things from a flawed angle. That would mean that my conclusions that I would reach in a political framework would end up being flawed because the basis of my ideological belief is flawed in itself. Is that fair to say?
No, not necessarily. You can stumble onto the right thing by accident, which you do. I agree with you in a lot of things.
So you can't give an example of a political position you think of mine that's erroneous that comes about from my belief in God.
Did I say I was going to give you an example?
You did not. I asked if you were, and you said, I'll call in.
No, I said you're discrediting. It discredits your politics because it tells me that you have a false thought process, a flawed
So,
thought process.
so can you give me a political position of mine that you've heard that you disagree with?
No, because you accidentally stumble onto the right things a lot of the times.
So you would say, would it be fair to say that I have a lot of political opinions that I've given on my show that you've heard? That would be fair?
Yeah, I mean, I've only heard you on Destiny.
Okay, but you think that every single one of those correct positions I have, I've just haphazardly stumbled upon.
Yeah, it's impressive, you know?
Well, I would think that maybe the sheer statistical improbability of that would make you reframe your assumptions.
Well, no, I think you're really lucky in that regard, I guess.
I'm just lucky.
Yeah,
That's it.
yeah.
I find the arrogance of the atheist position to be quite amusing so many times. You're so certain that you're correct that even when you're listening to someone who you agree with and you can't find an area to disagree when it comes to like practical political matters, you still assume that I must be some irrational, unhinged person. And literally, you can't give any credit to like sort of my thought process or anything, even though you agree with me, because you're like, well, you must just be lucky and you've stumbled upon. And you not for a minute does it take you a step back to hesitate and say, well, wait a minute. Maybe just because I don't believe with this guy's religious beliefs, that doesn't mean that his thought process is skewed to the point where it discredits everything he believes. You don't even pause for a second to believe that. It reeks of an arrogance, I think, that would discredit your political thought process.
Well, it does reek of arrogance, and I think it's well deserved. I mean, if you told me the sky is red, I would be just as arrogant, and I think I would deserve to be just as arrogant.
Well, that's
I
fine.
mean, it's insane.
It's not the same. It's not the
insane
same
to
as.
me.
It's not the same as saying the sky is red, though, because to claim that the religious debate is so settled, just like I've heard atheist after atheist make these arguments in the past. I used to be an atheist. I used to make these sort of arrogant arguments myself. Like, to have that amount of
Well,
credibility.
it was settled. Well, Rob, I mean, I don't know if you know this, but I've been in this rabbit hole for quite some time, and
So,
this
what like it?
yeah, so I want to tell you something about it. So this debate was settled thousands of years ago. I mean, have
Was-
you heard of the? I mean, I don't really talk about religion much, so I can't remember the name offhand. But it was some sort of a paradox. Have you heard of it? Wait, let me Google
So
it
wait,
real quick.
let me just be clear here. You're someone who's so certain of your beliefs that you hear my political positions, you agree with my political positions, but as soon as you hear that I believe in God, you say that discredits all of your political positions, and clearly you've only came to them because you're lucky. Because in your words, you've been in this sphere, sort of debating religion, I assume is what you mean by being involved in this for a long time, and yet you don't. Then you quickly go to, but I don't talk about religion enough. and it's been settled for 2,000 years. Are you aware of this paradox? I don't even remember what the name of it is. It sounds to me like your sense of arrogance is coming from a position where you can't even effectively articulate the most common principles that you're entering into the debate with.
So I just remembered it. It's called the Epicurean paradox. This was made thousands of years ago, and I think it totally obliterates, destroys, that I don't know how to pronounce that word, but it destroys religion.
Well,
So,
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what we'll
thousands of
do.
years ago.
No, by no means am I a religious scholar. I'm admitting that I'm a bad Christian, right? And I've never heard of the Epicurean paradox. So here's what we'll do. If you're so sure that it's destroyed the argument for religion 2,000 years ago and the debate's been settled, surely then, as someone who's familiar with it, you'll have no problem absolutely devastating someone like me that's never heard of it, and you'll be able to easily prove to me and everyone else here listening that God doesn't exist. So go ahead. No?
Hey, you were cut out. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I'll repeat myself. I'm sorry. If I've never heard of the Epicurean paradox, but if you're right that this paradox settled the religious debate 2,000 years ago, someone who is informed of it like you will have no problem discussing to someone like me that's never heard of it in a way that it'll completely ensure that myself and everyone listening will understand by the end of this, yeah, obviously God doesn't exist. So go for it. Let's do it.
Yeah, so it's a flow chart, so it's a little hard to put in words because it's a flow chart. You can Google it and show it on your stream right now.
I'm cool. I don't need to. You can put it in your own words. It's such, obviously, if it devastated the argument for religion, you'll be able to articulate it. You're familiar with it, so I trust you can articulate
Well, I can try, but
Have
it's
at
a flow chart. It would be a little hard, and I may not do as good of a job as I want to because it's a flow chart. But anyways, so
Okay, let's
so
hear
it starts.
it. We'll give you the floor.
So yeah, it starts with premise number one that evil exists, and then it says, well, can God prevent evil?
Mm-hmm.
And then it deviates into two parts. So if yes, well, I'll go with the no first. Well, it says yes and no.
Mm-hmm.
So if the answer is that God cannot prevent evil,
Mm-hmm.
then God is not all powerful.
Mm-hmm.
So that debunks religion. But if you're saying, well, God can prevent evil, then the question is, does God know about all the evil? Well, and if you answer no to this, it's then it also debunks religion because God is supposed to be all-knowing.
Okay.
But if you answer yes to this question, then it says, does God want to prevent all evil? Well, if you answer no, then well, God is not a good person, a good whatever. Then that debunks religion because God is supposed to be a good thing, God, right? But if you answer yes to this question, then the question is, then why is there evil?
So it sounds to me like something that every person in Sunday school, a problem that they've thought of, that you are saying that that's called the Epicurean paradox, which it may be. I'll take your word for it.
Mm-hmm.
And that this is somehow some deep philosophical thought that completely shreds the idea that God could be real. That's what you're saying. That your big argument here is, well, if evil exists, how could God exist? Either he himself is evil by allowing evil to exist and he could prevent it, or he can't prevent it, which means God doesn't exist. That's it? That's your proof that 2,000 years ago that the argument for God was completely devastated. That's your proof?
Yeah, the good old Epicurean paradox from 2,000 years ago debunks religion.
So then, now I've never argued this, and I'm not a prolific religious debater, but let's wade into the field. First thing I would ask you is, can you define evil?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really like this definition game that you people do in these debates because, I mean, we know what evil is. And,
Do we?
so yeah, we do. We have an intuitive understanding. We have a very good intuitive understanding of what evil is. I don't have to define it. I mean,
Well, why don't you
be honest.
define it in the way that the Epicurean paradox is defining? What do they mean by evil? Do they mean like for example, I might say something is evil like this. Stealing from an old woman is evil. Is that what they mean by this paradox? So if we just take that one example, that's an example of evil? Do you agree?
Yeah.
So if a human being steals from an old woman, we'll just take that one example. You agree that's an act of evil.
Yeah.
And you would say that the fact that happened means, even if that was the only act of evil that happened, that would be sufficient to prove this paradox, right? Or for this paradox to prove God doesn't exist, correct? Because that would be an act of evil, and that's all we would need is one act of evil, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so, given that, you're saying the fact that either one of two things is possible. Either God knew that that guy was about to steal from that old woman, and he chose not to intervene, which proves that God is malicious, and so therefore can't exist. A virtuous God can't exist, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Or it proves that God didn't know that that guy was going to steal from that woman, which proves that God isn't omniscient and therefore he's not God.
Yeah.
What if God gave us free will?
Uh-huh.
What if God knew? What if God knows the outcomes? He knew the outcomes of
Rob,
giving people free will, but he still allows us to have free will, knowing that there would be undesirable outcomes.
Rob, here's the thing. You're gonna make the yet again the good old, well, it's because free will argument. Well, the thing is, cops, the police, they exist. They prevent crime. They prevent evil. God can do the same thing. I don't understand this whole free will argument. God should just act like some sort of a police. Do they violate our free will? No, they don't. So I mean,
it's an absurd claim. What kind of God would it be? A virtuous God if we were just automatons that were pre-programmed to only do right? Would you consider that a virtuous God? If basically we were just machines with a machine creator. I disagree. I would think that would be less godlike. I think that you also make the mistake of thinking that our ability to understand, to arrogantly think that we're the end-all be-all of understanding of not just morality, but also understanding sort of intelligence. Like, it's difficult for us to comprehend what an all-knowing creator would do. For example,
Rob,
you can stop me in a second. For example, if you created an ant farm, right? You bought an ant farm or you created one for ants. You might know that certain bad outcomes could happen amongst these ants. But you could basically just... it's not a good example. I guess what I'm trying to say is we're one small grain of sand on one small marble. And thank God we have free will. That to me, earning our way into the good graces of God is sort of one of the things that I think makes life beautiful. The fact that I have free will to sin...
Rob, and I stop you.
Go ahead, you can stop me. You're clearly a philosophical and religious scholar of epic proportions. So by all means, stop as I'm making my point. Please, you have something... Now, every audience, I want you to listen. He's going to stop me. He has something very important to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, so, this is the Epicurean paradox. It's just a silly, small little thing I just mentioned. You don't have to...
I'm going to stop you right there. I'm going to stop you right there. So we're going to let you go. I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you right there. And we're going to let you go because when you come in and say, I'm going to stop you right there. I'm going to stop you right there. If you're going to come in and say, this debate was settled 2,000 years ago because of this argument. And then I say, okay, I've never heard this particular argument. I don't consider myself someone who wades into religious arguments. I'm more than happy to do it. And as soon as we start discussing it, you go, let me stop you right there. This is just a flippant argument I made. It's just one little thing. I have no interest in having a discussion with you on it. So thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming on. I'm sorry, you have a better argument now? That's what you said? So you led with the argument that you said. Now, I just want to be clear. I simple yes, no. We'll see if we continue with this conversation. I just want to be clear. You led with the argument that you said disproved Christianity 2,000 years ago. And now you're saying, but actually that's not even a good argument. I have a better one. That's what you're saying now?
Well, no, I'm not saying it's not a good argument. I'm saying that we should move on. I'm not here to win an argument. I was here to genuinely convince you. I'm a fan of yours. I like you. I agree with you. I was just here to convince you. I'm not here to win an argument.
No. The glazing of. Let me stop you. I want to say something. And the glazing. And then. Saying that my entire thought process is flawed and I don't have good ideas. I just got lucky and stumbled on things. But then as soon as we start having a discussion about the topic that you brought in that you wanted to discuss, and you have to interrupt me to say, actually, it's not something that I really want to talk about. Oh, by the way, I like you. I don't care. I'm not saying you're a terrible person or I wish ill on you. What is the relevance of me having this conversation with you? If you're going to say this argument ended Christianity or ended belief in God 2,000 years ago, and I'm unfamiliar with the term Epicurean paradox, but I sort of am familiar with this type of argument, and we start to hash it out a little, and you immediately backtrack and are like, no, thank you. I'll tell you what I'll do for you. This isn't my area of expertise, but I'm more than willing to have these debates and just be honest and give my honest opinions. But seeing as how you're someone who's very informed on this, why don't I set you up with a debate with my friends Jim Bob or Andrew Wilson or Jay Dyer that talks about these religious debates all the time? Surely you would be able to epically destroy them. No, wait. Before you answer, surely you would be able to devastate them. Right? Because not only do you know that the argument is so settled that anyone that believes it, they can't be trusted in any of their political opinions, but clearly you have a 2,000-year-old understanding of how this has been devastated 2,000 years ago. And so I think it would be a great opportunity for you to reach out to a bigger audience, and you would be able to devastate the idea, surely once and for all. Many people have tried before you, but you'll be able to devastate them. I think it'll be great to listen to.
Are you done?
Yes.
So, I would love to, but, unfortunately, he banned me from his Discord, just because of how bad I destroyed some of the people there.
Is that true? Really well, I'll tell you what, I will. Would you trust that I would be a fair moderator?
Yeah, of course, I like you, yeah.
Okay, then I will reach out to them and set up a debate with Jay Dyer or someone, and I will moderate. And I promise you, to the best of my ability, as every time I've moderated, that I will try my best to make sure each side has a fair opportunity to expound their beliefs. And I'll set up that debate, and you can destroy someone like Jay Dyer or Jim Bob.
Well, that's great, but okay.
Fair? You keep cutting out on me, man. I'm not saying you're doing it intentionally. I think maybe your internet's cutting out a little. You still there?
It's just a silly little...
You're cutting out, man. Hello? If you can still hear me, I can't hear you, so here's what we'll do. Just reach out to me on my general Discord channel. I'll try my best to set this debate up. Is that fair? Now, I'm more than happy to talk to you. If you want to talk about the Epicurean paradox, I was diving into it, but for whatever reason, you don't want to talk about it. So, okay. I can't hear you anymore. I swear, I hope my audience believes me. You're still on here. I haven't banned you. I haven't muted you.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes.
All right, great. Yeah, you didn't ban me. I'm sorry about this.
Oh, it's okay. It's not your fault if the internet's acting out. It's not your fault. Oh, sorry. Are you still there? Oh, that was my fault. That time it was my fault. You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Well, I was just anyways.
So
what I was saying was that.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying that the reason I pivoted to something else was because I was here to convince you, and I figured that this argument is going nowhere. So, hey, why don't I pivot to something else that might convince you? That's why I pivoted. That's what I was saying. So,
but, I think that's sort of bad, if I may, that's sort of bad form, though. Like, the idea that you're just going to be like, well, never mind, I don't want to use that argument anymore. Like, it's not just a matter of convincing me. It's a matter of the audience is listening. It's a matter of maybe I want to convince you that your assumptions are incorrect. So to bring up an argument, and then as soon as I start like going through it, I don't even think that rudely. I was just going through it. And you're like, hey, let me cut you off. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Let's pivot to something else. Seems a bit nonsensical. Like, what is my guarantee if, like, let's say you say, hey, you know what, never mind. I want to talk to you why I think Ron DeSantis would have been a better candidate. And I'm like, sure, let's talk about that. And what's the guarantee that it'll be a fruitful conversation if at any moment you could say, let me cut you off. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Like, it seems it's difficult to have a conversation if there's not, let me, real quick, it seems difficult to have a productive conversation if there's not an implicit agreement that we're not just going to leave one party, say, you know what, cold stop, nope, that's the end of that topic, now let's move on to something different. That seems like not really a worthwhile conversation to me.
Well, it's just because we have very little time, and I want to get as many things I can into the little time.
All right,
I have,
I'll tell you what. You got 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes, and I'm going to go to a different caller. So you go ahead and give me whatever you want to talk about. The floor is yours. Whatever argument you want to make or discussion you want to have, go for it.
This epic.
I'm sorry to do this to you, but I'm going to have to let you go because your internet just keeps cutting out so bad. I can't just sit here in
Alright.
silence for 5 minutes, you know?
Yeah, you can hear me right.
Right now I could hear you, yes, but I couldn't there. So go ahead. We'll try
So
one more
this-
time. Floor's yours. Go ahead.
Yeah, this paradox. This is just a small silly thing, but the reason I think it's so ridiculous for you to believe in religion is not just because of this little paradox from 2000 years ago. It's because everything about religion is so ridiculous. How can you live in the modern scientific world that you live in and still think of a sky daddy? I mean, there's no evidence for it. It's just a story, just like any other fiction, just like any other piece of fiction. So this is why this is like saying the sky is red. I don't have any counter argument for this because it's just so ridiculous. I feel like you shouldn't even believe in this.
I mean, that's not really an
And also,
argument. It's not, the analogy of the sky is red doesn't apply, right? Because you could say we could see the physical sky. We could see that it's been reported blue. We could use scientific devices to see microscopically the light types, wavelengths that reflect from light. So there's all sorts of evidence you could bring to why the sky is red. Give me evidence that God doesn't exist.
well, I can't. I'm an agnostic atheist. So can you prove that God exists?
No, wait a minute. If you're agnostic, that's different than being an atheist, correct? So is your belief that you are undecided on if God exists or not?
No, I say God doesn't exist. Well, technically, I would have to be agnostic on the existence of unicorns as well. We all would have to be, or technically, but that's not how the world works. If there's no positive evidence for the existence of something, we just say that that thing doesn't exist. We don't
Okay.
need
However,
negative evidence for something's existence.
whatever term you want to use to define yourself, atheist or agnostic, you are so staunch in your beliefs that you believe someone who believes counterly, that if there was a God, that makes them completely illogical to the point that if they have real world positions that you agree with, they couldn't have came there through rational thought process. Instead, it was pure chance that they came. That's how certain you are in your belief that God doesn't exist.
Yeah, I would bet my life on it. Yeah.
You would bet your life on it. Okay. Do you
And
have
also, I wonder.
do you have a sense of morality?
Yeah, of course I do. I
Where do
and
you
by the way, I
Can you tell me where you derive?
Intuition.
Just intuition.
Instinct.
Instinct. Do you acknowledge that other people's intuition and instinct may be different than yours?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so then there is no universal morality.
Yes.
You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so if 51% of people say murder is okay, you would say, well, in my sense, individually, I think that's immoral, but
Rob,
I
I'm
have
so
to
sorry. I'm so sorry. You cut out.
Okay, I said so therefore you would admit that morality is just personal preference. Okay. Sorry, man. I got to let you go. I can't. I'm trying to be cool with this and engage with it, but the internet's just not working for you. So you reach out to me if you can still hear me. If you want to do that debate with any of those people, I'd be more than happy to do it. Thanks so much for calling in. Appreciate it. Okay. I honestly would have went longer with it, even though, but the cutting out of internet just was getting a little frustrating. Okay, we got another caller. What's up, 693? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
What's up? You're louder than the last caller. Were you one of the people in the chat? Whatever you want to go by is fine by me. You want 693? Is that what you want to go by?
I'm trying to figure this whole Discord thing out. I didn't intend that to be my name. I thought Dustin Buck would show up.
Okay, that's fine. Dustin's fine. Thanks for the sub, Allison. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So what's up, Dustin? What'd you have to talk about?
I didn't have a particular subject. I had some questions.
That's cool. Fire away.
Yeah. So I take it that you're voting for Trump.
Yes.
Okay. But the thing that I'm having a hard time understanding, because, I mean, it seems like you're being balanced and fair, okay? And I give you credit for that. I don't know you from Adam, but I have a pretty good judge of character, and I assume that you're being balanced and fair. What I'm trying to understand is the reasons that you're voting for him, because it kind of sounds like when you talk about him, like there would always be a better option, or maybe that there is one, but we're not being presented with it. But like you're settling for like the rotten apple.
Well, first off, it's sort of a binary choice, right? Like if I want to
Absolutely.
if I want to have my voice heard in this election, I only have 3 types of options. One is to vote for Trump, the next is to vote for the Democratic candidate, or the third is to vote third party or not vote. Right? That's
right.
So in that world, like if you go back to the primary, Trump was my third choice. I preferred Vivek Ramaswamy, and then I preferred Ron DeSantis over Trump. So clearly I'm admitting, going into the primary process, that I think there are better people. I think there's a better person than those 3. Me. I think that the person whose ideological beliefs I share the most are mine. And so if I had the wherewithal, the ability to be president, I think the beliefs that I espouse, by the very nature that they're mine, I firmly believe would be the best for the direction that this country goes in. But clearly I don't have many talents that would make me a capable person to run. So yeah, I don't think it's unusual that almost everyone ends up voting for someone that isn't in particular their first choice. So I don't think that, I guess to answer that question, sure. I'll fully admit there are people I would rather Ron Paul be president. I'd rather Rand Paul be president. I'd rather Thomas Massie. I'd rather Vivek Ramaswamy. I'd rather Ron DeSantis. Yeah, there's a lot of people. But yeah, I think it's an easy choice between Trump and Kamala.
Okay. That gives me hope that your difference engine is firing along the same lines as mine.
Well, do you want to hear? So if you want to hear the full spiel, I can tell you why I supported Trump in 2016 and 2020, and why I'll be voting again in 2024. I'll make it as simple as possible. I'm a single issue voter, and that issue is that I think our institutions are corrupt. I think that there are a bunch of institutions that exist only to entrench power for them and their allies, and they don't care about the average people in this country, or for that matter, around the world. And so what they want to do is to achieve a sort of globalist system that erodes national identity, and we end up with a system of sort of global government where there are haves, corporations, wealthy people, etc., and then there are the have-nots, basically a return to neo-feudalism. And the best way that they could achieve that sort of global type of governance, which you see through things like the EU and things like that are building towards it, is to erode national identity, and the biggest impediment to that is sort of middle-class and working-class people in Western countries, particularly the United States. So these institutions being corrupt in the way that they are seeking to erode national identity, to erode people's ability to be as self-sufficient as possible, sort of the middle and working class. And so my number one priority is to vote for people that I think are outside of that corrupt establishment, and that at least will put eyeballs on that sort of corrupt establishment. And I think with all of his faults, Donald Trump was someone who got the ire of that corrupt establishment, and they outed themselves as being as corrupt as they are, which I think that it's beyond debate at this point since 2016 that institutions that we used to maybe say we would trust, or many people did, like the mainstream media, are purely just propagandists that are out to go after outsiders. The same could be said of our intel agencies, most of our executive agencies, academia, Silicon Valley, corporate America, the entertainment industry, etc. So step one for voting for Trump was that he didn't further the ball of those corrupt institutions. Step two was that just the very nature that there was someone who was a potential outsider getting the reins of power, some reins of power, it shined a light, and it forced those people to come out of the shadows and being more blatantly corrupt for average people to see. Step three, he failed spectacularly at, which was actually doing something about the corruption. I don't think he did a good job of that. And I'm skeptical that he would do a good job of that again. But Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, and the Democratic Party in whole is the exact avatar and representation of that corruption. And they certainly would move that ball even further. What would that mean? Further eroding the middle class, further entrenching the huge size of our bureaucracy and government, further eroding our rights with things like lockdowns, censorship, going after people for free speech, etc. So in that binary choice, it is easy for me as someone who wants to fight against this corruption to prefer Donald Trump than the empty shell that will represent that corruption, the institutional corruption, which is Kamala Harris, who doesn't have one policy position that she would be unwilling to go back on if those people that are her bosses tell her to do. That's
Well,
where I
I'm
come.
glad to hear. I'm glad to hear a shimmer of sanity in a sea of insane.
Well, I mean, what's your, if you don't mind me asking, who are you voting for, and what's your reason?
Oh, I'm voting for Trump, but my reasons are not as in depth. I see it as if someone's trying to lie to me to make a decision, then the individual decision that they're trying to scare me from is the one that I should more than likely make. I didn't go that far in depth with it. I mean, I'm a first time voter, like in 2020, and it was for Trump. It wasn't because I was politically active before that point. As a matter of fact, I couldn't stand politics. But when Trump stood up and said that the system's rigged, and everybody instantly turned on him, I'm like, that you don't vote for the guy that's going to tell you, we're not going to raise taxes or whatever. You vote for the guy who has the hat on or has the boot on his head, saying they're going to bomb the whole country. That's the dude you vote for.
Yeah, I mean, and I do think that's in line with what I'm saying, right? Where at this point, like, so there's a lot of people that would consider themselves Republican or conservative that don't want to vote for Trump. And I understand that because I don't think Trump's the most conservative guy. But you have to understand, unlike others, I don't sit here and tout myself as the most conservative person. In fact, I consider myself a populist first and foremost, then libertarian adjacent second. You have to understand, that puts me at loggerheads with a lot of conservatives. For example, EOD, my friend in here in the chat, he'll vehemently argue against with me like things like gay marriage. But that's more of the libertarian-esque streak in me that says, I just don't care. You should be allowed to do within reason what you want without the government, etc. So I understand someone that's like a staunch conservative saying, I don't want to vote for Trump. I understand people that are, concerned with the moral character of people. If you think Donald Trump cheated on his wife, that's not cool. I take marriage very seriously. I think cheating's really bad. And so if you're someone that it's like, hey, I can't vote for someone who cheated. But fair enough. I think that I have my reasons for voting, though, and which I outlined there. And I think that it would be wise for most people to also go in that direction. I think that we're at a dangerous spot, and we're getting worse and worse. We're sort of a conflagration of a massive, maybe the biggest government. I think the biggest government that's ever existed. That's becoming more and more powerful. That has more and more tools to be able to spy on your life and investigate your life, and it's becoming more and more brazen. I mean, we only need look at the UK to see people that are literally being locked up on a daily basis for jokes and memes online. That will come to the United States. Look at the treatment of the trucker protest in Canada. That will come to the United States, and in many senses it has. We have a guy who's in jail for memes about the 2016 election. We have attempts to lock up political opponents. We have an assassination attempt on Donald Trump that looks incredibly skeptical, at the very least, incredible incompetence by the Secret Service, and it's not even a news story anymore. Our mainstream media doesn't care.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
yeah.
You see that. So for me, the warning that I'm giving to people is, even if you don't like Trump, if he loses and Kamala Harris or whoever, if they decide to replace her again, whatever, whoever the empty suit for the Democrats ends up being, you might not have a chance to speak up about it in 4 years. Maybe all of a sudden they throw Elon Musk in jail and X goes back to being Twitter, to the old regime. And all of a sudden you're being shadow banned and censored again. And the next pandemic that comes out and you want to speak against lockdowns, they say, no, you can't talk about that in social media, just like they did with COVID. And maybe they say, you're not allowed to talk about, like the UK saying, you can't talk about being upset about illegal immigration. And it's a dangerous conspiracy theory for you to suggest that the elections aren't the most secure ever and that you have a problem with mail-in ballots and things like that. Maybe that's where we're at in 4 years. Maybe it gets even worse.
I give it inside of 6 months where there's a terrorist attack on the country. They're going to blame Russia, or they're going to blame Israel.
Or a Trump supporter.
And then they're going to... Well, I mean, even if they can't start a mass draft to conflict with a civil war. What they have to do is start a mass draft of all the dissidents and start sending them over to Ukraine.
I don't know that it'll be. There's a pause. I don't think that that's a likely scenario, though. I think that we're still far enough that a draft would be something that would be a difficult sell for a great many people. But what they need to do now is to win at any cost. And one of the ways, I sadly said, one of the ways that could help them, there's nothing they would be unwilling to do, up to and including another Gretchen Whitmer-esque FBI-inspired act of terrorism. And if you could blame that on your political opposition, oh boy, that'll turn a lot of centrists your way. Of course, there's things like mail-in balloting, voting, ballot harvesting, etc., including just the legal versions of it that heavily tilt the election in the favor of the institutions and the establishment. But thanks for the call, though. I appreciate it. I really do. There's more people jumping on, so I'm going to get to some more callers. But yeah, feel free to call back anytime. Thanks so much. It was a good call.
Have a great day.
Thanks, man. Thanks. So good stuff. Bye. All right. I'm not sure the order that people came in, so I'll try my best. So we got name I can't read. One of the things that's upsetting to me, one of the things I don't like about Discord is if someone has a long name, on my end, it'll just show up their first initial. Thank you so much, Tonelli, for the follow. I appreciate it. So let's see if I can find it. Moose Muckle. What's up?
Hey, Rob. How's it going?
Doing good, man. How you doing?
Hey, so I had a couple things I wanted to ask you just on your perspective, and I think you've probably talked about it before, but so I don't want to get you in trouble on YouTube, but the whole Trump's position on abortion, whatever. Abortion.
Okay, abortion, gotcha.
Yeah, so, he pretty much turned it back over to the states, to the Supreme Court, and then they rolled this up to the states, right?
Yeah, correct.
And it's kind of very confusing to me because you would think that that's like a win-win for everybody, but you have the evangelicals that have been really, really hitting them hard for it because they want it completely banned, but he's really in a spot where he can't do that. Mm-hmm. Right?
I think that
if he does, damn if he don't.
So there's two ways to look at this. I think there is electorally. So how would it help his chances to get elected? And unfortunately, this is a difficult argument to make. If you're someone who is a abolitionist of abortion, so you believe that once the act of sex occurs, that is conception, right? At that moment, it becomes conception, and therefore even the morning after pill is murder at that point. I'm not going to try to convince you you're wrong for the sake of argument, but what I'll say is that's a losing political argument. But here's the problem with that. Let's say Nico Pluto believes that. He's one of the people in my chat right now. So let's say Nico says, nope, life begins at conception. Conception is that moment. It's therefore even the morning after pill. I'm a complete abolitionist on abortion. And I say, but you realize that no national politician would ever be able to win with those politics. Nico may rightfully say, if the price for winning elections is the sacrificing of babies, then maybe we don't deserve this country anyways. And that's actually not a bad argument. That's actually morally, it's a complex argument, but morally that argument makes sense to me. It really does. How many babies must die for us to be able to win an election so we could have a lower tax bracket or we could have free speech and a free and open internet? It's a persuasive argument, right? So that's step one. In that argument, electorally, if Trump comes out and says, I am running on passing an executive order to ban all abortion, he will lose spectacularly. He will not win. He will not. Because he'll lose already the people he's going to lose that are staunch abortionists, but then he'll lose people that maybe disagree, maybe are a little pro-choice, but they're willing to accept it, leaving up to the states, and they think that Trump's politics on other issues are better, right? But then he's going to lose. He's going to lose constitutionalists. He's going to lose people that believe that that would be overstepping your bounds for a president to do. That if we're going to have laws that say that there can't be abortions, that they have to come from the branch that creates laws, which would be the legislator, right? And so that's argument one, that it would be terrible electoral for him. And then the second would be legally. Is it a good argument? And I don't think it is. I don't think that an executive order to ban all abortion is legally sound. I think that should be something that should be done legislatively. Now, there is an argument that as the branch that is tasked with enforcing the law, that if we say that part of the law is the Constitution that guarantees the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that would include the unborn, and therefore it is part and parcel for the executive to enforce upon ensuring that those lives get to exist. But I just think that it's such a murky area that would be very bad constitutionally. And so I think that's bad as well. So my solution to this is that I think you should leave it up to the states. Now, I'll admit my personal beliefs on abortion is that we should probably allow very rare abortions early in the first trimester, but there comes a certain point, which I've yet to be convinced of what that point is, heart development, brain development, something like that, where we say, okay, now only in rare cases of emergencies should we allow abortions afterwards. That's where my belief is, and I think the majority of Americans' beliefs are. Exactly what that threshold would be, I don't know, but that's where I'm at. I think that my argument, when I've talked to people that were running for governor, for example, here in Pennsylvania, my solution to this problem is put it on the ballot. Leave each state have a referendum. If the pro-life people are so convinced, they're convinced, and I talk to them here in Pennsylvania, they're convinced, they'll tell you straight to your face, nope, we are convinced that the majority of people are pro-life and that they will say ban all abortions. Okay, then put it on the ballot. Problem solved, right? If you're right, you're right. Then they'll ban all abortions. But they know they're not right. They know that there'll be some sort of compromise.
So do you think that this is the closest that a president has ever come to being on the threshold of kind of banning all abortion, or not, or the closest that the, like the real pro-lifers have come to like that goal? Because I've noticed that, a couple presidents before, I don't really know politics like that. I've just been started to pay attention here recently. Mm-hmm. But I've noticed that recently the pro-life and the abortion thing is a really big thing, especially right now at the DNC. They're really focused on that. Mm-hmm. So are they doing that to be a polar opposite of Trump, like say the left or the pro-choice? Are they doing that to be a polar opposite, or what's their angle? I don't understand the angle of it, because you have the people that want to morally, save a child life or whatever that aspect is. But what would be the opposite of that? That's something that I don't understand.
So if you look at this and you try to steelman the positions, both sides, particularly as someone who has libertarian leanings like me, both sides have a point, right? Mm-hmm. You could honestly be a moral person and say, I believe that is a child and it's a life, and we should not murder innocent children. That's an easy moral argument to understand. If you believe at the moment of conception that's a little baby, then it's immoral to kill it, period, end of story. That's an easy moral argument to understand. The pro-choice argument can also be one of morality, which is you should be allowed to do what you want with your body. The government shouldn't have the right to tell you what you have to do with your body. And if you don't believe that's a life, right, at some point, let's take what I would consider a moralistic view of abortion. Let's say you say, oh, I realize 4 days after intercourse that I'm pregnant, or, that I may be pregnant, so I want to take a morning after pill type thing. At that point, I don't believe it's a baby. It's my body at that point if it's not an independent life, so why shouldn't I be allowed? And you don't want the government saying, nope, we control all aspects of your life. For example, would I want the government telling me as a fat guy, here's what you're allowed to eat? Because the problem is, as a fat guy, you're more likely to use healthcare services, which will be a drain on the rest of us. Therefore, we're going to tell you, unless you lose certain amounts of weight, now you're put on a list, and when you go grocery shopping, you have to scan your ID, and they'll say, sorry, sir, we've scanned your ID. You're not allowed to buy that bag of chips. Your cholesterol's too high. You can't get that candy bar.
That's why it's such a losable issue.
Well, so that's why the pro-choice, the bodily autonomy argument, it actually comes from a moral perspective. Now, what are the Democrats trying to do? Well, to them, abortion is a sacrament, and it has to do with sort of the declining cultural values that we have. Politics is actually less important than culture, and because we've become such a materialistic culture, we've gotten away from like the biological and spiritual things that make life worth living, and that was ingrained in us as human beings. And a lot of that has to do, unfortunately, for a lot of people that may be on the left that don't want to hear this, a lot of it is true that gender stereotypes exist for a reason. That doesn't mean that you should be beholden to them, that women shouldn't be allowed to work. I'm not saying women shouldn't be allowed to vote. I'm not saying any of that. If you want to be a woman and get into the workforce, fine. But society functioned best when we had defined roles and where the family was the central unit of society. and that people realized that life wasn't all just about make as much money as possible and go have experiences and have multiple sexual partners, when life was more about the importance of having a nuclear family, the importance of finding a partner that you love and having children. That's when society was operating at its best, and that's when, on average, people are most happy. Now, it's clearly not the best situation for everyone. For example, there are people through biological reality that can't procreate. Like, that's absolutely true. There are people that, aren't going to be happiest as a parent, and that's fine. But on average, there was a reason that society was set up that way, and that there were these sort of, and you can see this, right? You can see with the unhappy, as we've sort of driven women more into the feminist era and more into the workforce, all studies that we do show, despite the fact that you would think with, quote, increased freedom that women should be much happier, it's actually the opposite. We see studies that are showing they're becoming less and less happy. And so I feel that part of that materialistic drive that's infected our culture it's difficult. If materialism is your fundamental value, no matter what sort of government benefits you give to having children, you're never going to find it to be more profitable. Well, not never. Very rarely in most people's situation will it be more profitable to have a child than to not. So we don't really exist in the days of the past where maybe you were a farmer and you needed help, so you pumped out 8 kids because they helped you financially. Kids are expensive, man. I'm finding out now. I have a 3-year-old. Yeah. So if I get a $10,000 tax credit, do you think that raising my kid this year costs more than $10,000? Of course.
Definitely.
So if my central view, me and my wife's central view on life is, let's make as much money as possible. Let's buy as many things as possible. How does it make sense in our worldview to have a kid? And so I think that that's what happens, that you have these people that are now supporting abortion and think that abortion is so important because the values that they've been ingrained with are those sort of values rooting in materialism, and having a child completely ruins that. And so there are people that are worse than this. There are people that like celebrate abortions, and that it's almost like a spiritually like grotesque evil, as that other caller was saying. Yeah. I do believe there are people like that. But I think the majority of where this is coming from is that this is a sacrament to them. And the elites, this benefits them because they want a declining population. And then that does 2 things. One, they just want less people because they understand with the increases in technology, we're going to need less and less workers to give these elites the lifestyle that they want. And so they've talked about that. There's been conspiracy theories about the Georgia Guidestones and stuff for years, talking about the desire for elites to get the population like to 300 million or something. And there is
the globalists or whatever.
So I don't know that those exact numbers are true, but certainly there has been for hundreds of years, there's been this sort of argument that spawned with this guy named Malthusian thinking that the earth is overpopulated and we need to cut back the population. There is truth that there are elites that think that way, but also it also helps them achieve their other agenda that I was talking about of eroding national identity. So they decline birth rates to dangerous levels. Now we don't have enough population to replace the older population. So now as we see the baby boomers getting older, there's not enough workers to take care of them and to keep the economy going. So their solution is, let's import people. We'll import people that don't have the same national identity. Then they import these people, which further erodes the national identity, which is...
Then they can shape it.
That's right. And then once people don't have, it's the same idea. I saw someone put this well the other day on X. Let's say your great-great-grandfather built the house you live in. It's an old farmhouse, and you've had it for generations. You're going to have more care and concern for that house than if you tragically pass away and it gets sold on Zillow to some random person. It's the same true with your country. The people that you're importing, they don't have the same reverence on average that the people that have lived here, who've generationally been here and had connections here, will have for what the country is. So can I real quick just read this? Roar, another $10 super chat, says, this is the way. I'm willing to let the libs and progressive off their kids to win on other issues, like it or not, losing the issue. It should be left to the states with no exceptions. I sort of agree. But sorry.
I got one more thing.
Sure.
You're all right. One more thing to talk about. So I heard the Hodge twins talking earlier, right? And they were talking about how, J.D. Vance, the Trump's vice president pick. I don't know a lot about J.D. Vance, but from what I've seen from his clips and his little snapshots and sound bites, he sounds like an intelligent dude. what they're talking about is they're talking about that Trump could have really benefited by like having a female vice president pick. And that's something that I've kind of, at first I was very like, no, that's no way, he shouldn't have a woman as a VP. But then I thought like, okay, where are we at today? And would that actually benefit him in the long run for the people that are kind of on the fence and they're only going to vote for Kamala because it's not Biden? Would the female VP like outreach to a lot more women? Or I struggle with that. I didn't know if that was actually a smart decision or if it would be awful for him to have a woman VP.
So I don't think it would be, for me, it wouldn't be awful. So that, again, there's two specific ways to look at that. I think that I'm not in that camp. Spake says no women ever. I don't believe that. But I am fundamentally against voting for someone because of an immutable characteristic like the sex that they were born or the race that they were born. I think that's a terrible way. But I also understand that people do think that way. Like, regardless, by the way, we're lied to about this, right? So, like, for example, when Barack Obama got elected, I was constantly told over and over in that election cycle that him being black was a detriment. That's not true. Far more people voted for him just because he was black than voted against him just because he was black. Now, most people that voted for him because he was black was going to vote Democrat anyways. But it was not a hindrance to him. It increased enthusiasm. And you could understand why in that situation, the first black president. Yeah. I get it. I understand it. Yeah, I personally think... Yes, I personally think it's a bad argument saying vote for this guy because he's black, vote for this person because they're a woman, vote for this person because they're gay, vote for this person because whatever, any of those sort of issues, it seems, nonsensical. I don't know. Looking at it practically, if he had chosen a woman, who's that voter out there, right? And again, not to belabor the point, but I talked about this earlier, where it's like there's two things that a VP pick could do for you. One is try to help you win the election. Oftentimes, what you see being done, this is why Josh Shapiro would have been a really good pick for the Democrats. You take someone from a swing state that's popular there. So Kamala, if she's worried about Pennsylvania, we'll take the popular Democrat Pennsylvania governor here, and now maybe there would be people,
vice president,
right? Yeah. And so maybe there are people, and this is true. There would have been people in Pennsylvania that are now going to vote for Trump that would have said, "I don't like Kamala, but I do like Josh Shapiro. He's been a good governor for me. He's not that radical, so I think he'll rein her in. Maybe I'll vote for a Harris Shapiro ticket." Now those people are lost with Tim Walz, who I don't think moves the needle for her very much in a place like Pennsylvania. In fact, it might be detrimental. So in that sense, is it possible that picking a woman could have moved the needle somewhat? I guess it would depend on the woman. Maybe someone like Tulsi Gabbard. Maybe someone like Nikki Haley. Now, had Nikki Haley been the VP choice, I probably wouldn't have voted for Trump because Nikki Haley being the VP choice would have been the quickest way to ensure that Trump gets assassinated or is impeached and removed. It would have been almost immediate. Like, he wouldn't have made it 4 years, and I'm not voting for Nikki Haley for president because she's just worthless establishment goon, so I don't care.
She's a shell.
Tulsi Gabbard wouldn't have been as bad, but I don't know. How many people would have voted for Trump Tulsi versus Trump Vance? I don't know. So, I don't know. Well, I see their point. I mean, there's a lot of it. For me, the ideal, who would have the best candidate been to reach across and bring in voters? Well, RFK, Ron DeSantis. Like, people like that as your VP, I think would have done better than any woman as far as picking up voters that would be kind of willing to vote for Republican but aren't voting for Trump for whatever reason. I think that would be... that. So I don't know, what would Tulsi, someone says Carrie Lake, would they have done better than DeSantis or RFK in picking up just total more voters? I don't think.
Well, I think that. Oh, sorry, excuse me real quick. This will be my last thing. So I only asked that because there's an idea of I've noticed this in the right or the conservative right. There's like an idea that we have to hold on to this. Old school, or not really adapt. And I think Trump has kept his campaign, the same. He's changed a little bit due to his court cases and stuff, but it seems like he's stayed kind of relatively the same. And the only reason why I asked was I thought that it might be like thinking that way of thinking that add a woman vice president might be compromising what he actually stands for. That makes Americans like him, like that that if he were to have a woman vice president or do it just in order to gain political favor, that it would hurt his campaign in the long run, right?
I mean, there is an argument. It depends, right? There is an argument that that you can't give up the core values that got you to where you were. And so, like, I do think that this is a problem. And I think that it's something that Republicans quite often do wrong, which is they assume that they have to give up the values that make them who they are politically in order to reach across the aisle to get different voters. And oftentimes what happens is you diminish enthusiasm on your own side, and then it ends up not working anyway. So yeah, if Trump says, for example, if Trump's like, I'm a populist, blah, 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 and then he picks Liz Cheney because he's like, well, she's a woman. And it's like the same Liz Cheney that attacked him or whatever. And she's like, sure, I'm willing to run. Like, yeah, that would harm Trump tremendously. Because there would be a bunch of people that would be like, wait, what? Isn't this antithetical to everything you allegedly stand for? So yeah, I think you're right on that. Do I think him picking Tulsi Gabbard would have been that? No. You know, I mean, well, you have to ask yourself, like, why did he pick Amy Coney Barrett? Did he pick her as Supreme Court justice because she was a woman? Probably. Did that diminish Trump? Or are there people saying, I'm unwilling to vote for him now? I don't think so.
No.
So, you know, I understand the point, the thrust of the question. It's always difficult when looking at these things. But I think Barrett was a bad choice. I'll be honest, at the time I didn't know enough about her. But in retrospect, I think there were probably people that were much clearer. I think that he's gun shy after Kavanaugh. And so that he was trying to put people in that he knew it would be difficult to sort of run those sort of smear campaigns like they did with Kavanaugh. So Barrett it's hard to call a woman a serial rapist, you know, a gang rapist. That's harder to do. And so I thought that was seen as a safe choice by him and picking a woman with something. But no, I appreciate the call, man. I really do.
Yeah, of course, man. Thank you so much.
Yep, call back in. Thanks so much. We'll talk soon. All right, Smith. You're up, sir. Wasn't really going to be that much of a call-in show tonight, but I'm digging it. We'll keep it going. What's up, Smith?
Hello. Hey, can I come in good?
Yeah, hear you well. What's happening?
Hey, nothing much, Rob. Nothing much. Listen. Okay, so I'm just going to start this off by saying I wanted to ask you a question because I know you said you are voting for this election, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And you also know by another YouTuber, he just go by the name of like Tom Foolery. I'm pretty sure you heard of the guy.
I know Tom, sure.
Oh yeah, great guy, but just not great at listening.
Sure, we'll go with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so like I said, me and him get into an argue sometimes, and he was just very sure on this one point I want to kind of flesh out with you. Okay,
sure.
And it's called voting for the lesser of two evils. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, now do you agree with that mindset as well? Do you go off of like voting for the lesser of two evils?
It's difficult to say. It would depend on how evil both was. So, for example, let's just make it like really blatant. If one was a serial rapist and the other was a serial killer, would I say, well, serial killing's worse, so I'll go with the serial rapist? No, at that point, I would say both are evil enough to pass a threshold that even if one's slightly better than the other, I wouldn't vote for either. However, is there of general nature a principle where you could say, look, these aren't my two preferred ideal people, but one is so grotesquely worse than the other that I'm willing to pinch my nose and vote? Yeah, I think there could be some utility in that. Now, the problem is that if you do that every election, do you end up in a position where you would be further ahead to just say, rip the Band-Aid and say, nope, I refuse to vote for the lesser of two evils this time. This time I'll vote third party. Until they get a candidate that I deem acceptable, I'm not going to continue to vote for the lesser of two evils. There is some truth to that as well. So the question is, how do you balance that? At what point do you say, okay, neither of these two are my preferred candidates, but I find the one to be in the realm of acceptability enough on the issues that I care about that even though he's not the best person or she, I'm going to choose to vote for them now because the other person is far more evil. That's sort of, so I guess I fall somewhere in between on that debate. That's where I come, I guess, from it.
Oh, okay. Well, interesting. Well, I basically, yes, that's how I was coming at it too. And so that's why I was simply just telling Tom, which is like, well, why don't we switch and just saying voting for the lesser two evils and say we're voting for the greater good, essentially? Because I'm pretty sure both political people are voting for what they think is good for the economy. They don't think of anything that's evil. Like anyone who does the voting for lesser to evil, if I ask them, well, are you voting for evil? They'll be like, well, no, I just know I'm voting for someone that kind of has like you said, like there's corruption and stuff, right?
Hmm.
It's like unavoidable corruption. And so for me saying that, because I was telling Tom, it's like, well, regardless, you're still voting in evil. And to me, but he's saying, well, hold on, it's okay because we're stopping the greater evil. But as I'm trying to tell Tom, I'm like, well, hold on, Tom. The problem is though, this lesser evil guy is going to get way more sympathy and actually have way more power because to them, they can be as evil as they want so long they don't hit this greater evil like marker that you're talking about. So that's my bigger issue with lesser evil is because to me, I feel like they just have free reign. Because they just be like, hey, I can do all this evil bad stuff, but as long as I'm not like 1% away from wherever this greater is, then I'm free to do whatever I want. And I find that really problematic.
Well,
Because
I
I
don't
feel like
know.
that's just a
I don't know that that's how it works out. It may work out that way, but not because of the reason you're saying. For example, I don't think that a president is more corrupt because people have chosen to vote for the lesser of two evils. So they say, now I could do whatever. I could lock up all of my opponents as long as I say Trump would have done it worse. And then people say, shucks, I guess. I think there would still be pushback on that position. Let me ask you, though, so we're not speaking with vagueness here. So you're saying, I don't understand. I don't know what Tom's position, I guess, would be saying in the context of this debate. Kamala Harris is evil, but Donald Trump is more evil, so he's willing to vote for Kamala Harris. You would say that no, both are evil enough that you won't vote for either. Is your position?
Well, see, I don't. I feel like I don't like saying evil because I feel like I would never actually vote for evil. That's why I don't like saying evil.
Okay.
I just say it's just an unavoidable corruption that to be a politician, you may do some, questionable things. So that's why I'm just saying, because again, why are we voting for someone? We're voting for someone to bring a good into our society. We would never vote someone that we know is actually evil and bring about evil policies. Because as I was asking, sorry.
But okay, let's take out the word evil and say bad or corrupt.
Okay.
So then let's say that there are two bad choices. We'll use the word bad instead of evil. Are you going to vote for neither? It sounds to me, you tell me if I'm wrong, it sounds to me what you just said, and maybe I'm hearing this wrong, so I'll definitely give you a chance to clear it up, is that anyone who's running for president would be bad and corrupt, so you wouldn't vote for anyone.
Essentially, yes, but I try to be careful because again, I don't want to automatically assume every politician is evil or corrupt or bad. It just seems to me that whenever it comes to positions of power, corruption seems to fester a lot easier because the more powerful you are, the more control you have, and with not a lot of people to hold you responsible, it kind of can be abused. So,
but I find that to me that's sort of a nihilistic approach because then you've taken yourself out of having any voice then because you say, well, no matter what, power will always corrupt, and so whoever gets in office will be corruptible and be corrupt, and therefore I choose to not vote. And for me, I don't think, then what's the solution? What would be your solution then? How do you change that system?
So that's why I bring up earlier. Well, I just changed my frame of thinking to say I'm voting for the greater of the greater good versus the lesser two evils. So 'cause I feel like that's just a little bit more accurate of what people are voting for. You're voting for someone you believe, even though they could be evil, there could be some good brought about from them. Like as you say, you're voting for Trump, even though you say he's not the best, but you find some good in this evil or bad politician, right? That you feel like that can help America.
I understand what you're saying, like this sort of phrasing of it, but I guess I would just say, what's the point? What if I just say, okay, cool. Yeah, sure. It doesn't change my vote. It doesn't change my reason for voting. But instead of saying I'm voting for the lesser of two evils, which, by the way, isn't something that I've said, but instead of someone hypothetically saying that, they're saying I'm voting for what I think will be the greater good. I mean, what is the practical application for how that changes anything on the... Like, to me, it just seems like a semantic debate that doesn't really go anywhere, right?
Well, I was saying, it's interesting you say that because the semantics were brought up about January 6th, because like Tom was really adamant about why he's not voting for Trump is because he believes he's an insurrectionist and a terrorist. And I was just like, oh, okay, well, cool. So if you believe Trump is this greater evil, you also believe people should not be able to vote in this greater evil, because why would you actually vote in a terrorist or an insurrectionist? And he's like, well, hold on, even though Trump is this greater evil, I support people's ability to vote in the greater evil. So I'm like, so you don't really care about greater evil, because because you're giving greater evil a chance to win and destroy the country, as you tell me Trump's going to do. And I feel like it's just a side thing, because when I go to someone that's pro Kamala, they're going to say Trump's going to destroy the country. If I go to someone that's pro Trump, they're going to say Kamala's going to destroy the country. And I just want both sides to kind of be like, okay, who's actually being truthful here, or is this just going to be just semantics?
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I don't know. For me, I try to talk about the practical applications of what the outcomes will look like for each candidate. And if I say that one, I guess, I don't know. I guess I'm just not interested in those sorts of semantical arguments, because for me, it's like it's a horse apiece. Like if I say one would be less bad than the other, as opposed to saying one would be more good than the other, those basically in effect mean the same thing to me. So I just don't really care. I understand the point that you're trying to make, that there seems to be something within us all that should say you can't vote for evil. So the phrase lesser of two evil would be anathema to anything you should ever do. But you could take the exact same positions, and instead of saying evil, saying one is more good than the other, and then vote for the exact same reasons for the exact same person that you were going to. You've just rephrased, instead of saying lesser of evil, you say greater of good.
Yeah.
And I get why that would look better rhetorically, I guess, to say, for someone's own sense of like defining what their morality is. I guess semantically, I just don't. It's irrelevant to me. I don't. It's not something that ever raises the hair on my neck. Like, oh, so you're willing to vote for evil? That's what you're saying. Like, I kind of think that that's like, for me, that's just a colloquialism. Like, hungry as a horse or something like that. Lesser of two evil. That's how I look at it. Like, it's not that someone's or hungry enough to eat a horse. It's not that they're literally going to eat a horse. I understand that they're just saying they're very hungry. When they say lesser of two evils, it's not that I think that they've sat down and said, oh, no, I'm a Christian and I looked at both of them and I think both of them are evil and satanic or sinful. And like, I don't look at it that way, I guess. I look at it as just sort of a euphemism for like, oh, you're just saying the person that you think will be better. So. Well, I hope I didn't avoid the point you were making, but that's honestly how I feel about it.
Well, I mean, no. Like I said, I generally come to just ask people things. That's why I just like to throw things around to see where they come from. Because, like I said, I feel like this was like you said. I feel like it's just a really stuck and semantical thing, and that's why I just don't like it when people say that's their reason to do it. That's why I had a great issue with Tom saying that's his line of doing it. I just find like that's a really problematic. And like,
so Mr. White saying, is this the point? Maybe this is the point you're making. Mr. White saying he thinks what you're saying is that if Tom really thinks Trump is evil, then he would never want people to be able to vote for him.
Yes, but Tom, yeah, but hold on, but I clarified with Tom on that. I said, hold on, because Tom does believe he actually is evil, just like Destiny believes Trump is evil. But both of these guys will somehow support people's ability to vote for evil to be in. And I'm like, wait a minute, I thought the whole point was stopping the evil from being in, regardless of how that's achieved.
Okay, so understanding that's actually a better point. And I've had this argument with people. For example, I had this sort of interaction that stuck with me for a long time, where someone called into the show and he was someone who disliked Trump, and we were going to talk about the election audit in Arizona. This was like years ago, two years ago or so. And the guy, sometimes people call and you just start talking about random stuff. Hey, I like that picture on your wall. Oh, you've seen the Big Lebowski, whatever. We're talking about nonsense. Just, he seems like a regular dude, just talking. Yeah. And I was like, okay, we're going to talk about like Trump and this election. And as soon as I mentioned Trump's name, you could viscerally feel his anger. Like, just completely his demeanor changed, right? Trump, blah, 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 And so we start going through, and I won't bore you with the long details, but basically, I'm like, okay, let's look at these pools of people in Arizona, and you tell me if you think there's a concern that these ballots counted or not. So let's take people whose signatures didn't match. There were allegedly 4,000, whatever, I was reading the numbers off of this court case or audit or whatever. And I was like, 4,000 of these ballots. He said, yeah, they should count. I said, what about people that moved? And yeah, they should count. And he's like, let me just stop you. All of them should count as long as Trump loses. And I said, let me just cut to brass tacks. If you were working the polling station in Arizona, you think Trump's evil, you think he's Hitler, right? He's like, yeah. And I was like, if you're in the polling stations and you think if Trump wins your state of Arizona, he's going to win the presidency, which means evil wins the presidency, would you cheat to have stopped him? And he's like, yes. He says, yes, I would have. He admits he would have broken a federal law. And the point is, that law, that morally makes sense. If you think Trump literally is going to declare himself God, Emperor, King, who could never be prosecuted and will never leave office and will completely destroy democracy, and he'll lock up all black people, or he'll kick all gay people out of the country, and he'll ban all Muslims from being in the country, and he'll destroy the climate beyond irreparability. Yeah, why would you allow a system that would ever allow that guy to be elected?
Thank you.
Wouldn't you prevent? And that is one of the problems with that sort of ideology. The question is, do they really believe it, or are they being hyperbolic? And if they do believe it, then it's a difficult question that they have to answer morally. Now, it could be turned on me. I talk about the offals of the institutions that we have and how corrupt they are. And yet I talk specifically about needing the system to play out, having to have fairness in our elections, having to abide by results, having to not use violence. Like, those are all positions I have. How can that be? If I think that the system's as corrupt as I do, how can I make those sorts of claims? Well, because I don't think that it's corrupt in the Mad Max sense, where it's like, well, if Kamala wins this election, that's it. Next thing you know, within 3 days, they're kicking in my door and throwing my ass in prison because of dank memes that I had online. That's it. See ya. Going to the gulag. I don't think it's going to be that bad. And I think that morally, I'm not justified until it is a direct act of self-defense to use those sorts of acts of violence or to usurp sort of the way that our political system runs. I don't think that I'm morally justified in doing that. But I also don't think that it's strategically justified in doing that, because the way battles are fought now is winning the information battle. Right. And so we're, particularly as conservatives or right-leaning people or anti-establishment people, we don't have the culture institutions on our side. So, for example, if Black Lives Matter decides they're going to go burn down a police precinct, most of the institutions are sympathetic to them. And so they're going to be as light as possible on them. That's why you see people that used firebombs on police cruisers that were lawyers, they're only looking at the lightest possible sentences. Meanwhile, when right-wingers decide to riot, it's as harsh as possible. We're going to go after them as hard as possible. In Canada, the truck rally, we're going to go after them as hard as possible. January 6th, Charlottesville, hard as possible. People that are rioting or protesting against immigration in the UK, hard as possible. Like, that's how the first world does things. The institutions are on the side, at least paying lip service to the side of the people on the left. And so that's why I think that those acts of violence and cheating, or whatever you would call it, are not morally or strategically acceptable. But I don't go as far as someone like Tom. I'm not saying Kamala Harris is pure evil. I don't say that. I don't say, like Vosh says, that there is a trans genocide. If Trump gets elected, there'll be a trans genocide. Well, what do you think people are going to do if they believe that? If you believe Donald Trump is Hitler, what would you be willing to do to stop him? It's a fair question.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was just trying to get to him about that. And I mean, I even tried to use more worse examples, because it was not just me. It was another YouTuber playing with fire who was also in the call with us. And I think he was trying to understand my argument more. It's like, well, where do we draw the line of allowing people to vote for people who are actually going to bring about policies that will harm the nation or the nation's people? Because I was like, Tom, wait, hold on, Tom. Would you defend people to vote for a president that will bring back slavery? And he was like, well, yes. I was like, wait, hold on. Why would you support someone's right to bring back something that removes people's right? That just didn't make any sense to me. Because again, maybe you were just trolling. I don't know. He has foolery at the end of his name. Okay, I'll give him that. All right, but I feel like him and like Destiny, for example, is that they do honestly view Trump as great evil, and that's why they seem to have less sympathy if bad things happen to them or the supporter. Because, like I said, the reaction to the shooting at the rally was really all like jaw dropping. I couldn't believe some of the people's takes.
It's night and day, right? Like, it's why when Trump was inaugurated in 2016, we saw riots in places like DC and other places in the country, right? The truth is, so much of what they're doing is based on a visceral emotional reaction. Some of the people know that they're full of it. They know that they're being hyperbolic, but I think most of them believe it. Most of them have convinced themselves that Trump is Hitler, that Trump is this most evil person ever to run for a major political office. And so they, deep down, I'll put it this way. Someone sent me when Destiny, you know Destiny, right? When he had this
well, of
post,
course, yes.
yeah.
For better or worse.
When he was
Love
talking
it.
about the assassination attempt and all the crazy stuff he was saying about that, I was sort of defending Destiny, and then I said, look, he didn't directly say he wanted Trump to be assassinated, and so I leave it up in the air. If I believe that he did want Trump assassinated, then I no longer want to talk to him. But right now, I think it's ambiguous, and I'm sort of trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. Someone sent me a screenshot of some of the people on his Reddit page, which I don't hold Destiny solely responsible for the people on his Reddit page, but it sort of gives you an insight into how people that listen to Destiny, at least a portion of them, how they're thinking. And one of the posts that I thought was quite frightening had to do with what you're talking about here, which it was someone said, they were talking about these comments of Destiny, and they said this: listen, we tried to fight back against Trump legally by locking him up. But the Supreme Court was on his side and said that he has immunity. So now we must go the next step and use violence.
Oh, man.
And that's, now logically though, that follows. You understand, but if you think that he's Hitler, if you think that he's going to destroy democracy and declare himself king of the country and never give up power, okay. Right? You understand how someone could come to that conclusion. Now, what it does is it illustrates the stark danger of that sort of mindset. And what happens when you're hyperbolic and when you're talking about your opponents in that sense. That's why you have to be very careful. I'm not suggesting censoring people. I think if you think that Trump's a threat to democracy, you absolutely should be allowed to say it. And if some lunatic goes out and commits a violent action based on believing the sort of things you said, I'm not saying that you're legally responsible for them, but I do think you should be careful in illustrating exactly what sort of behavior you think is morally and strategically allowed. And I think that as someone with an audience, even as someone with as small as audience of me, even if you're only talking to 2 or 3 people, I think that you should be very careful to let people know, like, there are some clear boundaries. We can't use violence. We can't use cheating.
Yes.
We shouldn't use authoritarian measures like censorship, or, those sorts of things should be out of bounds. If we lose, we lose. And you hope things don't get as bad as you think they will, and you live to fight another day. But there's a question about this from all sides of the aisle. If you say, this is it, the Gore-Bush election, 2000 election, the most serious election ever, and both sides, if they both said, this is it, if the other side wins, that's it, it's the end of the country. Okay, well, one side won and the other side lost. Does that mean in 2004 they're like, never mind, the country's already over? Bush won. Yeah. That's it. No need to go vote now. It's already over. Of course not. In 2004, there they are again. This is the most important. They're saying the same stuff.
Yeah,
and the same is true. We said that. Trump supporters said that in 2000, right? And Trump doesn't win. And now we're saying it in 2024. So at some point you have to realize, like, you have to be a little careful about the hyperbolic rhetoric. You do. And I agree thinking about what I now see what you're saying to Tom is like, quite simply, Tom, if you think this man is literally evil, then wouldn't you be willing to go outside the scope of normalcy to stop him? Wouldn't you? If it literally comes between President Trump or someone taking illegal actions to prevent President Trump, wouldn't you prefer the latter? Now, of course, Tom would probably say, well, my preference would be beating Trump in a fair system. Of course, that's everyone's preference. Right, but what if that can't happen? Now what? Now how far are you willing to go? Are you willing to have?
I'm talking about how far? Yeah.
Right. Are you willing to have the media cheat? You willing to have a media that's supposed to be unbiased put their thumb on the scale? You willing to have the FBI do it? You willing to have prosecutors file charges even if there's no merit because you think it'll tie Trump up and hurt his chances to win? You willing to have social media censor people? You willing to have someone commit an act of violence? You willing to have the FBI have a false flag that would help Trump's opponents? How far are you willing to take this? And I think that the truth is, at least with our institutions, I think the 2020 election, I said this, everyone was excited for Trump and we're like, oh, he's going to win, it's going to be a landslide. And I said, you have no idea the lengths that these people are willing to go to prevent Trump. And I predicted that they would intentionally sabotage the economy. I didn't say through a virus, but that's what happened. They wanted lockdowns. They intentionally allowed riots to occur. They wanted Trump to have to deploy the National Guard so they could call him an authoritarian. Hell, Destiny admitted that to me on stream. During the riots, during the initial week or so of the riots. I said, I think that maybe it's the conspiracy theorist in me, but I think that these Democratic governors and mayors are allowing these riots to occur because they think it makes Trump look bad. He said, that's not a conspiracy theory. That's absolutely true. Rioting is the other side of the coin to voting. That's when he told me. That I truly believe that. They were willing to allow cities to burn, which resulted in people dying, which resulted in people losing their livelihood, their homes, their businesses, which resulted in law enforcement. They were willing to do that if it meant hurting Donald Trump. They were fine. They were willing to have lockdowns under COVID that didn't make sense if it hurt Donald Trump. So how far would these people be willing to go? And sadly, after the assassination attempt of Trump, you saw how many people came out and said, geez, I wish that bullet would have taken him out.
Oh, it was trending on Twitter X.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a crazy trend to see, man. Oh my God.
Well, hey, I'm going to let you go because I got more callers, but I appreciate it, man. Cool. And I'm sorry I misunderstood you there at first, but I appreciate the call, man.
No, you're fine. Thank you so much, and thank you for the commenter who helped kind of elaborate what I was trying to say.
Mr. White, yeah, thank you, man. That was very great.
Yeah, thank you so much. All right, but thank you. Like I said, times are full, and don't ignore the North. Okay?
Thank you, man.
Have a good one.
Yep. You gotta like someone who's crapping on Tom. That's good stuff. All right, let's next. Conservative Carnage. I don't know if you can hear me, man. Long-time viewer. Thank you for calling in, man. Can you hear me? You're on mute. If you can, there you go.
Yeah, I got it now.
What's happening, man? How you doing?
Hey, yeah, I can't believe I'm finally calling in. It's been such a long time I've been listening.
Yeah, I know. It's nice to hear from you. So what's up, my man?
Got my power fixed at least, but my stupid ass, my fridge. But it sucks. But anyway, abortion. I saw on X earlier. They had like a trailer outside of the DNC convention for they're giving abortions.
Abortions, vasectomies, right? I think they were giving vasectomies too.
It was like, it was sad. I mean, at the time, this was hours ago. It was like 25, 25 abortions done. 25. That's terrible. And
well, you remember their argument used to be safe, legal, and rare. That used to be so. It used to be, and it's an actual argument that I could at least understand where it comes from, even if I disagree with it. And the argument being like, look, tragically, there are unforeseen circumstances that lead to sort of this act needing to occur, but it's very somber. It's not something that we celebrate. Now we're at the point where it's being celebrated outside the DNC convention.
Yeah, got your abortion and celebrate it. It's ridiculous.
Well, you remember the New York law. The New York law when it changed there. Remember they lit the skyline in New York up pink. And I forget the exact wording of that law, but the devil was in the details when you looked at it. It said that basically that if a doctor and a woman signed off on any abortion that it was legal, as long as they could articulate that it caused certain hardship, I believe is the word they used, to the woman. And the hardships that were allowed were physical hardships, economic hardships, emotional hardships, psychological hardships. Now, I don't know if the people out there listening have ever seen a pregnant woman, but all of that's inevitable. Like, if you're pregnant, you're going to have emotional hardships. You're going to have economic hardships, right? So what that said was, if a doctor and woman could articulate, look, we need to terminate this 9-month-old baby, 9-month-old fetus because it's causing economic hardships or it's causing emotional hardships, that's reason enough. So that tantamount was allowing any third trimester abortion. And it wasn't a shameful thing. It was celebrated. New York City lit their skyline up pink for that. And so we're a long ways from the days of safe, legal, and rare.
Very evil, man. I mean,
it is. It's disgusting.
It's disgusting and evil. And earlier, 2 or 3 callers ago, he mentioned that maybe a false flag that Israel would attack us, the United States. But it's, that's totally reversed. I think the false flag would be Iran attacking the United States, and
well, maybe that caller would say Israel will do it and blame Iran. Maybe that's what he would say. But yeah, you're right. It would be very rare. It would be almost impossible, even if Israel did attack, for Israel to be blamed. I think that it would be very unlikely. For something.
I mean, that's one of the things that a big point for me that we should kind of stop sending. I mean, for you too, you've mentioned it. Stop sending money to all these countries and Ukraine and Israel and stuff, but I mean, especially Israel, because they have such a big power in our government, so much control and stuff. And, you can say it's like a conspiracy theory and stuff, but, with the Israel lobbyists and stuff, and, it's such a small country, at least Ukraine, they're at war. So, I get that, and I disagree with sending man-made too. We're just prolonging the war, and more of them are dying off, and like you say, it's sad. We should want to end it right away and stop sending it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But with Israel, we're controlling our interest.
Yeah,
and
I
they've
mean,
been doing this for a long time.
I think that some people go too far and they see Israelis under every bed, just like the Democrats see Russians under every bed. I don't think it's as bad as someone like Candace Owens who might be out there saying. I think there is a point where legitimate hatred of sort of Israel's influence on our foreign policy could bleed over to hating anyone who happens to be Jewish or is from the country of Israel, etc. I don't go that far. But in general, I'll admit, for years, it seemed like Israel had far too much influence through AIPAC and their other lobbying firms on the United States. And, I think that you could see it evident in sort of some of the ways that criticism would come about. So, for example, when, this is bad form because I get the squad mixed up all the time, but was it Ilhan Omar who had said about AIPAC, which is the Israel lobbying, said it's all about the Benjamins with them. And that was a...
Rashida Tlaib or something.
Or was it Tlaib? Rashida Tlaib? Okay.
It was one of them.
Yeah, and they inevitably ended up having to pass a resolution because the ire was like, well, that's anti-Semitism. Really? So I can't criticize a lobbyist for being concerned about money if they happen to be Jewish, because there is a racial stereotype that Jews like money. So now I can't criticize an Israeli lobby. I find that to be nonsensical. Now, I thought it was Omar, whoever. Someone's saying it was Omar. Maybe that's who it was. But whoever it was, is there a chance that that member of the squad is anti-Semitic? Sure, that could be the case. But is saying that that lobby group is all about the Benjamins an example of racism? I don't think so. It's a criticism I share. I think that these lobbyists are all about the money. Not just AIPAC, but many others. But AIPAC's certainly a significant one. Why shouldn't I be allowed to criticize that? And I think that, there's some truth to the phrase of, if you want to know who has power, look at who you can't joke about. And that certainly seems to be the case about the Israeli lobby and Israeli government. Many times it seems like those are groups that you can't criticize. And I find that to be ridiculous. Again, that doesn't mean that I'm going as far as, oh my goodness, all Jews, Zionist everywhere. I'm not saying that. Jews control everything. Yeah. I'm not saying that. But I do think that it's something that's worth criticizing. Now, having said that, do I have any love for Hamas? No. I think Palestine, like a lot of the groups over there, suck as well. Yeah. Do I think some ways they suck more? Sure. In some ways, do I think Israel sucks more? Sure. I just don't care. I care. I don't want to see violence inflicted on innocent people anywhere around the world. I really don't. But at this point, it is a religious battle. It is a cultural battle that we only exacerbate as the United States by getting involved. And so let them sort their business. That's my opinion on it. And stop abiding. Yeah. So that's stop caring about other countries more than the people of this country.
And that's a big thing for me. It's being so pro or anti-abortion. Anti-abortion and pro-life in general. Anti-death penalty. Even if you're locked up, I don't think we should. I think we should allow them to, repent. So they don't, go to hell. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I hear you.
I'm a pretty emotional guy, but eternal damnation. Even though you did something, abhorrent, and you can, have salvation,
Mm-hmm.
And with what happened on October 7th was horrible, but then it's like the Hannibal Directive in Israel. They might have killed a lot of the people, the Israelis that died, and stuff. And, and then it's, it's not just that, but, even if, it's like, it wasn't 1,200, it was less than that. It was like around 1,000. And then, I think a few hundred from Israel that, actually, killed their own citizens because they didn't want them being taken back as hostages, the Hannibal Directive.
Mm-hmm. No,
Israel has killed like over 40,000, Palestinians, man. And, I hear your point. You said before about, if it was your family, you'd say, fuck him, man,
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's 40,000 people, man. And, I'm on X, the past, a few years, but past several months, and I've seen a lot more the past few years, but these pictures of babies blown apart, their faces off, and I mean, and not just babies, man, that's horrible, but but adult men and women and teens and everything, man, and and they get away with it, man, and you can't criticize them, and then you say it's not, you can be, you can go into it and say everything's Israel, they it really is a problem, but it kind of is, man, because it's like I don't want to get into it, but
I know, I get it. I really do. It is tragic. I choose not to really get involved that much because war is hell. I understand that these conflicts have been going on long before the time I was born. And I just think that it's a cop-out for me, but I think it's one that's reasonable and that I don't have a lot of time to look into the nuance of these situations. But certainly I think that Israel many times goes overboard in their retaliation, not justifying what happened on October 7th. I do know that many of the people that cheer on Hamas and are criticizing Israel aren't my allies, and they're some of the worst people in this country that have Marxist sort of ideology. So for me, the answer is simple. We should stay out of it. If we think that there are human rights violations that are occurring for Israel or Palestine or the leadership of Palestine, then perhaps there's some sort of diplomatic resolution we can have with that. But I think the fact that we're funding both sides of this conflict illustrates just how morally bankrupt it is. I got to let you go. I got more people that are calling in, but thank you so much, man. It was nice to hear from you. Finally calling in. I hope everything's going good, and hopefully I'll hear from you soon.
All right, man. Sorry.
Take it easy. Oh, no. Great. Thanks for the call, man. We'll talk to you soon. All right. Trying to remember the order here. Let's go with Emmett. Then we'll go Enigma next. So, what's happening, Emmett? Can you hear me? Hey, what's happening?
How are you doing today?
Doing great. Good to hear from you.
Okay. So, I want to say something real quick about abortion. I understand that there's like a lot of people that just want it completely gone and done. I think that the only way that we're going to do it in a way that makes sense is by doing it state-wise. So anyone that wants to go ahead and see that it's actually banned, you should go ahead and get involved into your local politics and be really forthcoming about what you want when it comes to your local policies.
Yeah, it's a good point. So I ran for Congress here in 2019 in an emergency or in a special election. The gentleman that won in the district, Tom Marino, ended up having a health scare and had to resign. And so there was a special election. So there wasn't a primary. It was called a conferee process. One of the issues that people talked about a lot was abortion. And I gave my opinions on abortion, but unfortunately, because it was I don't want to say unfortunately, it was probably the most conservative district in Pennsylvania. And the appropriate diplomatic answer that the majority of the people that were going to be voting for me in this sort of conferee/primary process, this was the best answer to give. No abortions ever, no matter what. That's not my position. So what I would further say to this is I think that I have a better understanding of the problems with the court decisions, Roe v. Wade, and then 92, the sort of reaffirming of Roe v. Wade, which was the decision of Casey, which Casey just reaffirmed Roe v. Wade in like 15 pages of what they call stare decisis, which is sort of precedent. Basically, they're saying we reaffirm because of precedent. So I was aware of these court cases, and I was like, furthermore, what is a person in the legislative branch in the federal Congress going to do? Right? What exactly? There's not going to be an amendment, right? That's not going to happen. There's not enough movement. So best case scenario is you have someone in the legislature that could articulate the need to overturn Roe v. Wade, which is a court case. And then if it is overturned, now it goes back to the states, which means still as a federal member of Congress, I wouldn't have a vote on it anyways in Pennsylvania. So if you're really concerned about abortion politics, you should be running for state office. Because it's actually the states that will decide this if Roe v. Wade gets overturned. And that's exactly what happened. Once Roe v. Wade gets overturned, it goes back to the states. So yes, if you are heavily concerned about abortion politics, the best thing you could do is probably try to change culture. And you should be getting involved with groups that are doing their best to reach out to women, to encourage every woman to go ahead and give as much support as possible to making sure that they don't choose to have an abortion. That's by far the most successful thing you could do. But as far as the politics of it, you're absolutely right. The best thing you could do is get involved at the state level at this point.
Yeah, you have to get involved at the state level, and you have to be able to understand like who you're voting for, at state-wise, and what you want state-wise. Because it's not gonna happen, and it's not gonna go all the way. Like a federal abortion ban is not going to happen, at least not right now.
Right. If you change culture enough, then maybe you could get to the point where you would have some sort of amendment process that would be possible. But we're so bifurcated on the issue right now. There's just no chance that you get enough people to sign on any sort of amendment. If it was going to happen, it's going to be a brutal compromise no one's going to be happy with anyways. That's basically going to allow first trimester abortions and then outlaw third trimester and have exceptions. But the idea that there is in the next 20 to 30 years that we're going to see a national amendment that bans all abortions is just, it's not going to happen. It's unless something radical changes culturally.
Yeah. The second part that I want to talk about is libertarianism and how I think it's just a way of saying Well, I think libertarianism it's usually devolves into having no moral foundation, and it goes two ways. One is the economic sense, and the other one is the sexual degeneracy. That's mostly what I see.
Libertinism, yes, I got you. Yeah.
And what happens is that I believe that there's a lot of people that say, oh, well, it's about, I just want to pay less taxes and I don't want to, I think taxation is theft and all of that. And then whenever it comes to elections, and this is my big gripe that I have with it, is that they're willing to pay twice the amount of taxes as long as they can be like sexual degens. So that's been one of the... Lately, that's been one of my big issues with being libertarian adjacent, which I think I am, especially when it comes to the economic foundation of things. Adam Smith was right with talking about markets, but I think they're completely... The problem that they don't have a moral foundation takes them into, like, sexual degeneracy, and it ends up being just that.
So... First thing I would say is I'd point you in the direction of some ANCAPs that I think aren't degenerates and actually have moral foundations based on the non-aggression principle. That would be my friends Casimir and my friend Fabian Liberty. Now, I am not an ANCAP. I'm libertarian adjacent, but they are ANCAPs, and they have what I would consider a solid moral principle, which their principles are based on the non-aggression principle. They also think that the Libertarian Party is a joke in many senses, and you are right, and it's infiltrated with people that largely want to have an excuse for their own deviancy and immorality. And so there are two separate issues. There are, what is the role of the government, which I think is what libertarianism should be about. What should the government be allowed to coerce you into? And then there is how you should personally live your life. I should not need for an outside force such as government or law enforcement to prevent me from taking immoral actions. In an ideal society, in an ideal life, you will prevent yourself from taking immoral actions. So there is nothing that I know of that is counterintuitive or that's not permutable, that says that I can't both think that I shouldn't want government coercion and simultaneously believe in an ethic of morality such as one that would derive from Christianity, that says monogamy is the moral foundation that I should live with. The nuclear family is the moral principles that I should go with. Sort of, all of the things that we would think with Christianity, and my reading of Christianity, should be things that are morally fundamental. And that would exclude much of the deviancy that you see that people that claim to be in the Libertarian Party sort of want to do. So I agree with you. The way it comes out is ultimately a joke. For me, the reason that there is the appeal of ANCAP, of complete libertarianism, is that once you adhere to its tenets, it's like you have this code book that's just every answer is remarkably simple. Like, remarkably, right? Should the government, let me stop you there, the answer is no. That's basically it. Well, but should the government? No. Okay, but what about this? Shouldn't the government? No. Right? It's not that simple, but you get what I'm saying. The problem with me saying that I'm libertarian adjacent is that the fundamental criticism that will always be levied at me, which is absolutely true, is that inevitably my argument will boil down to a threshold argument. And threshold arguments are remarkably difficult to identify and to articulate. Let me give you an example. Let's say I said, hypothetically, even though we all have the right to freedom of travel and freedom of association, maybe there should be some sort of government limitation on how that travel takes place. So, for example, I shouldn't be allowed to drive a vehicle that napalm comes out of the back of it and it's burning up the highway. And you say, okay, yeah, I could see that. That would be crazy. It'd be a danger to people. It would be infringing on their rights, etc., etc. And then you might say, well, hypothetically, we have a speed limit. Right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. And so you can't drive more than 300 mile an hour in a residential area. Okay, I could accept that. You can't drive more than 200 miles. Okay. You can't drive more than 100 in residential. Okay. You can't drive more than 50. Okay. 30. Okay. 25. Well, what do you mean, well? 26? Okay, 26 is okay. How about 27? You see the problem? When do I say? At some point, it's like I almost have to make an arbitrary distinction. So it's okay to drive 26 mile an hour, but not 27? What's the difference? Where's your stats? Source, please. Why can I drive 26 and not 27? And then you're like, okay, I guess you can drive 27. How about 28? Why 27 and not 28? And this is the problem. You're willing to tax for a military? Then why not tax for roads? You're willing to tax for roads? Then why not tax for health benefits for children, needy children? You're willing to do that? Then how about needy mothers? You're willing to do that? And you see, and so these threshold arguments become difficult. It's hard to directly isolate. And so the ANCAPs will correctly be able to say, but Rob, where's your foundational principles? Where's your belief? How can you say this is stable? The problem with their position is, once it's an all or nothing principle, if you could find any exceptions to their rules, then everything collapses. Because then they're in the enviable position where they're making a threshold argument. And once they start making a threshold arguments, now I could argue, okay, is my threshold better than your threshold? Because at this point, they both seem arbitrary. So it becomes difficult. They have to be universal in their belief with the ANCAP stuff. So for me, my default is to principles of personal freedom and liberty. But I understand that I'm able to be persuaded at times that there needs to be able to have some sort of government coercion in the form of limited taxation and the other form of limited laws that we say, okay, it's okay to temporarily, with as light as hand as possible, to infringe on people's rights if there is a good reason for that to occur. I admit that it's difficult to articulate exactly what those thresholds would be, which is why I try to look at them as best as possible on a case-to-case basis. And the problem is, once you become, I think you correctly identify that so many people are attracted to libertarianism, not because of the reasons my friend Casimir and Fabian Liberty are, which is that they have a very philosophical mind and a deep-rooted belief in the tenets of the non-aggression principle, but so many people come to it to make excuses for their own deviancy, their own degeneracy, their own debauchery, and so they use that as sort of a vehicle to get away with sort of the worst impulses. But there's some very I'll finish with this, and then I promise I'll get there's some very interesting debates going on that side with sort of open border libertarians versus secure border libertarians. It's interesting. I find it interesting to listen to the two philosophical tenets that come, and I think that that's a good. I find that the libertarians that are more concerned with strict borders are actually more ethical and usually more serious, and those that are more concerned with open borders tend to also be people that are really concerned with the trans agenda and really concerned with sexual deviancy, like the guy who was their Libertarian Party's presidential pick. I forget his name now, but he's terrible. So yeah, I completely agree with your criticism of what many libertarians are.
Well, the thing is that I believe that even considering the non-aggression principle, it all devolves at some point into what is known online as mob preference.
Mm-hmm. It does seem like that way, and I'll be honest, I've talked up Casimir and Fabian Liberty. It becomes a little tedious to talk to them because you could have a discussion with them about, let's say we're gonna have a panel and it's we're gonna be discussing should AR-15s be banned, right? Inevitably, if they're on the panel, you're going to have a discussion about the non-aggression principle, and then the next week's topic is going to be did Hunter Biden break the law? You know what you're going to do if you have a conversation with them? You're going to be talking about the non-aggression principle. It doesn't matter the topic. And it becomes tedious and annoying because at some point you're like, look, it's not practical. This isn't going to happen. It's just not, we're basically talking utopias that aren't possible to happen. Why are we spending so much time? But to them, that's the core of their belief. It would be like talking to a devout Christian and then being like, but please don't bring your Christianity into this discussion. It's almost impossible. It's like, but this is where my moral code comes from. I have to talk about it. And so it becomes very tedious many times to have discussions with them, because you end up relitigating the same things and it becomes jargonistic and it seems utopian to me. But I will say that about Casimir and Fabian. However, I will say that, I don't think with them that it's just my preference. I think that they're trying their best to have stable, founded, moral foundational principles. I do. And I might not agree with everything they say, but I do feel that they're not just saying, well, what's best for me in this specific argument. I feel that they're trying to be stable, but I agree that I think there are a lot of libertarians, particularly Chase Oliver is the name of the guy that's their candidate. It seems that it devolves to that. It seems that it devolves to whatever I feel right now is what should be the law,
Yeah, I respect your feelings, and I usually don't use... I prefer not to use any kind of feelings, because there's no way I can rebuke any kind of any kind of argumentation from feelings, because at the end of the day, it's your feelings. What I see and what I've seen in different debates is that it comes to a point in which this is the non-aggression principle, and you're like, okay, fine, we're going to go ahead and say different hypotheticals. And at the end of the day, they all devolve into, well, what I would prefer is X. And I'm not going to say that it doesn't happen and there's no devolvement at some points into what the philosophical principles of our morality comes with, for example, Christianity. But you have divine command. It's at some point it just devolves into, well, God says so, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of my... That would be like one of the great criticisms that people could have when it comes to Christianity. Well, what does it mean God says so at the end of the day, right? Who's God?
Well, yeah, but again, it's sort of like what we were talking. But what's the alternative? So if I say, well, my sense of morality doesn't come from God, then you say, well, where's your sense of morality come from? Yeah. You just heard me ask this guy, what's the answer? Inevitably, it's going to be subjective. Inevitably, you're going to say, well, this is how I feel.
It is, yes.
And then I say, but is it possible that someone else has a different take on their subjective view? And they'll say, yes, that is possible. So then there is no objective morality, right? Yes. If you don't get your morality from a higher power, then it's subjective.
It's all subjective, correct.
And so
that's like the greatest criticism I have against libertarianism. It's at some point what you're saying is, because I understand the other side. It's like, well, who's God? But in their side is like, well, you are taking this stance of, I know your preference is God, and whatever your preference is what everybody should do. Mm-hmm. And that is like the greatest criticism I have against libertarianism when it comes to morality. Is they don't have a moral foundation, and it all devolves into my preference is what should be.
There's an interesting debate. I think it devolved and didn't work out as well on either side as I would have liked, but I moderated, I don't know if you saw it, between Dave Smith, who's a libertarian, and Andrew Wilson, who's a Christian populist. And this was the criticism that Andrew's trying to levy at Dave Smith. And I don't think Dave's really interested in a philosophical debate about where morality comes from. But it's interesting to listen because Andrew's sort of making the same points that you do. If their sense of morality derives from the starting point that we all have self-ownership, what does self-ownership mean? If that's subjective, then your morality is subjective, right? That's the point that Andrew's making, and that's a huge problem. Having subjective morality is a huge problem. So, but it's an interesting conversation. It is. That's and I tend to agree with you. I don't completely agree with Andrew's principle in this, but I do tend to agree with you. It is difficult to argue from a sense of morality if you don't feel that your morality comes from a higher code or from a higher sense. It's difficult to articulate why subjective morality is a good thing. And in general, I agree with that. But I do feel sympathy towards the more liberty-minded people because I do think I share an affinity for that. So, but interesting conversation. I'm going to get to some more calls, but I do appreciate it, and it's a very deep subject that you could spend hours and hours sort of talking about this. But no, I definitely think it's worthwhile. I do.
if you know, like, I mean, you can probably contact them easier than me, but if they're willing to go into this kind of philosophical debate, I'd be willing to with anybody.
You mean like Fabian or Casimir?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, man. Send me a message on my, either DM me on Discord or on X, or put it in the general chat in Discord, just so I'm reminded. I'll reach out to them. I'm sure they'd be willing to talk to you. And if you need a moderator, I would do it, but I don't think with either of those people you'd need a moderator, so.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm what I would like is just to have go deeper into the philosophical aspect, and maybe hear a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd be willing to do it, because the last thing I want to do is speak for them. They're intelligent people; they can speak for themselves. But I am aware of what my interpretations of what they say are, and I think it's an interesting discussion. So yeah, make sure you DM me or message on the Discord chat, and I will reach out to them for you.
Thank you, Rob. Have a great night.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. All right, let's go. I think next was Enigma. Enigma, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What's happening?
Yeah, it's cool, man. I listened to the other caller and found it interesting, which I actually want to point out. Wait, I need to actually load the Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, sorry, there's echo.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I need to pause the stream so I can just hear you.
Okay.
So I was going to complain about Pisco, the attack dog of destiny, and about the counterpoint. I think it's called counterpoints, right?
Uh-huh.
Seemingly, as of late, they have been on a tirade or an almost religious mission to shame people. And haven't you noticed a kind of behavior from Destiny's part that he has been a little bit unhinged of late?
Yeah, of course he's been unhinged. Here's the problem.
Yeah.
When you're an institutionalist like Destiny, you're used to winning. Your side always comes out on top. So I'm someone who heavily is critical. I'm a populist. I'm heavily critical of what I see as corruption within these institutions. What victories do I ever get? I could sit on here for 30 hours and outline the corruption of the Biden family or of the Clintons. And what are the chances that there's ever going to be any serious legal ramifications for them? Pretty much 0%, at least in the current world we live in. The FBI is not going to arrest them for serious crimes. They'll do the bare minimum. They'll get Hunter Biden on the bare minimum of charges that they have to, just because they got caught with their, hand in the cookie jar, trying to give them like these sweetheart deals, and then they get caught. So they do the bare minimum. But there's never any serious consequences for any of these people. So it becomes frustrating, because I'm constantly in a position where what I want to see happen and the consequences that I would like to see happen don't occur. And yet I lose with grace and dignity. I understand. I'm not going to come on here and become unhinged and start shouting about how assassination attempts are a good thing, or people that die at rallies of the politicians I don't like had it coming. You're not going to see that. Destiny, on the other hand, is someone who's used to as defending basically all of the institutions, and the institutions usually come out on top because of this way that our system is set up. He's not used to losing, at least when it comes to these broad-reaching political positions. And so you have to look at like what happened to him. First, I don't really talk about what's happening in people's personal life. I'll make one rare exception because I believe it's public knowledge, and I don't think this could be viewed as an insult. Destiny's apparently going through a divorce. I don't care what you think about the terms of what his relationship was. Divorce is probably a really terrible thing to go through for anyone. So I'm not here to talk about the type of relationship they had. I'm just saying that would probably weigh on you as someone who's particularly putting yourself out there every day for hours at a time. So I'm sympathetic to that and can understand how that could put you a little on tilt. There could be other things going on in his life. I'm not going to speculate. It's none of my business anyways. But when you factor those sorts of things in with, look at the couple, like the month that Destiny was having, or that just in general, people on the left was. You had Joe Biden's disastrous debate performance. Then you had almost the entirety of the media realize, we can't have Joe Biden as the candidate, so they come out attacking him, right? Then you have an assassination attempt on Trump, where he, as much of a boss as you could be after an attempt on your life, gets up and screams fight, which is badass. And it's starting to look real bleak for them that they're going to win this election cycle. So Destiny becomes unhinged like a toddler. And he starts going on stream and he's just screaming and yelling, blah, 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 blah. And the other thing about Destiny is he is, he's someone. I'm not claiming to be better than him in this sense. I could be petty and vindictive too. Like if someone says something shitty to me, I'll say something shitty back. But I don't think I take it to the level of Destiny, and I also don't get as personal as Destiny. So very rarely will you hear me in a conversation.
Rob, do you mind?
Sure.
I think actually, would you ever think actually Destiny would be charitable, even despite the divorce? Hasn't he always been someone that is so prone to wanting to win that he misses the bigger picture?
Yeah, I think that's true. Right? Maybe you could say criticisms of me as well. I hope not. I think not.
No, but I can't actually. So I
right.
think Destiny should rub off you so that you actually don't describe yourself as unhinged. Right. Okay, you were unhinged to that person that ended up saying in the end that he thought it was a good idea if Trump had been assassinated.
Right.
So yeah, you did end up coming on the top there, but I think the tactic was a little unhinged.
You think my tactic was unhinged?
Yeah, because I don't know. It seems as if with Destiny, when the election is coming up, the debate, the discussion becomes a lot more heated instead of being objective.
Well, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's a valid criticism. I think that I'm pretty heated. I think you should hear me discuss baseball with my friends that are Pittsburgh Pirate fans. Maybe it's just the way that I talk. I could point to times where I think that I've been rude and I've been over the top. I did not think that conversation with that guy was unhinged. I didn't at all. I thought that it was, I was raising my voice a little, but I didn't think it was in a tone that anger was coming through. And I thought that,
Have you reviewed the discussion? Afterwards.
Yeah. We looked at it yesterday.
Okay, cool.
That's.
Well,
but if
I haven't actually, so I should listen to it again. Maybe
I'm wrong. I mean, I guess I'll leave it to the audience.
Might be wrong.
But nonetheless, it has happened. What I'm trying to say here is yes, I think that Destiny's debating for different reasons than me. There's two fundamental differences. One is that it's his career, and this is his job, right? And it's not mine. It's a hobby. And as such, part and parcel to whether you agree with it or disagree with it, part of the character that Destiny has built, and I don't mean character nefariously, like he's pretending to be something he's not. That's not what I'm saying here. He may be, but that's not what I'm saying in this point. Part of his character or his mythos or whatever you want to say is he's this really badass debater. And he'll get down in the weeds, and if it gets personal, he'll get personal. And so once you're in that world of things, you don't want to lose, and you don't want to whine, you don't want to say like, whoa, let's not make it too personal. And so when I get in debates with people that get heated, it's like, you're bad faith, you used AI, you're a piece of shit, you wouldn't think the same way if Democrats
Rob,
right?
Let's say you had 1 million followers. Would you be more secure about yourself just speaking your mind, or would you be because just now they were talking about being audience captured, and Destiny liked the tweet that Pisco made about Sitch and Adam.
Well, right. Well, let me answer the question because it's difficult. I don't know. It would be easy to say, well, if you have more viewers, then who gives a crap? You should have more self-confidence at that point. But the other question is, well, then you have more to lose. So, for example, if I'm streaming to one person, does that mean that I ever have to question what I'm saying? Of course not. It doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. But if I quit my job and this becomes my career...
The point is that it seems Destiny has a very weak ego.
Well, that's true. But let me finish this real quick. Let me finish this thought.
Okay.
The other thing is the fact that there is of a built-in personal nature to a lot of things. Some of it unwarranted. Some of it warranted. Destiny certainly attacked people for personal characteristics, relationships. He's brought his relationship up. So this sort of
win on technicalities.
Well, no. I'm not justifying. I'm not justifying that sort of. No. Don't get me. I'm not justifying that. I'm just saying, right? Like, so this shit's way more personal. For career-wise, for his reputation-wise, and for the types of things that go on. Like I will guarantee you right now, if you're tuning into Pisco talking trash on me, very few people in his chat are like, Oh, well, did you know about Rob's marriage and what a piece of shit he is in his marriage? And yet, if I'm talking about Destiny, inevitably, people in my chat are going to be like, oh, he's a cuck. Did you see his marriage? Did you see? Remember when Destiny did this? Remember when he said this? You remember when his ex-wife, Melania, she released that this was the type of sexual shit that he was in? That's, and let me give you an example of someone who I like more that's the sort of shit Andrew Wilson's getting into. Andrew Wilson gets in these debates where they're talking about him as a father. They're talking about him and his relationship with his wife. And that's the sort of shit he's talking to other people about. That brings the level of intensity way up. So given that it's a career and that sort of kind of crazy shit that's going on, does that make you have more of a tendency to embrace like sort of insane, crazy tactics? It might. Does it justify it? No, I don't think it justifies it. But at that point, like if I lose a debate, what do I really lose? Well, I learned something. Maybe I get better. That's the reason I'm debating is because it's fun, right? That's different than I'm debating because this prick talks shit on my wife and because I need to win this debate because all of my $300,000 or 300,000 fans that send me hundreds of thousands of dollars a month are saying that I need to win this. So I got to prep for this debate for the next 2 weeks, and then I'll use any tactic necessary. I'll cope and I'll see, and my audience will always have my back no matter what. I'm not justifying his behavior. I'm just saying I understand why he's debating in a very different style than me. Like for me, I don't give a shit.
Actually, you are sort of justifying it because, of course, these issues matter and influences how Destiny or other people are arguing and using certain tactics that can't be justified. But you can understand why they are acting as they do. But it doesn't make what they're doing better. And you should be more on the offense instead of on the defense. And
But why do I
excuse his goddamn behavior?
Why do I have to
listened to Destiny since 2016, and he's turned to a fucking conspiracy theorist at this point.
But why do I have to? Like, first off, I disagree that I'm justifying. I'm just saying why I understand why it's coming from a different place than what I am. I still don't justify it. I still call it out in every debate I have with them. I just don't give a shit like so many other people. Like, I have people like, well, you shouldn't platform him because he said X, because I don't give a fuck about any of that. I don't care. I don't care to look into his personal life. I don't care to look into every debate that he's ever had, just like anyone. I don't care to look into all the Pisco debates, or Hutch debates, or Andrew Wilson debates, or Aircraft Sparky debates, or Sitch and Adam debates. I just don't care, right? Like, I care about interacting with people and trying to judge them based on the personal interactions that I've had. Personally, when I've debated Destiny, I think that he used a lot of tactics that I call out on the spot. I think that I'm correct in what I call out. I think this last debate, I've talked at great length about the tactics that I saw him employ that I thought were shitty. For example, I talked to him for 5 hours on the subject that he wanted, under the understanding that I would have equal time to talk about his double standard and the Democrat double standards. I was not given that. I talked about how he can completely control the context of that debate, and I let him control it, interrupt me over and over again, and he still looked as poor as he did. I talked about how his rage quit and his cope and seethe about me using ChatGPT in his audience was just him coping because he knows that he looks really bad. I talked about how even people like Pisco, that are sort of his lapdog, that sort of tries to clean up after him and goes on the attack on X and other places like that to protect Destiny, even he immediately afterwards knew that it was a really bad look for Destiny and admitted that Destiny claims to read a bunch of shit which he knows isn't the case. So I've certainly called out the tactics as it involves me personally. I just don't think that I have to sit here and go, oh, I watched him debate AJW, and here's exactly that. Now, sometimes if I review the debate, I'll be honest, but I just don't give a shit. I don't want my channel to be just completely reviewing one dude who happens to have a big audience and talking about what a piece of shit he is when it comes to the tactics that he uses when he debates. Particularly when I don't think he's anywhere near the worst one. Now, the bar's not very high when it comes to lefty debaters, but you look at someone like Hassan or Vosh, my God, the stuff they do is infinitely worse, in my opinion, in the way they debate and how unethical it is. So at least Destiny will give me Go ahead.
Yep. You're not having conversations with Hassan.
Well, that's
and
right.
You have interactions with Destiny, so I think you should actually call out his shit.
Well, I do, but
more on the offense.
How much have you watched me in the past 2 weeks? Do you think I've spent enough time talking about my debate with Destiny?
I want to point out something that might be good for the context. I live in Sweden.
Okay.
I listen to you because I find American politics much more interesting than Swedish politics, because basically listen to toddlers arguing about shit they make up about each other, which right now is exactly what you're doing in America, because it has become so heated. I can't go in Twitter without leftists talking about how brave someone is simply because I think Kamala Child, for example, pronounced her name right to Trump.
Yeah.
And the left are completely up in their... I can't...
I know what you're saying, right? Like, I get it.
I'm trying to censor myself about strong language, and this is my third language. Speaking English.
Fair, yeah. I only speak redneck and English, so you're better than me.
No, I'm not. I've actually forgot how to speak Finnish. My parents are Finnish, but I was born in Sweden.
Okay, cool. Well, you didn't lock down in Sweden, so you got that going for you, right? You're better on the lockdowns.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thanks. Something good about that. But my point is, I think actually Destiny should get a lot of more heat. I understand if he's coping with this even dumb accusations, because we cannot merit that simply because we will take a divorce very heavily. And he needs to listen to hundreds of thousands of morons tweeting. But actually, they are not morons if they're trying to pick fun on Destiny using Melina and describing him as a, C word. It usually is much more effective when it's not true. It sometimes can annoy people a lot more when you come with dumb accusations than if you come with accurate accusations, because at least accurate accusations you can respond to much more. You feel it becomes like a dissonance. If you come up with a false accusation, you don't want to respond to it because you find it dumb, but it annoys you more than if you had actually took your time to respond to that accusation. Mm-hmm. And I just
don't weigh in that because I don't really care about people's personal. I don't want to bring the personal into it, because my fundamental reason for streaming and why I do this is my own entertainment, and I just don't care to get into that sort of drama. I just don't care. Do I think that you're an immoral person if you do?
You should keep people their feet to the fire. If they are coming with false accusations, for example, Pisco comes and pretends to be understanding to you. Next instance, he's talking shit about you and trying to fabricate.
But again, I'll call that out. I just don't know. I don't know what you're suggesting. Like, it seems like there's sort of like a lot of directions you're going. I think I called Destiny out when it comes to my interactions. I think that I've called Pisco. I was going to talk about Pisco more tonight. We got a lot of callers that called in. One of the things I'd say about Pisco is I think that Pisco I think Pisco likes me, and I think that Pisco sees utility into interacting with me because no, that's not wait. Don't put words in my mouth. Right? Because what you're doing is you're making it sound like I'm talking him up, but you're not leaving me finish my point to get to the point what I'm saying. I think he sees utility in interacting with me because right now Pisco's major audience is operating through Destiny and through Destiny's audience, right? And so I think Pisco sees utility in having me as someone who's not blacklisted on Destiny's channel, because he wants me to be able to act with Destiny and to interact with him. That way Destiny's audience can say, look, Pisco's debating Rob, and hypothetically I think he's doing well. But Pisco knows where his bread is buttered. So what he does in the immediate aftermath of that debate is he correctly calls into my show and gives his feelings on, listen, I think that looked bad for Destiny, and yeah, I think he made some bad points there, and I don't think he's reading everything. Then because he wants to make sure that like I am sort of glazed up a little, so I'll continue interacting with him. And I do believe he probably believes what he said when he called in immediately, but then he realizes, but I gotta suck up to Destiny. I have to. I have to suck up because I don't want his audience saying, oh, I basically took Rob's side in this conflict, so he's going to spend the next week like, I'm going to go through all of Rob's old posts and see if he ever said that PLM was an insurrection, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to go, like, that's what he does, because he needs to continue to be in the good graces of Destiny's audience. Do I think that there could potentially be a point if Pisco did that long enough that he built up his own audience, that he would be more willing to criticize Destiny because he feels that he doesn't need him as much anymore? Yeah, that might be the case, but right now, he's going to limit what he says because he doesn't want to anger the guy that feeds him. That's what's going on. And he also sees utility in me because he sees me not the same as Destiny, but someone that will be good for Destiny's audience to see him interact with. But he needs Destiny. He needs that audience.
Actually, I think you should take a time out and actually look into it, because I interpret in a different way. I don't think that he's trying to care about Destiny and his orb as much as he finds Destiny being a vehicle for his own views.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. But he doesn't have his own audience like Destiny. The only reason he has any audience at all right now is because of the interactions he's had with Destiny. And so then he peels off maybe 1% of those people that will watch a Pisco live stream. And I would guess that over 90% of the people that watch Pisco originally saw him on Destiny's channel, and they like Destiny, and that's why they like Pisco. That's my guess. Now, his hope is to build up, which is fine. I don't think this is particularly unethical. His hope is to parlay that into building an audience where he no longer has to glaze up Destiny, because he could say, well, these people like me for me. But right now, he understands, and the same is true, I'm sorry, of a great many people. Many people on this platform are Destiny clones, and their interactions with Destiny are basically one of two things. Can being polite to Destiny help my channel right now? And at what point does turning on Destiny help my channel? And I'm sorry, like, there's so much backstabbing and bullshit when it comes to sort of this streaming.
That's the issue, because Destiny will actually end up just burning bridges. So not either Pisco or you could elaborate a point of view and point out criticism to him, because you're afraid that he will burn a bridge.
Me? You think that I can't point out criticisms to Destiny?
Yes.
Oh, I couldn't disagree more.
You're all concerned. Well,
I literally got blacklisted on Destiny's channel.
Have you been blacklisted?
Yes.
Channel?
Yes.
Was it as of late?
It was as of 2 weeks ago. And then I did like 3 videos making fun of Destiny, calling him a little whiny bitch.
In good faith, I'm asking you, were you concerned about how you verbalized or what you said would affect that you would end up being blacklisted?
Yes and no. Almost 95% no.
But I don't blame you, because...
Well, no. Let me finish. You asked the question, so let me finish. You can't just ask that question. So almost 95% no. Is there a chance I thought if I went in there and was like, ha, your relationship fell through, fuck you, you're getting divorced, that would end the conversation before it occurred? Yeah. But did I give a shit that the arguments I was making were arguments that I knew would piss Destiny up? No, of course not. Fucking of course not. Listen to the opening statement of when, right after the whole fucking assassination debacle, Destiny had a Spaces. And he's wrecking all of these right-wing people on these Spaces, and I call in and I'm like, you dishonest piece of shit. You know what I fucking hate most about you, Destiny? It's not that you're fucking calling for assassinations or things like that. It's that you're an unethical sack of shit that doesn't even care about insurrections in the first place. Because the first time I talked to you, you talked about how violence was the other side of the coin to voting. So it's clear that you don't give a shit about political violence. Now, if I was concerned about walking on eggshells to not say things to piss Destiny off, why would I do that? Why would I go in and that literally be the first thing I say to him on those Spaces? I wasn't concerned at all. I'm going to tell... What happens is, I do want those conversations to occur for 2 reasons. One, uniquely because there is a big audience that comes with talking to Destiny. But second, because I like talking to people that could at least put thoughts together, because the bar is so low. Half these fucking lefties that I talk... Like, here's a list of lefties I was talking to in the past 6 months. I talked to a guy who was talking to me about... He was struggling with his words because he had just boofed ecstasy up his ass. I talked
Rob,
to.
can I interrupt you because I've been drinking, so I can't keep up the thread.
Okay,
But I want to point
this
out
is
one
last
thing.
thought. Last thought. Then I got to let you go. There's 3 more people to call in, and I can't be here all night. So.
Sure. This criticism is probably more against me than you, actually, because I was going to say why I thought you were not being as heated or using the same tactics that Destiny uses, and I'm basically encouraging you to be a little more civil war in words. And that tells me about more that I'm more like Destiny than you're like Destiny.
I try to be reciprocal in the energy I'm getting in any particular discussion. So, for example, I've gone very hard at Pisco. If I have a debate with Pisco, am I going to start in like, you sack of shit, blah, blah, blah. It might end up like that by the end of it.
Hasn't Destiny ended up being more, he uses any tactics just to get a win? For example, the conversation he had with what's the dude's name that had a conversation about this January debacle?
Andrew Wilson.
Calling it as Andrew Wilson. Mm-hmm. And he tried to win on a technicality because he didn't raise a different definition while he rested on Destiny's definition. So he made an argument that it wasn't sound because it would end up that riots would be considered basically insurrections, and Kamala Harris could be considered aiding an insurrectionist if that happened to be, because Destiny doesn't caring about going.
I get it. I get what you're saying. I'll let you go and then I'll respond. Yeah, I'll let you go and then I'll respond. I appreciate the call. I do. And then I'll respond and then I'll move to the next. Thank you so much, though. Like, yeah, I understand. The only thing I could do is be authentic and be myself. I can't be like, if Destiny tries to win on technicalities, then I must try to win on tech. It's not who I fucking am. It's just not. And if I'm not authentic and I'm trying to pretend to be something I'm not just so I could get some W in some debate, then I'm worthless. What's the point of even watching me? So all I could do is what I do. I think that I criticize Destiny's tactics. I'm not going to say that there are certain things that, like, I'm not initially trying to burn bridges, but that's true of everyone. That's true of even people that don't have big audiences. I'm not going in trying to throw hand grenades and, like, I'm going to ruin this discussion before it even begins, because I just don't think that that's who I am, and I don't think that it's conducive to being able to have discussions. There are people, believe it or not, to that caller, like my friend Aftershock, who thinks that's the way you should debate. He thinks every debate I should walk in. And I love Aftershock. I think he's great. And I've said sometimes maybe he has a point. But he thinks, like, Tom Foolery calls in, I should be like, fuck you, Tom, you piece of shit. Fucking lefty. You're all a bunch of fucking commies. I hate you all. Okay. I guess that's one way to go about it. How many debates do you think I'll get? How many conversations do you think I get? You think I ever get on Tim Pool's show with that attitude? No, because each debate will just be 5 minutes. The debate will end. That'll be it. And then the shows will just be me talking to the people that already agree with me. So, I don't, to be fair, Tom does it. Maybe Tom does deserve it. All right, next call. I think we had Face, and then we'll go with whoever C is. What's up, Two-Face?
Hey, can you hear me?
I hear you. What's up, man?
Hey. Big fan of yours.
Thank you.
And I agree with most everything you say, but I find that kind of boring. So I wanted to kind of make I wanted to make an argument for why Kamala would be a better populist pick than Trump.
Okay.
From what I've seen, I haven't followed politics very long, but from what I've seen, Republicans don't really want to pay attention to politics very often unless it starts to infringe on what they're doing. They more want to work and take care of their families and stuff like that. And I think over the last 16 years, we've had kind of a slow degrading of kind of everything.
Okay.
For 12 of those 16 years. But I think we need more of a wake-up event to actually get people to actually push back, especially since, which you do a great job of pointing out, the 2 tiers system of justice that we have whenever Republicans do try to protest, and it's also like trying to herd cats together. Mm-hmm. They immediately get shut down and blown out. So I think it's kind of like the frog in boiling water. Republicans have kind of slowly been losing more and more ground, that we would need a catastrophic event like Kamala Harris actually getting elected with her no policies and getting installed to wake enough people up to actually push back.
So this is an argument. It's called accelerationism, and there's a lot of people that make this argument. I've even kind of made this argument. Like, so if we, instead of looking at this election, let's look in the past. There is a credible point to be made of, would we be in a better position had Hillary Clinton won in 2016 than Trump, right? Because actually it kind of goes the opposite way, but you're suggesting. I think that there was this slow turning up of sort of authoritarianism that we saw, but they still had to, they couldn't accelerate it too fast. And then with the election of Trump, I do believe they had, which famously in that one book about Hillary was an oh shit moment. Like, you know, the election night when they realized they were going to lose, it was like, uh-oh, we're screwed. Trump's going to demolish the whole house of cards. And so they realized it was all hands on deck, FBI spying, media doing everything they could, every institution going after Trump. And then something amazing happened. Nothing. They got away with it. They all of this corruption, and it's just out in your face. Twitter files, FBI spying on Trump's team, all of it's just out in your face. And now it's accepted as normalcy. Like, so everything turned up to 11, and now we're just at 11. It's like, oh, we got away with it. No one gives a shit. Great. So now we could just keep up. We don't have to go back to operating at a 6. We can just keep operating at 11, right? And so the problem is, if you out corruption, but then don't do anything to successfully deal with it, have you helped or have you hurt? Now, I still obviously supported Trump in 2016 and think he was better than Hillary, but I think that there's an argument to be had. You're sort of making the opposite argument, which is, no, we want things to accelerate to 20. Just, it needs to get so bad, so fast that it wakes people up. But there's a problem with that. One, there is no evidence that I've seen, if we adapt this mindset, that there is any point beyond the point of no return that would wake people up. Like, if COVID didn't do it, what will?
Well, I think a lot of people have started to wake up a lot more, because you see a lot of people that were more on the left that are coming over to the right. Even Donald Trump was a Democrat for ever and ever. You see a lot of other Democrats. If RFK is coming out and starting to endorse Trump, like, that's, RFK is a Kennedy. Like, you can't get more Democrat than that, I would imagine. So I think there is a movement coming over to the right a lot more, but I think.
But wouldn't that hedge against your argument? If that's already happening in the status quo, then why would we need more disastrous policies from Kamala Harris to further accelerate that?
Well, I don't think that. So my argument would be then, if Trump does get elected for the next 4 years and slow burns it, who are we going to have after Trump? He can't go for 8 years. Right. He'll only be in for the next 4. And if he just slows that down, the next president we get, are they going to be more or less populist than Trump? Hopefully. Are we going to get another like Vivek 2.0 or something like that? Versus if we had Kamala, how bad it would be. I think, especially like her, obviously, all her policies are so bad. I think it would.
I disagree. I don't think, and here's what I think would happen. I think if Trump loses, none of this is guaranteed. It could go in the direction that you're suggesting. Maybe Trump loses, and then Kamala institutes almost complete censorship of online. So you can no longer hear me. And maybe I end up in jail, right? And no one can afford groceries. And hundreds of thousands of people die because the economy gets in such a bad situation. And we end up in World War III. Is it worth it then to get Thomas Massey elected president in 2028? Well, no. But let me finish. That would, so you have to ask yourself, one, would it be worth it to whoever your ideal populist candidate would be? Would it be worth to go through all of that shit on the chance that it somehow helps them? You have to answer that question first. Then you have to answer the next question. Does Trump losing make that more likely to occur? And Kamala doing all those things? I would say no. The most likely outcome for the Republican Party, if Trump loses, is a return towards Marco Rubio, Nikki Haley. That's where you're likely to see. You're likely to see a defeat of Trump, where you'll all of a sudden see a bunch of people in the establishment, especially if Kamala's really bad, that will say, well, Kamala's bad not because she's establishment, but because she was a crazy, super lefty, progressive person. So what we need is a return to Bushism. That's what we need. We need get away from Trumpism, get away from populism. We need to go back to establishment Republican politics. We need Jeb Bush. We need Nikki Haley. And that's what I think would be the most likely outcome. I think that if Trump gets in there, you have a better chance of a successor like maybe a J.D. Vance because he's vice president, or maybe a Vivek, or maybe a Ron DeSantis, or maybe a Thomas Massie. I think you have a better chance of someone like that hopefully has the correct populist, what I consider correct populist impulses of Trump, but hopefully has a more plan-oriented approach. I think what you need is someone to destroy, someone to demolish the system, and then someone to build it back up. And Trump seems like someone who, at least in theory, would be the demolisher type. But I don't know how much of a builder he is. I don't know how much of a planner he is. Maybe you need someone like a Vivek or a DeSantis or a Thomas Massie or someone like that that's able to come in and say, okay, here's what we need to do. So no, I think that ultimately that sort of acceleration is dangerous because we literally could end up in World War III. We literally could end up in a Great Depression. We literally could end up with online censorship so that people like me can't even get a message out. And if we don't have the ability to talk and get our message out, then what's the chances that we get a candidate that's going to be someone that we would be happy with, as opposed to going back to the same old establishment Republican versus establishment Democrat?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's just my only thing would be we've kind of been on that slow burn path, like I said, and we've had giant events that have woken a lot of people up, like you mentioned, like COVID, and even the assassination attempt of Trump, I think, has woken up a lot of independents and pushed them that way. I'm just curious if you think that that'll be enough. I've also heard you said that it's very unlikely that Trump will even get elected.
Yeah. I agree with
so,
that. I think there'll be corruption and I don't necessarily disagree with the impulse of what you're suggesting. Like, for example, let's say Trump didn't win the nomination and it would have been Nikki Haley. Do I think objectively Kamala Harris would be worse than Nikki Haley? Yeah. But I think that the difference between them would be slight enough on the important issues that an election of Nikki Haley would all but ensure populism was crushed in the Republican Party from that point going forward. So that would be more harmful than good. So I would sit that election out. I would say, even though I think if I had gun to my head to pick either Nikki Haley or Kamala Harris, I guess I would pick Nikki Haley. But I think just for the actual policies that they would implement, but for what that would represent for sort of my ideology ever having a chance in this two-party system in my lifetime again of being brought to the forefront would be so diminished because of that. I would probably not want Nikki Haley to win in that world. The same could be said hypothetically. Well, if you think that Trump won't move the needle and Trump won't do anything worthwhile, do you really want him to win? Because if he wins, then it's just more Trumpism after that. Is that what you want? Yeah, I know you're not saying that, but that's an argument.
I think he'll move the needle. I just don't know if he'll be able to do it enough. I think it'll be like his first presidency. Hopefully he's learned and will put in better people and hopefully all that stuff. But it's, he's still buying the FBI, their own building. And
he did say something. He said something this week that I thought was hopeful, that he's declining to take briefings from the intel community.
Yeah, I did see
that. And that's the
thing.
First thing that I was like, right?
And called him right out on it too.
Yeah. Well, remember, one of the first things that happened when he was being briefed by the intel community in 2016 was that they sent someone for Crossfire Hurricane to spy on him.
Yeah. Well, and not only did he decline it, but he even said, the reason I'm declining it is because that whenever I do a briefing, they leak it and blame it on me.
Yes.
So he's calling it out very specifically.
And I hope that signals that he would be more antagonistic towards those groups. Now, do I think he'll disband the FBI like he should? Probably not. But at least that's a positive sign. We'll see. I still think the chances of winning, because the corruption against him will be so vast, will be very small. And even if he does win, I don't know that he'll go far enough, because they'll immediately start trying to kiss his ass if he wins. Oh no, we're good, President. So we'll see what happens. But I think ultimately going forward, I would rather see populism, at least on paper, win in this election and the authoritarian impulses of the communist left lose, because I think even if we just stay still for 4 years under Trump, that's way better than what would happen under Kamala. And I think that puts us in a better position to move the ball forward 4 years from now than if Trump loses and we go back to Nikki Haley, Marco Rubio, in my opinion.
Last thing. Do you think RFK will endorse him, and what do you think Trump will do with RFK? Will he put him into a position that? I would guess that Trump probably has reached out to RFK and offered to put him in some sort of cabinet position. I don't know what exactly that would be, or give him some sort of special advisor position or something like that. I would have said there was a 70% chance RFK would endorse him yesterday, but then I saw an interview with RFK's wife, and I think she really despises Trump. And it's sad that it comes to this, but I think happy wife, happy life. So maybe for the sake of his marriage, RFK won't directly endorse
endorse Trump. Maybe it'll be some sort of backhanded endorsement or something like that.
It is kind of hard to predict with RFK. He kind of jumps all over the place.
The brain worms and the dead bear. No. Now, I like the impulses of RFK being, questioning sort of these institutions. But there's certainly a lot of his politics I don't like. But I think it's more important to have people that are questioning these institutions than anything. So
perfect. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much. We'll get to the last caller here. Appreciate it, Two-Face. We'll bring you in a second. See, first off, Happy Girl Rucky Randy for $5. Thanks so much. Tuning in late. When's your next debate, Robin? What would that debate be? Do you ever watch Good Logic debate Pisco? I have not seen Good Logic debate Pisco. I like Good Logic, though. I don't have a next debate set up yet, but I'm always open to offers. What will the debate topic be? Something that I want. I'm tired of debating January 6th and what people want all the time. So hopefully it'll be about the election, Kamala versus Trump. Something to that effect. All right, let's get to the last call. At least for now. All right, who do we got here? I can't see your full name. It is Camping Noob. What's happening, sir?
How's it going, bud?
Doing good.
So, first I want to give you your flowers. You were really good in the debate space for conservatives. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. I try.
And plus, it's only part-time, which is really impressive. So, there's that.
Thanks.
I really want to talk about January 6th. I think you do a good job when you were debating Destiny and all those guys.
Mm-hmm.
But we guys were talking about, like, definitions and all that other stuff, and obviously as you like to point out corruption, you talk about other scenarios as well. But I think we really need a January 6th debate of like what actually happened on that day, what was actually the plan, what actually happened, and all that stuff. I know you go into like Stephen's son and his perspective on it, but because did you know like about that on January 6th, wasn't it already postponed because Mike Pence or from Arizona, there was a congressman from Arizona who said that he questioned the election, so it was going into the House to debate?
I don't know the specific scenario that you're talking about, but I know that Pence has said that had there not been a riot that day, that there was going to be more discussion on the floor than there ended up being. And I am aware that there was going to be debate on the floor, yes.
So in all the way back in 2016, if you can remember, when Trump won, and there was people in the House, protesting his election, and I don't remember if you remember the clip. Joe Biden's like, "Do you have someone in the Senate with written testimony that confirms this?" And they said no. And he said, "Okay, the debate is over. We can't do this anymore. And this is, that's it." Do you remember that clip?
No, but it sounds okay. I got it.
I'm just saying because that happened now in 2020. But the thing was, there was a congressman that signed it from Arizona, and then Mike Pence said, "Okay." So then now we're going to go back into the halls and then do a long debate. And then this was on C-SPAN, and the person on C-SPAN was saying that this is going to be for 6 other states. So the election was already going to be postponed. So why did people invade, into the Capitol?
Well, let's be careful. When we say postpone, though, that meant the debate for that day. Hypothetically, I guess you could say that it would have been like a filibuster situation, that as long as they continued to protest, that this would have went on for days and days. Or was the procedure that Mike Pence was like, we'll give you each 15 minutes to talk about this and then people time to respond, but we're still going to have the certification today. Like, I'm not sure what the process specifically is.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, we need to, what was the actual process, or what was Trump's, what was their thought of the thing? Because my thinking would be something along the lines of that there's a rule that we have. I think there was obviously a rule of law that says that we have to count all the votes by this date. So what happens when they don't count the votes by that date? So then I think Trump's point was like, okay, so since we took that out of the race, now we're going to go back and actually see what actually happened here. And then the whole debate was about what election interferences and all the stuff he brought, to the attention of the floor.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting point, but I think ultimately in the grand scheme of things, I don't know how much it moves it, because what this gets
the point is the process, right? He's not a dictator.
Well, right. So what if I'm saying what would the utility of this argument be the most? It would be something to this. But that would mean that if Trump really was directing this crowd, then it was directly to his detriment. So they already received what they wanted. There was going to be this debate, and there was going to be this holdup on that day. So why would he then risk sending in violent insurrectionists or rioters or whatever, a violent mob, to try to convince Pence to do what Pence had already agreed to? That's sort of the argument you're saying?
yeah, it doesn't make sense for their argument that that's what Trump wanted, right?
Well, let me play devil's advocate. This is what they'll say. Yes, but he ultimately still needed Pence to not certify the electors, and that's ultimately what he was pushing for, and that's ultimately what he was directing the mob to do. That he wanted them to intimidate Mike Pence.
Well, first of all, Mike Pence already agreed to it. And then
no. But there's a difference. Let me stop you. This is what they're going to say. Mike Pence agreed to let these people talk, and then Mike Pence was going to say, okay, you've talked. I'm still certifying the electors. Goodbye. That's it. And so at the end of the day, regardless if these people got to talk or not and delay this a half an hour to 2 hours, at the end of the day, Mike Pence is certifying the electors, regardless if they get to talk or not. Sure, the debate would have went on for another 2 hours, but Trump knew, because he was talking to Pence, that Pence ultimately was going to certify the electors, and that would be the end of the game for Trump. And so he still wanted that violent mob to be there so that they would intimidate Mike Pence into saying, holy shit, maybe I shouldn't accept this because there's a threat on my life, and I'm worried about these violent mobsters, or maybe we all need to go home, and we can't do this now. That's what the left will say. I think there's a better argument to get to the same point that you're making, which is, why would Trump send the mob if it didn't do what he wanted it? And to me, I'm not saying what you're saying is a bad argument. I'm just saying they'll completely brush it off. They'll say,
can I make a rebuttal real quick?
Sure.
Because I think I don't know. Again, that's why I want to know more about just in general the process. Because I think obviously a lot of us are just internet debaters, so it'd be nice to what did the actual lawyers of Trump want into this, this whole thing? But what if it wasn't just hours, but like a day, right? Mm-hmm. And then again, defeated that whole had to be certified on this day. Mm-hmm. But then another thing too is that
let's just work it out as just individuals. If it was that specific day, January 6th, I'm not sure it was, but let's say it was. It had to be certified on January 6th, right? If that's the case, first off, if it's not the case, then your criticism doesn't matter. Right, because it would be like, okay, so they talk for an extra 2 days, and then he certifies on January 8th, which is before the January 10th deadline or whatever. So that would solve that problem. But let's say it had to be certified on January 6th. Wouldn't you think that the most likely outcome would be at some point Pence would say, debate over. I gave you a chance to speak. The law says it needs to be certified today, so it's going to be certified.
Well, I don't know. That's my point. It's like, I don't know the law. What is the precedent? Has this been done before when they go back into debate?
I don't know. That's all I'm saying. It's fair. I'm just saying I'm 99% certain, even if we looked at this and it was like, technically it had to be done by this day. Like, there's just no evidence to me. Because put your lefty. Sure, go ahead.
Because for me, what I'm trying to say is for me, it doesn't make sense for Trump supporters to invade the Capitol. Now, I think it's more
for a bunch of other reasons than what you said. I think the reason you give is way low on the totem pole is what I'm saying. Because the left, you understand, put your leftist hat on for a second. Try to argue the other side. Okay, but if Trump couldn't convince Pence not to sign the alternate electors, eventually he was going to sign the appropriate electors, and that's it. So there's still a reason for the mob to go in.
Okay, so then why is there a reason, though? Because would the mob... so what would the mob do then to uncertify the election?
Exactly. That's the debate, but it has nothing to do with this. But they were going to let people talk, right? Yes, you're making arguments that I think are more germane. What exactly was the mob going to do? Which is what I'll leave you to talk. But I have the best answer to what you're saying. But go ahead, you could.
Well, because I guess my point about the whole mob part is because that's the thing that people think in their mind's eye when they think of January 6th, right? They think. And then the media use that and just say insurrection on January 6th on that day for this purpose.
But right? I agree with all of that. But none of what you're saying does anything to diminish that whatsoever. None of it.
No. Yeah, you're right. It's a cumulative evidence of why would, again, my point is why would Trump want to, send his a rioter group into the Capitol? Doesn't make sense because one, he was already getting that delay with getting people from the Senate to say, sign that paper that we question this election, and so we need to go to the House and debate about it. And so right after they invade, because I think it's more of provocateurs from both the left, maybe some people in the deep state. Don't want to go too far into that, but obviously there was bad Trump people as well, but. Because Trump, another thing too is Trump wanted to be on the front lines, right? And so he wanted to be on the front lines in a mob, of people like storming the Capitol. Because again, what do you get? You'll never get out. Get a win out of that. You'll never come out as president from having a mob storm a Capitol.
Right, but again, you understand how all these arguments are arguments that people make without the initial argument that you made. Like you get, and the only reason I bring this up
is my point is like I want to know what was
that's
what
fair.
would actually happen on the day if that mob didn't go in.
But
my point is like the left wanted that mob go in because they didn't want to have that debate. They just wanted to certify on that day.
Okay, but you understand, like, when you're in the middle of a debate, it's very difficult to bring up, like, it's difficult anyways to bring up points that you want. And to have this point that's like, so we're going to talk about this for an hour. What would that look like? What would this process look like? And at the end of the day, the answer is going to be the same no matter what that answer is. Okay, and was it Mike Pence directly telling Trump, I'm not going to vote for these alternate electors? So the idea of, if they are starting under the assumption Trump sent this mob to change Mike Pence's mind, the argument of, but Mike Pence agreed to allow discussions to occur, they're going to say, but didn't Mike Pence also tell Trump, I'm not going to do these alternate electors? So Trump wasn't saying, oh, you allowed the debate to occur. That's all I was asking for. Now you go ahead and sign the electors and I lose. That's not what Trump wanted. That's clearly not what Trump wanted, because Mike Pence was telling him that's what was going to happen, and Trump wasn't happy with that. That's why Trump sent the mob in. So I think that whole discussion, while you're right, I think that it's interesting to be truthful about exactly what would have happened. I don't think that moves the needle on even one person that's going to claim that January 6th was an insurrection. Not one. They'll say that's completely irrelevant. Completely, because Mike Pence was still going to... The arguments you're making there afterwards are better. Here's the best argument. If Donald Trump sent those people in to get their hands on Mike Pence to intimidate him, why did they stop once they overwhelmed security? That's the best argument. If Donald Trump was directing these people, they breach, even in the words of Destiny. Well, remember what he initially said? If this was an insurrection, they already got past security, they already overwhelmed them, they made it into the Capitol, and then largely did nothing. Why? If they were under direct orders, either explicit or implicit from Donald Trump, to break into the Capitol, to physically stop the certification of electors, when they made it past all of the security, why did they stop? Why didn't they keep going, if that was the plan all along? It almost seems like the plan was that Donald Trump wanted Mike Pence to see that many good faith Americans had serious concerns with how the election played out, and that violence wasn't part of that plan. It was sufficient for them to show up and have their voices heard. And if there was tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people and showed up, he hoped that he could convince Mike Pence. Do you see how people don't trust these institutions? They think that there were massive problems and they deserve to have these questions answered. That's what he wanted. If violence was part and parcel to his plan, then why did he stop them right before they were able to enact violence against the very people that allegedly he wanted? That, to me, is the best argument. And I don't know what the answer to that, what they say to that.
Well, I'm going to defer to you. You're the pro. But but I just, because, like, for me, my whole point, again, it's, I guess, because you're saying, like, once they get in there, they didn't do anything. Sure, I get that. But it's like, for me, it's like, okay, Mike Pence, like, okay, I'm just like the time frame, right? That's why I'm trying to say, like, when January 6th, we don't want definitions. I want like the time frame of what everyone thought was going to happen and what did happen, kind of thing, right?
I understand.
So, like, my point is, like, Pence is like, hey, we're sending this, we're going to talk about it, and then like 5 minutes later, that's when the people come in and they're like, that's when, like, everyone's like started freaking out, and then people started hiding behind pillars, and then it's like, okay, now we have to certify, otherwise, the mob wins, right? So it's like, for me, it's like, that was the point of like having. If I'm trying to, as best as possible, put my hat on the lefty, that argument has zero persuasiveness. Well, that's because you say he wants to intimidate Mike Pence, but it's like you're just reading his mind, and I guess that's what Destiny does. But you're reading his mind. Did Mike Pence announce to the crowd, "Wait, crowd, wait! We're about to allow the debate to occur"? Did he announce that? Well, if they watched C-SPAN, they would have saw it. What do you mean? How many people in that crowd do you think were there watching C-SPAN while they're listening to Trump's speech, or then at the ellipse? Well, right. That's, I guess, that's part of our point, where it's like they weren't there to actually like know what's going on. It's so unpersuasive, because like the only way that hypothetically this could be, because if I'm in that crowd, what do you think the average person in that crowd really deep down wanted? I think they wanted to have the electoral. Okay, again, that's hard, because I know what I want, but I don't know, because I wasn't there on January 6th. I don't know. Let me ask you this: do you think it's some? I guess it was in the front lines. Do you think it was in the front lines? Would be extremists. Do you think this is a fair steelman of generally what they wanted? They thought the election was stolen and wanted evidence of that to come to light. True, and then but for me, like for my best guess, if evidence came to light that like obviously Trump lost, I would accept that as well.
Me too, but they thought it was stolen and
so
wanted that evidence.
It's not about Trump; it's about just a fair and free election.
They wanted that evidence. So if you were to tell them, guys, don't worry, listen here, don't worry, Mike Pence is going to let this guy from Arizona speak, and maybe another guy, and then he's going to go ahead and certify the electors. Do you think they would say, good enough? They would say, well, that's horseshit. That's nothing. That literally does nothing.
So they would invade the Capitol? No, they wouldn't do
That's
that.
not what I'm... But again, who are you debating against? You're debating people that already are starting under the assumption these people invaded the Capitol to stop the electoral count, right? And you're saying, no, they didn't, because Mike Pence was going to let people speak. And so the people that already believe that they went in to stop the electoral count is going to be like, okay, so you're saying because Mike Pence was going to let people speak and then vote to certify the electors, that wouldn't make sense for the mob to go in? Of course it would still make sense, because the mob would still want to stop Mike Pence from certifying the electors. The only hedge you could have against that is to say, but wait a minute, perhaps the law says that the electors needed to be certified on January 6th, and maybe this dude from Arizona was going to talk for 12 hours, and then it would have been January 7th, and then 12:01 on January 7th, everyone would have went, oh shit. Now what? Now we don't know what to do. And that would have caused a delay, which inevitably would have caused these court cases to come about, which would have then meant that and I just think there's no chance that, like, theoretically, I guess it's in the realm of possibility that that's how the law could be written. But I almost refuse to believe. I think if that was how stringent the law was, at 11:59, Mike Pence would have said, stop discussion legally. We have to do this now. I'm certifying the electors. Like, I just don't, like, I don't see any scenario.
Well, if we were on this, this feeling out here, like you're saying, like, if they wanted to have the electoral, like the actual president, if you're a fair election, right, wanted the counts to go back, why would they think going into the Capitol would do anything? Right?
Exactly right. But I completely agree with you. But you understand, this is all true without the argument you've made.
Well, I'm saying my argument supports. Is like, again, there's multiple factors to like why it'd be stupid to go into the Capitol, and I'm saying one of them is that, where it's like there was a process playing out. We don't know what that process is going to be, but obviously if we were being best faith actors about those people that they just wanted the actual president who won that to go in, then they wouldn't like just storm a Capitol. They was like, okay, let's see the process out. And then if at the end of that process Mike Pence still forfeits, like, well, we tried. We were there to protest. That was the point. Right? We weren't there to invade, because invading wouldn't have done anything. People would have still, wanted Biden to win.
I mean, I think it's like I don't know. It's.
Yeah.
I just
like a timeline of like
when I have to talk to some dude for 5 fucking hours about their definition to where I could get to the good part that I want to talk about, to like be like, okay, now here's one of the things I want to talk about. Mike Pence was going to let this dude from Arizona speak, so it doesn't make sense that people would have went into the Capitol. And literally, I could talk about that, and literally that argument could be dispensed in 10 seconds. Yeah, Mike Pence was still going to certify the electors. It has nothing. Well,
it's like an actual fact of happening of the day is my point, right? Like I'm saying, like, what was happening on that day was part of a process, apparently. And I'm like, what would happen when that process played out is my point. What is the precedent of when...
I can say this. The precedent, I don't know. I don't know the specifics of it. I know that there is, like, anything... Like, for example, there could be a motion. It'll say, like, if you've ever watched any of these hearings, they'll be like, I submit this... Motion to submit this newspaper article to the record. And they'll say, without objection. What if someone says, I object? And they'll be like, okay, what's your objection? Well, I object because I think this is a biased source and blah, 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 blah. And they'll say, okay, we're going to take a vote.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so we're going to say it's really dumb and stupid as Congress is, right? I understand that. But then again, like, my point is, like, again, we have a process like just how we found Biden's corruption, right? They're still not doing anything. Like, even though this system's broken, we have a process we have to follow so we get facts and evidence, right? What if the whole point of like the reason why, like, what didn't when they went to the court case, wasn't like majority of them got thrown out on standing?
Yes.
Right. So again, I don't go through all the cases. I don't know all the standings. But what if they said, like, hey, this has to do with the federal government, not state government. If you want to like go against this, you have to do this through the Electoral College Act when you guys count the votes, right? Like, what if that's an argument? I don't know. So that's my point. Is like, I just want to know the facts of the fucking day. Like, what is the precedent? What was going on?
I
like,
mean, I guess.
Did you just watch?
I guess what I'll say is, as someone who has limited time to look into this, and I think there's like 100 other issues that are more important to this, I guess I didn't look into it. I don't know who was writing about, like, had January 6th not occurred, this is exactly how the process would have played out. I guess maybe there's some legal historian like Jonathan Turley or someone, Alan Dershowitz, Lawrence Tribe on the left or something, that maybe would have some sort of theory. I think there's a 0.000000001% chance that moves the needle in any way whatsoever, that anyone that was outside the Capitol on January 6th would have been happy with. I don't think there would have been one person that's like, oh, the actions I were going to take are now assuaged by the fact that some dude from Arizona was going to get a couple minutes to speak. I don't know exactly what that couple minutes looks like. I don't know if it's a couple minutes, if it's an hour, if it's 2 hours, if other people are going to jump in. I know that at the end of the day, because of what Mike Pence has said, that he was still going to vote to certify the electors. I know that would have led to the exact same amount of anger from the people in the crowd. I know that the people on the left are going to say that doesn't, if we're preconditioned to think this was an insurrection, that literally doesn't move the needle in any way, whatsoever, shape, or form. And then most importantly, the people that are maybe on the fence that are listening to this debate, it's not going to convince one of them, even remotely, that if we take a deep dive in the middle of this debate to look about exactly what this process was, that it's going to change one person's mind on whether or not it was an insurrection or not. In the context of debate, normally, you have some form of time constraint, even if it's free-flowing without a moderator, and oftentimes what you have to do is pick and choose the arguments that are most effective. One of the things that can happen perceptually is, if you make a bunch of arguments or you make a bunch of points that doesn't move the ball in the direction you want, you sort of shoot yourself in the foot, because if I make 10 points and only one of them's good, but I'm like, but wait a minute, I want to spend 20 minutes talking about this, what have happened if this guy from Arizona talked, and it literally has zero chance to move the ball in the direction I want, I'm actually just hurting myself. The best thing is to use, and I fail at this all the time, I always talk about it, extra things that I don't necessarily need to be, which is a mistake. The best thing you could do is to front load your best arguments and then keep hammering them. Obviously be truthful, you don't want to be duplicitous or lie. And so I hear this a lot, right? Like these sort of things. Like, let me give you an example. The vaccine debate. I hear people say this all the time. I debate this guy, Elder Drazi. I hyper-focus on one spot. I'm going to argue that the vaccine mandates were bad and authoritarian. I'll isolate one group, people that had a previous case of COVID. Now, here's the data that shows that unambiguously, it was a terrible idea to force these people to get vaccinated. And then inevitably, I'll get like 5 DMs of people, why didn't you talk about the VAERS database? Why didn't you talk about that? And I'm like, because that opens the debate to a more common, broader area where he's going to say, well, I'm prepared to argue against VAERS. It's voluntary reporting and we can't trust the data and blah, blah, blah. Now I'm spending half my time arguing that as opposed to the point that I'm clearly winning. So I don't know. I guess I'm just being a little bit of a pisshead here. I don't think what you're saying is inaccurate. I think you're right that it's interesting. I don't know that a debate is the best time to bring that up. Maybe that's something that someone should do, like a deep dive research on exactly what could have happened. It's not going to be me because I have limited time and I find it to be very uninteresting. I don't think that it really changes anything. I do think there is a general point to make that Mike Pence did say, and I was aware of this. He said, like, look, I was more willing to hear them out until the riot started. Then I was like, I'm rushed. But I don't know how we could imply that the rioters would have intuited that or anything of that nature when there's so much more shady shit that was going on there that I think's far more interesting to talk about, in my opinion. But I guess mileage will vary, particularly if you're talking about outside the context of a debate. Like, fuck, everything should be on the table to research, and some people are going to find some things more interesting than others. So I definitely think it's worthwhile as to questioning, and I guess someone trying to research. Ain't going to be me. I just don't give a shit on that particular. It just seems very uninteresting to me. And I'm sure that if there was some sort of smoking gun, this guy from Arizona's like, I had the proof right there, and it all got lost because of January 6th. I'm sure we would have.
Yeah, it's hard because I'm not a debater, so I can't say what's more persuasive or not. For me, things that are persuasive when I listen to people is mostly when people give me new information or go down different not rabbit holes, but like a different understanding that I didn't see before, right? Like anyone could be, it's hard to find a good, like you said, good Democrat to listen to and talk to because most of them are just talking points, right? At least Destiny and Pisco have like a little more ideas to them, but their own thoughts, but it's like most of them are just talking points and talking heads. So
yeah, no,
you give them new information. It's like for me, it's like if I was there on January 6th and protesting and wanted this election to go, the other way, but obviously not like through a riot way, but like through a right process way, and the process is actually going through. Like, I wouldn't obviously. I mean, that would be part of the reason why it'd be stupid for people to go into.
It was stupid for people to go in the Capitol. It was stupid for people to go in the Capitol, even if they didn't think that was going to happen. It was obvious to me, and should have been obvious to everyone, that the Democrats had repeatedly been trying to set the dominoes up for right-wingers to engage in acts of violence.
Yes.
So they could bring the boot down. That was obvious.
Dude, they fucking buy the whole. They didn't send the troops in because it wasn't aesthetically pleasing or whatever it was. What?
Optics, yeah. That's the
optics, dude.
They wanted.
Now I do believe head on a pike is not bad optics.
Once they got into the Capitol, once they broke into the Capitol door, then they're like, okay, now you can send law enforcement. But that's the image they wanted. They wanted the image.
Really? I thought it went like even a couple of hours after that.
Well, the National Guard didn't get there until it was done, basically at 4:15. But the okay to request this is what people don't understand. Stephen Son had to get permission before he could request the National Guard. So he had to have a request to request, and Paul Irving, the sergeant at arms that he needed permission from, that operates under Nancy Pelosi, would not grant him the request to request until 1:40 or so, until about the point they were at the Capitol. Then he had permission to request. Then he made the request, and whoever this lieutenant colonel was, I forget his name, said, no, optics. So the National Guard ended up getting there basically when it was all done. But I do believe.
But he said optics when they're in the Capitol, or were they still outside?
I can't remember the specific details.
That's what I'm saying. I think it was inside. I thought, and that's why.
You understand what I'm saying from the perspective of I'm saying someone like Nancy Pelosi is like, once they're at the Capitol, like, great, we got what we wanted, fucking great.
Yeah, she has a documentary crew, dude.
But that's different. So that permission didn't come until like 1:40. Then there's a separate level of permission. I believe after that, people were in the Capitol, and you still had this lieutenant colonel saying, no, we don't want the National Guard deployed for optics. So Stephen Son's still desperately trying to get the National Guard deployed, right? But what I'm saying is, maybe they're not all exactly on the same page that Nancy Pelosi's
Trump assassination all over again.
That Nancy Pelosi's talking to this lieutenant colonel. I'm not saying that specifically, but it's clear that they wanted their optics victory of violent right-wing Trump supporters.
Yep.
And after that, it was clear that Trump left with his tail between his legs. He pardoned a bunch of people that the establishment wanted. He kept his mouth shut. He basically was gone January 20th, because I have no doubt that Mitch McConnell pulled him aside and said, listen, man, now at this point, you're fucked, because we'll prosecute you. We will. That's what we're going to do, unless you keep your fucking mouth shut and leave. And who do we have to thank for that? Well, the people that engaged in violence on January 6th, because that was the final leverage that they needed to finally kick Donald Trump on his ass on the way out. And it's been the excuse that was used to censor people like me online for 4 years, to censor any investigations into election integrity issues in 2020. All of that was flushed down the toilet the moment that the first people started to fight with police. You might say the police started it. In many cases, that seems to be true. You might say that the FBI had informants there. All of that could be true. But it is undoubtable there were Trump supporters there that engaged in acts of violence, that were goaded into it, or that decided that they were going to do it themselves. And that fucked us all. It did. And it's not fair, and the left gets away with it. Like, I get all that. Yes. And here's 100 examples of the left doing it. Totally agree. Yep. And you still fucked us. That's what happened. That's the truth. And it's like anyone who can't see, it's the same old shit, man. Same old shit. If you can't see that that's the game, and I said this when the Black Lives Matter riots were occurring over and over again. I said, what's going to happen is that people on the right will say, oh, you could play that game? You could riot? And basically with impunity, we'll play that game. But the problem is when the right plays that game, the boot will be brought down.
Yeah,
that's exactly what you're seeing in the UK right now. You can see immigrant rioters and shit do all kinds of fucked up shit, and it's soft hands from the police. Well, they're misunderstood. But as soon as the native population's like, this is horseshit, and there's a riot, they're like, we're bringing the fucking hammer down. We're going to arrest anyone who put memes online. That's the way it is, man.
Destiny was literally advocating that you can burn down government buildings, but then as soon as January 6th happens, like, no.
Not those ones. Right.
Not that one, guys. Come on. That's a special day. That's my January 6th day.
All right, man. Well, hey, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. And maybe if I get bored, I'll look into that and see what I could find specifically for you. But I don't even know where to begin to look who would say what that could have looked like.
Well, my point is, like, look at C-SPAN, like 2016 and then 2020 about that. Because again, if what Republicans were doing on that day was an insurrection, like Democrats are doing the same thing on 2016 is my point. So my point is, like, Donald Trump was following a process. Whether Pence agreed to it or not, like, well, that's it then. Like, I assume Trump would thought that, because, like, I don't think he was thinking, like, if I take my supporters and invade the Capitol somehow, you know, I take the Declaration of Independence and say I'm the president for life, it's gonna work. Like, what? Like, I don't know. I don't like what I don't know what their thought Trump's plan actually was. Is my point, because, like, my point is, like, Trump's actually had a plan, and that's we were actually watching it live until provocateurs, I believe, that are Democrats or probably into, like, deep state-ish, were provoking people to go into the Capitol and break that up because they didn't want that to happen. They didn't want the process to play out.
I don't think that's the case. I don't think that.
Well, that's my point. Is, like, what is that process then? We got to do.
No. I don't think that. Let's say I think the FBI agitators sent people into the Capitol, like Ray Epps.
Oh yeah, I guess you wanted just to use it as a political tool to.
I don't think that they were like, oh shit, we're worried that this guy from Arizona is going
to. True.
But hey, man, thanks for the call. Point. I appreciate it. I guess I got one more in here, but thank you, man. I appreciate it. Call back.
Talk to you later.
Yep, take it easy. Thanks for the support too. All right, I missed a super chat from Roar. Again, Roar, thank you so much for $10. I did read this one in time, but it was a different subject completely, so I didn't feel bad putting it off. He says, just finished watching Kamala's speech. It was delivered well, but as an educated person, I just didn't believe her words, and she left out her father's profession, LOL. Vote hard against her, everyone. Well, I'll definitely be voting against her, but I obviously haven't seen the speech. I don't think I missed any other super chats. I'm checking here real quick. So, all right, we got one more caller that's in the queue here, and that's going to be Alley Cat. Oh, Alley Cat, what's up, man?
What's going on? Hold on, let me mute you on stream.
No problem.
So, we got to talk about the most important subject that has yet to been discussed.
Okay, let's hear
it. Which convention had the better entertainment?
Well, okay, I'll be honest. I obviously watched more of the RNC for two reasons. One, because screw the DNC, and second, because my work situation was crazy. And obviously, I've been streaming last night and tonight. But I think, like, entertainment-wise, I mean, I don't know if you consider this entertainment, but Hulk Hogan ripping the shirt is an endorsement. Pretty badass, right? I don't know. I'm not the biggest Kid Rock music fan or anything like that. Who did the DNC bring to the table? Who was the special guest? Was it Beyonce?
Okay. Yeah. So I think Pink was there. At least I saw previews of her.
Cool.
And I think they even got Beyonce.
Wow.
That was the rumor, because the idea is that Kamala is using her song for, like, her intro speech. So there was word that she was going to be there. The guy that just put a chat in to say that he watched the speech, he might know better than me.
Yeah, did anybody see? Rumor. They were saying there was going to be. I know there were rumors that it was Beyonce, and then some people were saying it was going to be T Swift. But I obviously been streaming, so I didn't. I've been streaming for the past 3.5 hours, so I didn't see it. You know.
All right. Well, I'm with you. Hulk Hogan, like, he's the real American hero. There's no way that he doesn't take.
Now Hulk Hogan, here's some good Hulk Hogan things. Serial liar, in some of the best hilarious lies you've ever seen. Also on phone, when his son killed someone in a drunk driving wreck, on the police phone recorded saying, and this is hilarious but horrible at the same time, that he's, because of the evil that he's done or the trouble he's done, he'd be reincarnated as a black man, which is pretty brutal to say. So there's certainly some things, and then of course you got someone saying Beyonce or Taylor Swift didn't show up. So I don't know who this, but Megan Thee Stallion, Cardi B, people are saying. I mean, but yeah, man, the Hulkster's like Batman, like Terry Bollea's a shitty guy. The guy that's Hulk Hogan, he's done some shitty things in life, but Hulk Hogan's the icon, man. He's the man, you know, and nothing can beat him ripping that shirt. Listen here, brother, it's too far. Yeah, badass. It was a good moment. You know, you can't help if you grew up with old wrestling like that, like having a little nostalgia pop. But, you know, what Lee Greenwood then sang, Proud to Be an American, right? Right before Trump came on. But, you know, that's all I remember. Kid Rock, Lee Greenwood, Hulk, if you consider him. And I don't. What the Dems? Cardi B shaking her ass? Was that him? Megan Thee Stallion?
I mean, if you want to turn this into a serious topic, we can discuss.
Oh, I'm cool with whatever you want. Yeah, whatever you want, man.
Yeah,
I'm cool.
we can. The idea is that the whole capture of the media and the entertainment industry towards the Democrats, and there might be cracks in that, at least.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, I think that it's easy. Like, it's easy to gaslight people. Like, I think there are cracks in it. I think that those cracks are bigger and smaller than we think simultaneously. So there are people that will make claims that, like, the legacy media is dead. They're dead. No one trusts them. Look at the polling. I don't think it's quite that. I think what continues to give the legacy media power is that so much of what they say controls the narrative for what even the people that are now getting more of the influence talk about. So, for example, a lot of alternative media still gets their discussions from the things the legacy media are saying. So if there is a press poll that gets to ask Joe Biden questions or Donald Trump questions or Kamala Harris questions, which apparently isn't going to happen, but like that shapes the discussion of what even people like me are talking about. That's how it ends up going, or the news story. So when they start saying J.D. Vance is weird, people like me come on and they're like, J.D. Vance is weird? Need I remind you of who the Democrats are? And then you show them, people dressed up as furries, as dogs, and all this shit. But we're still talking about the topic that they wanted to talk about. Or if we say Kamala Harris is joyful, I'm like, no, she's not. We're still talking about that topic. So on one hand, people don't just blindly trust the mainstream media like they did at one point, and they're losing legitimacy. And so you might say, well, when they're trying to astroturf a Kamala Harris campaign that's just like, trust us, she's cool, she's joyful, she's hip, a lot of people are seeing through the bullshit. But they're still controlling the direction of the topics that we talk about. For example, how much have you heard people talking about the Trump assassination attempt? They did a real damn good job of getting that off everyone's minds, didn't they?
What was the tactic that they used? They just stopped talking about it, or do you think they diverted it to something really quick?
Well, think of what happened almost immediately following. Shrewdly, after a week, Joe Biden drops out. Then it becomes Kamala Harris. And then it's like, it's fresh, it's hip, it's new. Kamala, it's not the stale old guy that, oh man, we were so tired of trying to defend him. Isn't there some enthusiasm now for this hip new feeling? Right? And then it was immediately...
Then it come out and everything's Kamala.
Then we had the RNC. Then you had J.D. Vance is weird. He's weird. Look how weird J.D. Vance is. Whoa, he's so weird. Right? You had that. Then you had the VP announcement. Tim Walz. Wow, he's just an everyday guy, man. He's cool. And then the discussion became, well, did he lie about stolen valor? No, he's really a veteran. He's a great guy. He's a soldier. You can't question his... And now all of a sudden, just a month and some change later, what? Assassination attempt? Huh? What about that? Or like the lie of omission is so nefarious when it comes to our legacy media. Like, for example, I don't know if this is true. I'll admit it's just a picture I saw, but I saw a picture that said ABC, CBS, and NBC's network coverage of the news mentioned 0 minutes, all three of them, of the Bureau of Labor Statistics downgrading the jobs that were created by 800,000. Didn't warrant a mention on our legacy media as far as the mainstream networks go. Just not a mention.
Yeah, I missed that part of your stream.
I didn't talk. I talked about that yesterday. Yeah, yesterday we talked. Yeah. But that's just today that I saw that picture. And now that could be erroneous. People could edit pictures and say, but that's probably true. It's probably true that they almost didn't talk about it. And oftentimes the dog that's not barking is the biggest story. And so, we're covering, the DNC. Who's going to be there? T Swift going to be there? Megan Thee Stallion? Who's going to be there? Oh man, it was hip. It was cool. And it's like... And then where people like me are going to be like, it was shit. It was garbage. Yeah. Well, but we're not talking about the assassination attempt or the BLS numbers, right?
So what's interesting is I'm like from Chicago. So that was basically all over the news constantly. Like literally on Monday, the news channels had, countdown to the opening of the DNC. Oh my God, it's going to be so great. And like that was literally the news programs for the hours or twos that they were publishing them. Like the only thing that seemed negative was the discussion of all the riots, right? Or not, I guess the
insurrections. You mean the insurrections?
Yeah, insurrections.
That's maybe? Right. Yeah, that Biden said they had a point. I heard that.
So, and it's interesting too because like there was some talk about that, but like you're talking about bearing the narrative, it's like most people can't even tell you what those protests were about.
In general,
Right?
Palestine, but yeah, I don't know that
Yeah,
most
in
people
general.
know.
Well, it wasn't always that. It was also the whole idea that the first person to vote for Kamala for president was at the RNC.
Oh, okay.
Well, right. No, I mean it's just
Yeah.
the idea that
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
I mean, even in 2016, you remember, like, it's something that I was, believe it or not, when I wasn't a dad back then and I was consuming more media than I am now. I remember watching the DNC very astutely, and it was hilarious because people forget what was going on. You had all these radical Bernie voters, and they were constantly a thorn in the side of like protesting, showing up, yelling, sometimes engaged in acts of violence against Republican people, Trump-like people. But then what happened was, like a month or so before the DNC, once they felt that Bernie was being screwed over, they turned their ire towards Democrat events. And so, like, they were pissed because they thought Bernie Sanders got screwed. So again, just like now, they're outside the DNC and they're burning American flags and they're getting rowdy and shit. And Sarah Silverman goes on stage and's like, "You had your chance, basically. It's time to settle down, stop being babies." And it's like, isn't it funny to watch the change in the reaction to these people? When they're a nuisance to Trump people, it was, yay, they're great people. But as soon as they direct it towards the Democratic Party, they're like, this is outrageous. It's time to be adults. You can't do this. You know, and it was very interesting. I remember watching it. Now it's like I saw a couple clips of the people outside, and I don't really know what's going on. I didn't have time. I was working, but I didn't watch it like I did last time, where I was like for 8 hours sitting there watching the DNC and watching feeds of what was going on outside and stuff like that.
I see if I can find the clip for you. But like Kamala gave away the game a week ago. Like literally, I believe it was last week if it wasn't the previous week. And she came on, it was one of her speeches that she had, you know, how she was touring a little bit and she was doing speeches, and then Walz was speaking too. Even that, like when she came out in her speech, she's like, yesterday I accepted the nomination for presidents.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Right? Like literally before the DNC even happened.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. She knew the delegates were there. Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, so we'll see. You know, I think that I don't trust the polling anyways. I think that, but even in general, without trusting the polling, there's always going to be a bump. The people's best day of running for president is going to be their first day, and the depression for having to pretend to be enthusiastic for Joe Biden had to be crushing, even though they put on the smiling face. All these streamers I deal with and stuff, they knew what was up with Joe Biden, you know, and so, oh, thank goodness we got someone new. Even if it's an incompetent like Kamala Harris, it's new. It's someone that could be up past 8 p.m. Woohoo! You know, like, wow, joy, enthusiasm. And so I think there was always going to be an initial bump, and it was always going to fall back to earth. The question is, how much would it fall? I don't know. I still think that there will be so much nefarious shit going on that Trump won't win. But, you know, I think that there isn't the enthusiasm for Kamala that they're leading you to believe. A lot of it's astroturfed. And there is truth to, like, meme magic, right? Where if you say something enough, you could change reality. You could, if you keep saying she's winning, maybe she'll start winning. If you keep saying she's popular, maybe you make her popular, you know, but it only goes so far.
Right. Well, and to me, though, there's also like a counter thing to that, too, where it's like if you sit there the week before the election or whatever and say, oh, this person's up 10 points in the poll, they got this locked, there's no way, people just don't go out to the vote.
Yeah.
Right. Or it can encourage the other side to be like, shit, we can't lose this shit. We got to get out there.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that what happens is, and there's that, and then there's always this, like the pollsters, I don't think most of them are even interested in being accurate pollsters. So what you're always going to do is hedge your bets, right? You're always going to have a regression to the mean come the end. Like they're never going to be like, yeah, Kamala Harris favored by 30%. She's winning 60%.
Within the margin,
right? It's almost always going to be within the margin. Then no matter what happens, they're like, well, technically, yeah, maybe we were a point or two off, but we said that either side could win, right? And so it's like, oh, okay.
That's exactly what happened in 2016. They were talking about how the poll, everybody was going into it. Oh, look, the polls for
Hillary
Clinton, Hillary were way up. And afterwards, after Trump went, oh no, the polls got it right. Oh no, it was within the margin. That was literally the excuse. I don't. You should remember going on panels and hearing that constantly.
Yep. No, it's definitely the case. So we'll see. I mean, I think so. You got the DNC here. What's the next narrative change that's going to happen? Who knows? I wouldn't be surprised if something happens to Joe Biden, forcing him to step down. Oh, now all of a sudden you get more enthusiasm. Kamala has to step in. Now you get a 2 to 3 week news cycle, 4 week news cycle about that. Then no doubt there'll be another scandal to break about Donald Trump. Donald Trump's probably going to get sentenced to prison, right? By Judge Merchan here soon. So all of they trust me, they have a plan. They have a plan to keep you ignoring like that Kamala Harris's policies are unpopular and she's terrible. Roar for $10. I got to it quick this time. Thank you again, man. Really appreciate it. The debate will be interesting. Even after the DNC, we have no real policies. It's crazy. I'm trying to fully red pill my wife. We're both dependents, but socialistic policies are a hard pass. Yeah, and it's certainly that. She's definitely the most radical left-wing politician we've seen. One of the arguments I would be making if I'm a centrist lefty that's arguing for Kamala Harris, I'd be like, listen, man, she ain't going to do any of this shit. Come on. She's just pandering to,
Okay, go ahead, yeah.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, anybody that heard the speech, did she talk about, what was the big policy thing, the price controls?
Price controls? I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to see. I know Roar said he listened,
Yeah, so, because this week, that was every panel talker, is our price control, that was what was coming out of, the camp.
Roar says nope, she didn't talk, and that's what I said. What happened would be like she doesn't give a shit. They'll float a policy. She'll come out tomorrow and be like, ban cigarettes, and everyone if a bunch of people are like, wait, what? No, and their internal polling said that's bad. That's hurting us in the black community. She'd come out the next day and be like, of course we're not going to ban cigarettes, and the media would be like, of course. Why would you even think she was going to ban cigarettes? Well, because her team said she was going to ban cigarettes the day before. No. That was a mistake. That was, no. Of course she'd never ban. It's the same with price controls. They don't care. They'll say any kind of shit to try to get people to vote. They don't care. And the truth is, Kamala Harris will do exactly what her handlers allow her to do. She will be a figurehead just like Joe Biden was. And so the chance that she's going to do a lot of these, I don't know if she will or not. Maybe her handlers do want her to do price controls and they'll just have loopholes for the wealthy donors for her side. I don't know. But if I was trying to assuage centrist lefties that are like, holy shit, these are some radical socialist policies, unrealized gains tax, price controls, this could be bad. The way I would try to assuage them is like, come on, she's just trying to appease the Bernie voters. Don't worry about it. That shit ain't going to happen. She's an empty suit. She's just Obama's 4th term. That's all it is. Don't worry about it. That's the truth. How the hell do you know what she's going to do? You don't know.
Actually, Biden did hit the college thing multiple times, illegally, and it's just they didn't give up on that.
Right.
It was any way they could bribe the voters, they come up with it.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I said, man, if I was running, I'd be like their argument's so shit. Well, they just send money to people. You remember in 2020, Biden was basically running, we'll send you $1,600. Remember that? Vote for us. We'll send you another stimmy. I don't know why Republicans, I would just do the same shit. I'd be like, yeah, man, vote for us. We'll send you all a check for $100,000. Everybody, $100,000, bam, there you go. And then, watch the Democrats be like, you can't do that. Be like, I don't understand. Why not? You don't give a shit about people? You don't want the common person to have $100,000? Why, you monster? And then force them to be like, well, no, that would cause inflation. Oh, really? You mean just promising to send money to people? Grumple Stillskin with the raid for 12 viewers. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We're just taking calls here. All right. But hey, I'll let you go. I'm going to get to the topic I was going to before it's 12:30. I probably got a half hour left. But thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it.
No problem.
All right, Alley Cat, take it easy. Good calls tonight. Nice. All right, let's talk about a little drama. So, Sitch and Adam, who I'm familiar with, who run a show, they consider themselves sort of centrist. They're not really super Republican or Democrat. They had a guest on who was Counterpoints, who I'm also familiar with. Counterpoints, again, I don't know what to call him anymore. He calls himself a conservative, at least he used to, was right-leaning, but he gets paid by the left-leaning organization Progressive Victory PAC for the purpose of helping Democrats win elections, including down ballots and making Democrats more progressive. Seems an odd thing for a conservative to do. Anyways, in this ongoing dispute that's gone about of this debate that happened between Destiny and then this guy Sean AJW, there was dispute over the topic, and Conor was the person who relayed the topic to actual Justice Warrior. All this sounds confusing, but I'll make it simple here in the end. Conor was basically defending actual Justice Warrior on Destiny's show by saying basically, hey, it was my fault. I kind of relayed the topic to him in a way that wasn't really exactly what the topic was, and that's what caused the confusion. And then he says that, he starts talking about how he doesn't think Sean's bad faith or something to that effect. And then he mentions people that are audience captured, which he accuses Sitch and Adam of being audience captured. And what he's saying here is Sitch and Adam call themselves centrists, but they're saying that they might vote for Trump. So they're just saying that because whether through intentional pandering to the audience or subconscious pandering to the audience, that's what their audience wants to hear. So Sitch and Adam reach out to Conor apparently, and he does the show with them today. I only bring this up because Aircraft Sparky asked me what I thought about it. So I watched it. It wasn't that interesting, I'll be honest. There's one spot that I think is funny. Basically, if I could summarize their points, it would come down to this. I think Conor gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar a little here because Sitch and Adam are going to be like, okay, man, you made this claim about us that we're basically just saying stuff pandering to our audience. So prove it. Where's your proof? Do you see the things we say? Or do you just see little clips? So you saw a little clip that Pisco posted online, who's a Destiny orbiter, and you made a decision based on that clip? And Conor's counter argument is like, okay, then tell me what you think. Now, it would be easy for them to just say, well, here's exactly what our position is. But I sort of get, it's particularly Adam that's arguing with Conor, I sort of get Adam's point of view on this, where Adam's point of view is like, what does it matter what I really think? The onus is on you. You're the one who basically said I'm grifting. So prove it. What's my point? For you to say that, you surely have to know what my opinion is. You don't say, this person's a shitty grifter, and then when you say, well, what makes me a grifter? You say, I don't know. What is it that you believe? You made the claim. Now elaborate. There's an echo on? Is there? I hope not. So that was sort of where it was. And Conor's point was, well, why don't you just tell me what you think? Why don't you just tell me what you think then? Tell me, give me your position. And Adam is basically like, why should I have to tell you? And that was the debate. Okay, there's no echo. Someone said, yeah. Can I come on your stream or vice versa? I don't care. Sure, probably. Depends on what you want to talk about, I guess. That was sort of it. And, I'll give my points on all three of them here and what I think about them specifically. But I do think that there was one point. This came up 2 or 3 times. And I have had my disagreements with Adam. And I still do, and I'll be open with them. But I have to admit that I thought that this part of the of the discussion, I laughed out loud when I heard this. So I think it's going to be, let's get a close approximation where it's at. All right, so here's 20 minutes into this. And I did laugh at this. I think I'm at the right spot.
That's what's uncomfortable. I've now asked you probably 6 or 7 times in the past 30 minutes to articulate your position. You haven't even given me the beginning of it.
Yeah, because I didn't prepare to come on this live stream and articulate my position.
What's to prepare? What do you think? What do you think? What's to prepare?
Thanks for the
I
follow.
think you're a dishonest liar. I mean, that's what I think.
Okay,
I think you're a paid shill by the Democratic Party. I think you are the one that is actually audience captured. I think you are the one that gets a paycheck from Brianna Wu. That's what I think.
Yeah.
I think you are legitimately right wing. I think you are legitimately right wing, and you are biting your tongue every time you have to shill for the Democratic Party. I don't have any respect for you, Conor. That's what I actually think.
Oh, thank you. Well, that's good. That's the first honest thing you've said in the past 30 minutes.
funny stuff. Whoo! I thought that was good. Tip of the cap to Adam for that. Yeah, I mean, it's actually a salient point because when they further break down what they're talking about, basically Conor says, Adam, don't you call yourself a liberal? Well, I don't understand how someone's a liberal could ever potentially vote for a guy like Donald Trump, who has said that he would suspend the Constitution because he thought the election was stolen from him, blah, 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 blah. And basically Adam's point, which I agree with Adam, is just like, okay, so we have a difference of opinion. I'm waiting. I haven't said I'm voting for Trump. I'm saying it's possible, depending on whether or not Kamala has disastrous policies that are worse. Maybe I'll vote for Trump. I'm not saying yes. I'm not saying no. But you just have a different interpretation of what I should be allowed to think as a liberal. I disagree. And Conor's like, it just goes against the principles of what liberalism would mean to vote for a guy that would say this. But that's my exact criticism of Conor. My criticism of Conor, remember I did this debate with him, which was, what does it mean to be conservative? And what does it mean to be Republican? And one of the things I said in that debate was, what does it mean to be Republican is a dumb topic, because you could say, well, if you're Republican, you're Republican. If you're running as a Republican, you're a Republican. If today Republicans are about Trump, but 4 years from now they're about Jeb Bush and they completely change what their policies are, who's to say that the Jeb Bush people aren't Republicans? Or that the Trump people aren't Republicans now? It's stupid. But conservative's different. That's not a political party. That's an ideology. So my criticism of Conor is like, I can understand you being like, I don't like Trump. I don't think Trump's very conservative. I think he's a loathsome person. I think he's dangerous. Whatever. You can believe all that shit. But I don't understand how you could call yourself a conservative and then take money from a PAC called Progressive Victory PAC to, one, help Democrats win elections, not just Biden, but including down ballot. And second, make Democrats more progressive, which is the complete antithesis of conservatism. That's the criticism I had of Conor 3 months ago. So for his criticism of Adam to be, but you call yourself a liberal, and I don't know how a liberal could ever potentially vote for Donald Trump, seems to be hilarious, seeing as how. And I think Adam correctly calls him out. Adam's like, how could you say that I'm shilling for my audience when you're literally taking money from a Democrat PAC? And I don't know what Conor's response to that is. He just sort of memes his way through it. That's the truth. Now, what I'll say in general about this topic is you got to have your big boy pants on. Like, if you want to go on a bigger streamer's channel and talk shit on another streamer, you got to be ready to go when they say, okay, let's talk about it then. So kudos to Conor for at least showing up to Sitch and Adam's channel and talking about it. But I'm unpersuaded by his like, oh, when I said you guys were audience captured, basically everyone's audience captured. That wasn't really, no. You brought that up to Destiny, and I think Sitch and Adam are intuiting this correctly. This is just my feeling. But Destiny's audience doesn't like Sitch and Adam, and Destiny sort of talked trash on Sitch and Adam. And it's because they're bad copers. Like, the Destiny audience is bad copers. Anytime they feel that they're not 100% blowing out their opponent, that opponent must be shitty, they're a bad actor, they're lying, and blah, 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 blah. That's just the way the Destiny orbits are, right? And so it's popular. It's like a cheap, it's like wrestling. It's like professional wrestling, When you're when you want to butter up the crowd, we're in Cleveland today. I love the Browns. The Browns, yeah! And the crowd's like, yay! That's what it's like. You go on there and you're Conor, and you're sort of pushing back. You're defending actual justice warrior, and you're like, well, Destiny, let me defend actual justice. Then you throw them a little red meat. Not like those assholes Sitch and Adam. Not like them. Yay, yay. Appealing to the crowd, right? No, you didn't call them a-holes, but you get the point. And Sitch and Adam, I think, are right to be like, you brought us up to sort of suck up to Destiny and his audience. That's why you brought it up. They're right. That is why Conor brought it up, in my opinion. That's why he brought it up. He didn't just pull their name out of a hat. He picked them specifically for a reason. That's what was going on. Now, having said that, I don't really have a problem with Sitch. Well, let me finish here a little. So, on this, I agree with Adam and Sitch. And I also think that, Adam's correct to say, hey, man, I think it's shitty that you went there and said that we're audience captured, basically impugning us, and everybody who's listening to that objectively is interpreting that to mean like we basically are telling our audience what they want to hear. And I think that's shitty. And I think that that's clearly a negative connotation. And I'm not buying your, oh, no, basically everyone does that. I don't think it's an insult. I'm not buying it. I think that Adam's right about that. And he's like, we don't say shit like that about people unless we could bring the goods. Fair enough. My question to Adam is then, several times since I did Adam and Sitch's panel, and Adam was a complete asshole to me the whole show, which he was. You can go back and watch it. He's like a child. I don't really care. But that's what he was. He was memeing his way through it, basically being a child. Okay, whatever. I was having what I thought was a good conversation with Sitch, so I enjoyed it. But that's what was going on. Left the discussion. Had some private messages. Thanks for coming on the show. Sure, I'd be happy to do it again. And then after it, it was like hard feelings. He claims that somewhere in that episode, I called Sitch a liar. Which is possible. It was like a 4-hour stream or something. I haven't gone back and watched it. But I asked him for proof. He's unable to provide it. He said both in private messages and I believe in public messages that I called Sitch a liar. Now, if that's not true, it may be true. It may be true. He hasn't brought receipts. It may be true, just to be clear. Somewhere in that 4-hour debate, I might have said you're lying. I don't recall it. So maybe he has receipts, or maybe he's saying I said it on X or Twitter or something. I don't know. But he hasn't showed me where. I said, oh, if so, and that offended him, I will apologize. Can you show me where? I haven't seen it. But if I didn't, isn't he doing the exact same thing he's accusing Conor of doing? He's making something up without the receipts. So, just throwing that out there. As far as Sitch is concerned, I have less to say negative about it. I thought Adam just fucking memed his way through and didn't know what the hell he was talking about and was worthless in that discussion. As far as Sitch called me biased several times. I didn't take it personally. We were having a discussion about Hunter Biden and Burisma and his dad's quid pro quo to get a prosecutor fired. He called me biased several times. That's fine. It's true. I am biased. When I finally said that he was biased, he threatened to kick me off the channel and acted like it was like some incredible sin. Because they're centrist, so you can't call them biased. Horseshit. Outrageous. Of course I can call you biased. It's not a grievous personal insult, just like I didn't take it as a grievous personal insult when he called me biased. There are many forms of bias. You're telling me that a centrist can't be biased? Of course. Sitch's bias is one towards institutions. His bias is, well, I hesitate to believe this and think it's a conspiracy theory unless I see more proof from sources I trust more, like the FBI. That's a form of bias. You might say, but that bias is fine. Maybe you think that. That's fine. But it's still a bias. Ask questions, Destiny fan here. I'm not sure if I hate you, Rob, but I think I respect you. Good, I guess. I don't know why you would hate me. I don't hate Destiny. I might not like everything he does, but there's very few people on here that I hate. But fair enough. So, I don't know. I thought it was funny. I've offered to talk to Sitch and Adam at least twice since then, and was rebuked at least this last time, specifically because allegedly I called Sitch a liar. And then I go talk to P.F. Chung, and P.F. Chung messaged me like a week later and was like, hey, Sitch might want to talk to you about the alternate electors business. Which I'm willing to do. But it's like, well, what changed from last week? Because his buddy Adam said he won't talk to me because I called him a liar. And when I asked again, was like, okay, dude, fine, great. It's your no hard feelings. Good luck. Now all of a sudden he wants to talk to me? Okay. I think it would be for your points. I don't know what you're saying. Republicans tend to hate people that aren't white and straight. Okay, sure. Democrats tend to hate people that are white and straight, so I guess we're even. P.F. Chang, yeah. So that was it. That's a little drama business. And, and then I know Sitch and Adam have their run-ins with Pisco. I personally kind of like Pisco, but Pisco is an insufferable asshole, particularly on X. He really is. I told him this the other day when he was listening to my show. It's like, I don't mind it to me because I just don't give a shit. That's fine. I've had enough interactions with Pisco. He could be like, you're a fat fuck. I hate you, blah, blah, blah. It's not going to bother me. I don't care. Pisco's cried like a little baby at times, though. Remember that time I put a video up debating left-wing lawyer and put lawyer in quote marks and he threw a fit? How dare you put my profession in quote marks? That's terrible. Okay, dude. Woo! Okay, man. Like, of all the backs and forths we've had and all the shit talk Pisco's done to people, that's over the line? Okay. But I don't care. Pisco can say whatever he wants to me. It doesn't affect me. And I think he knows that. And I've told him that. I'm not like losing sleep because Pisco said I'm a dumb asshole or something. It doesn't matter. But the problem with Pisco is he treats everyone like that on X. And a lot of people don't deal well with that, particularly if they don't have a prior relationship with you. Like if you've only streamed with Pisco once or you never have, and he's all of a sudden like, you're the dumbest son of a bitch and blah, 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 blah. Want to come on my channel and talk about it? People are going to be like, no. And can you blame them? Now, for me, I don't care. Again, I'm saying I personally don't care. But I understand that's not how most people operate. And he's, as I said earlier, I think he's like, he tries to stylize himself as like he's some, he's mopping up for Destiny. We're going to go, here's exactly the receipts on the actual Justice Warrior debate. Here's the receipts on the Rob Destiny debate. Here's the receipts on the Andrew Wilson debate. It's like, that's fine. Some of the research he does, like, he did find a clip of me saying that Chazone was an insurrection. He also found another clip of me saying BLM insurrections with an S. And he's like, ha! Proof that Rob has said, okay, dude, of the hundreds upon hundreds, if not thousands of hours that I've talked about BLM, you found one clip of me before January 6th saying Trump insurrections. And you're like, aha! Okay, good on, dude. I wonder how many hours you went through my videos to pull that out. Meanwhile, when I asked Pisco, like, cool, what were you saying about these at the time? Well, I wasn't streaming, and I wasn't saying much at the time. That's what I thought. One thing about me is, with very few exceptions, I don't delete shit, so everything I've tweeted is still up, unless I had to delete it for, like, terms of service. YouTube, I did have to delete a bunch of shit, but that was because of community guideline strikes I was getting over and over again. But other than that, it's there. And I'm not saying I'm 100% consistent. We're all hypocrites to some extent. Did I say things in the past that I don't remember saying rarely once in a while? Yeah, probably. But I think I'm pretty transparent and open, and I talk for hours upon hours every week. Do I have a Rumble account? I do have a Rumble account. Yeah, I'm streaming to Rumble right now, as a matter of fact. Here's all of my accounts. There you go. Is that Twitter right? Where's the Twitter one? Yeah, it should be all good. Claimed he was a peer with Adam and Sitch. Yeah, no problem, Josh. Joshua, sorry. So, I mean, I don't know. When it comes to drama shit, now I'll be honest with you. I know Enigma really wants me to say Destiny's this huge piece of shit, whatever. I really don't care. I think that he's a whiny baby. I do. I think his debate tactics are laughable at times. Yeah, that's true, young Bogler. The point I'm making when I talk about BLM, I'm not going to rehash this whole thing. The term insurrection means very little to me. Like, if we're talking about whether or not we should vote for a side that endorsed violence, like, there was way more violence way more often with shit that was occurring in Black Lives Matter and saying, but technically it may not meet the definition of insurrection. It doesn't really matter to me. I don't really give a shit, right? I think what they did was worse because, as Destiny admitted at one point, as bad as it is to attack government facilities, and it is bad, and I will condemn it, and I condemned January 6th for it, and I condemned BLM for it. It's even worse to attack private people that had nothing to do with it. Burning down stores, burning down homes. That's even worse. And we saw that happen over and over again. Gasai, thank you so much. Super chat $5. Sitch and Adam, from what I've seen, are the moderates that damn near only side with the left, and then they just crop news stuff all the time. Well, what they'll say, yeah, but sometimes we side with the right, and so both sides say that we only side with the other side. But yeah, I agree. I largely agree with that, but I don't watch them a lot. So anyways, that's the point with Destiny. The truth is, though, all of these people, anyone I just mentioned there, Sitch, Adam, Pisco, Conor, I don't hate any of them. I hate Destiny. I think Conor sold out to Progressive Victory PAC. I think he also looks like a really good dad. All right, he took the money. Okay. Sitch and Adam. I'll be honest, sometimes the guests they have on I think are really interesting. I don't wish either of them well. I thought Adam was funny as shit at points today on his stream. I think Sitch is actually a pretty intelligent dude that I like talking to. It's a shame that apparently either him or Adam or both were so upset with my last appearance on there. I was very excited to do that show. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the back and forth, going deep into a subject 3-4 hours. I like that shit. Another fun group to do it. It's coming from a different angle. Hard feelings, I guess. Okay. I don't know what to say. Sorry. Not really, though. I mean, go back and watch that Sitch and Adam show. I mean, I think it's obvious to anyone who's remotely... You could know nothing about me, Sitch or Adam, and just listen to the conversation and see how Adam's treating me like shit the whole time. And then Sitch sort of gets really over-the-top upset when I'm like, well, I think you're biased, after he'd been calling me biased. Okay. I think Pisco's a good debater. I think that he has tactics. He's very good at sticking to certain tactics, like sticking to one point over and over again and trying to sound confident like that means he's right, but he's not. Him and Destiny, they like to do these things. The same with all of that orbiters they want to do. They want to pick one mundane point. And then I talked about this last night, right? Like I'll try to keep it a little down because my son's probably sleeping downstairs, right? But Destiny will say things like this. He'll tweet out like Trump when he was telling people to inject bleach. And you're just like, no, he didn't do that. But then with like AJW, he'll be like, Bragg basically ran. Thank you, Evan. Evan Kara, thank you so much. Appreciate the follow. They'll be like this. They'll be like, you said that Alvin Bragg said he was running on getting Trump. Prove it. Show the quote. Show the quote. Show the quote. I want to see the quote. Yes or no? Did he say that? Yes or no? Yes or no? Did he say that? Yes or no? Just say yes or no. Yes or no. You have to say yes or no. Say yes or no. Admit you lied. Yes or no? And it's like, oh, okay. You said Trump said to inject bleach. Can you show me that quote? They'll say, well, he didn't say that, but it's different when you guys say something like that. It's different, right? Then it's different. Well, clearly that was the implication, right? Yeah, and with Pisco, it's like, the frustrating thing, like, you could see how bad faith he is. With that, I still don't think people understand I think 90% of the people that listen to me when I talk about Pisco and Jamal Bowman, they don't understand what my criticism is. My criticism isn't that Pisco was defending Jamal Bowman. It's bad enough. That Pisco's like, I think it's more likely he pulled the fire alarm to get out a door. That's dumb and bad enough. But I'm over that. I don't really give a shit. That's not my real criticism of Pisco. My real criticism of Pisco is he got caught in a little trap. Because, see, the thing is, people like Pisco and Destiny, they have to make excuses for the double standard that we've seen of the law enforcement attacks against Trump versus how they treat other people. Which is basically my central issue that I'm talking with them about. They have to make excuses. Well, prosecutorial discretion and blah, 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 blah. So when they're explaining why it's good for the FBI to broadly go after Trump people, they're charging them for things like lying to law enforcement all the time. That's good. That's important. You have to charge people for that. Okay. Let's see what happens when it's a Democrat. So then when Pisco admits, Jamal Bowman definitely intended for that alarm to go off. And it's like, okay, man. Open and shut then. Here's the police report of what Jamal Bowman reported to them. They asked him specifically, did you intend for an alarm to go off? He says no. Now, Pisco, you've admitted that that's not true, that he did intend for an alarm to go off. Everyone could see that. And you also admitted that lying to law enforcement is a serious crime that should be charged. So Bowman should be charged, right? Now, that's it. It would take nothing for Pisco to go, I guess he should be charged in this incident. And the fact he wasn't charged is probably because he's a congressman. But I still don't think that proves the big double standard that you're talking about. That's it. That's all he had to say. Take a little L. That's it. Just take a little L. That's all he had to do. Instead, Pisco clowns himself and shows everyone the caliber of person he is. When he says, actually, no, I don't think he lied to law enforcement, because when he told law enforcement, I didn't intend for an alarm to go off, what I think is what he meant was, I did intend for an alarm to go off. Let me repeat that. Pisco's defense of Jamal Bowman's lie. Remember, he's already said he 100% believes Bowman intended for the alarm to go off. 100%. 100% believed it. Right? So, okay, he said he didn't, so that's a lie, right? And he says no, because when he said I didn't intend for the alarm to go off, what he really meant was I did intend for an alarm to go off. Now, I bring that up, and all the Destiny fans and the Pisco fans and the Progressive Victory Pack people and the Wick fans and the, J-Stock fans and all the channels I've been on where I've talked, and there's a left-wing audience that I've talked to them about this. They go, who gives a shit about Jamal Bowman? It's not about Jamal Bowman. It's about explaining the type of person Pisco is. Why am I going to have a 4-hour conversation with Pisco on the definition of insurrection, where if I win the debate and corner him on a point, he'll just say, actually, when I said X, what I really meant was the opposite of X. What's the point? What's the utility of that conversation? No matter what you corner him on, he'll just say, I meant the exact opposite of that. Cool, moving on. That's it. It doesn't get worse faced than that. And you can prove it, because imagine what their fans would think if Pisco's like, but Rob, here's evidence I have of you calling BLM an insurrection. And if my response to that is, actually, when I called BLM an insurrection, what I really meant was it's not an insurrection. What's Pisco's response to that? Come on, that's bad faith. His whole audience is going to be like, that's bullshit. But that's what he did. And they were completely fine with it. They were like, that's not a big issue, move on. So why can't I be afforded the same thing? It doesn't matter what I ever say. If you catch me in a trap, I'll say I meant the opposite. How long do you think I would do that before Pisco would say, you know what, I don't really want to talk to this guy anymore? Because it's clear that this isn't good faith. But that's what I'm expected to do. I'm expected to have hours upon hours of conversations with him online or on X or on these other platforms, which I've done post this discussion. I've done a debate panel with him on the Alvin Bragg case. I've talked with him on X many times. I've had phone calls with him talking about stuff. We were going to set up another debate about the definition of January 6th. I've talked to him after the Destiny debate. The Destiny audience that would side with Pisco in doing something like that, for the rest of time, if I ever interact with Destiny, they're going to be like, Rob GPT, Rob uses AI. Which couldn't be more of a nothing burger. In a 5-hour discussion that Destiny completely controlled and then rage quit, when talking about his authors that he was using, I said, I didn't read their paper, but I did read some reviews, and I think they say there can be state insurrections. Destiny says, really? Show me. I show him the screenshot. When he asks, he says, I think this is from AI. I'm like, I look at it and was like, yep, that is one of the screenshots I took from Claude AI. He says, okay, let's go to it. We go to the source. It says exactly what I said. End of it. And yet, for the rest of time, it'll be Rob GPT. Which I don't give a shit. I think it's kind of funny. I think it's catchy, too. Rob GPT. Imagine if I would have said, actually, Destiny, when I said that this was a definition of insurrection, what I meant was it's the definition of not an insurrection. How do you think Destiny and his audience would have reacted? They would have flipped shit. Fuck you, you're bad faith, you're blacklisted, we're never talking to you again. But when someone on their side does it, they're like, totally reasonable. Why are you focused on this? I like it. I do. Rob GPT. They think that it gets me. It doesn't. I don't give it. I wear it as a badge of honor. I see that as so desperate. It's such obvious cope from Destiny and his audience. It shows to me that I know I did really well. And it really feels really good to do really well when Destiny rage quit and didn't talk about the topic that I wanted. He rage quit before we even got to really in depth in that. 5 hours I left him control the topic on the exact thing he wanted that I could give two shits less about, the semantical definition of insurrection. But for 5 hours... and they still call me bad faith. How many other streamers are going to listen to that guy drone on and on for 5 hours about the semantic definition of insurrection? But that's what I did. And I'm still bad faith. Destiny needs to stick to debating randos on X Spaces because he doesn't do so well when he has adversaries that could actually articulate arguments. He doesn't do so hot then. So stick to talking to the people that don't know what they're talking about on Spaces, okay, big boy? And keep blacklisting the people that make you look bad. That's his game. Got it. When I'm on there and I'm just politely like, Rob, can you come on? And it's not really a debate, but can you explain to me what happened with Hunter Biden Burisma so I can prep for my debate with Alex Jones? Rob, can you come on and explain to me kind of what you think happened on January 6th so I can prepare for my debate with Glenn Greenwald and Alex Jones? Rob, can you come on and can you talk about your job and sort of what it's like to work with people with disabilities? Oh, sure, I'll come in. I'll talk about that shit. No problem, no problem, no problem. Then I'm a decent guy. The Destiny fans are like, wow, I might not agree with Rob, but he seems like a nice guy. He's a cool guy. Now, Rob, will you come on and debate me on January 6th? Sure. All of a sudden, I'm bad faith. I'm a shithead. I'm a terrible person. Okay. I don't give a shit at all. I don't care. I'm blacklisted on Destiny's channel. Okay. What do I give a fuck? Would it be nice to still be able to talk to Destiny? Yeah, because I like talking to people that actually can put thoughts together. Sure. And I'm not going to lie. I like talking to people that have a big audience. But clearly I talk to people that don't have big audiences. That's not my number one priority. Yeah, he fucking blacklisted. That's what he said. He blacklisted me. I can't be on the show. Even Pisco was like, whoa, why are you blacklisting him? That seems... Like, it's so funny. Like, he's got some official fucking list or something. I don't know. The whole thing, it's just, the whole thing's so dumb. It's like such this undue sense of arrogance. Like, what was I supposed to be like? Shit, no, I got blacklisted. No. It's like, okay, man, you're a crybaby. You're running. Got it. Next. I don't give a shit. I don't blame. I'm black now. So I just... I don't know. And his audience is like, well, clearly Rob was so bad faith he used ChatGPT. They can't even articulate. Like, I've heard so many arguments of why I'm bad, why I deserve to be blacklisted, or why Destiny rage quit. Because I used ChatGPT, or I used AI. Why does that matter? Destiny gets accused of using Wikipedia. Destiny uses what his audience is typing into his chat. Destiny uses Google. Who gives a shit? Next. Well, you weren't as prepared as you should have been. I didn't claim to be. And I still did very well. And Destiny claimed that he read all of these papers, and it was clear that he didn't know specific details that I was talking about. So clearly he wasn't prepared as well as he should have been. Next. Well, you were disingenuous about the fact that it was AI. I legitimately didn't remember it was AI. I was at work for 11 days. Well, it's not true. I was at work and then on vacation and then at work. I hadn't been home for 11 days. I took screenshots of articles that I was looking at and a few AI searches I did, not in preparation for a debate with Destiny, but in preparation for a debate with Pisco, because I didn't know I'd be talking to Destiny. Destiny reached out to me and said, hey, do you want to have this discussion? I said, I'll reach out to you when I get off work. The day I got off work, I reached out to him. He said, yeah, let's have the debate. It was going to be like 2 hours. I told my wife, let's have early dinner. I'm going upstairs to debate. That was it. I didn't think the specific things that I was searching about Bowden Pulse and his authors would come up. Didn't think it would come up. He mentioned that you can only have federal insurrections. I remembered reading that I thought they mentioned state insurrections, went to the screenshot to see what I was reading from, told him I didn't read their official paper, read from the screenshot, sent it, said I read some reviews of the paper. That was true. I did read some reviews of the paper. He said, this looks like AI. I said, you're right. I guess it's Claude once I started to read it thoroughly and saw it. That's it. If my big sin is, for 30 seconds, I thought this was a review of a paper and it was really an AI prompt, okay, I guess that's your big criticism. Then we went to the paper and the paper said, yes, there could be state level insurrections. Or how about this? Rob tortured the AI and bullied the AI into saying what he wanted it to say. Okay, that's because there's a little section at the end of it that says, sorry, you were correct. I was wrong before. Here's the exact prompts I put in. There were 3 of them, I believe. The first prompt was, what does Bowden Paulson think about the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment apply to state insurrections? I misspelled Bode, and it autocorrected to abuse. So the answer it gave me was Lawrence Tribe and this other guy, here's what they think. Yes, they think it applies to state insurrections. So then I redo the prompt and I say, what about Bode and Paulson? And they say, no, they had a more narrow interpretation of Section 3. Now, I'd read a paper or a review somewhere that mentioned that they talked about state insurrections in this paper that they wrote. And the paper was called The Sweep and Force of Section 3. So the last prompt I put in is that what they said in the sweep and force, or did they say the opposite of that in the sweep and force of Section 3, which is like their most recent paper? And the prompt said, yes, they did say the opposite of that. Sorry, I was wrong before. That's it. 3 prompts. That was me bullying AI. What would it matter if I put 1,000 prompts? If we went to the source material, which we did, and the source material said, yes, there can be state insurrections, why does it matter? If I do 1,000 Google searches and I bring up 999 articles that say Bowden-Paulson said there can't be state insurrections, but I search and find one more that says, actually, let's go directly to their paper. Yes, they said there can't be state insurrections. Am I all of a sudden unethical because I searched 999 times? So dumb. That's it. But the Destiny orbiters, they don't fucking know. Then when I listened to someone sent me the clip of Destiny himself saying why I was blacklisted, he mentioned the AI shit, but he said the real problem was. Want to know what the real problem was? I was pretending that I read more than him. Why would that be a reason to blacklist someone? Anyways. In other words, he admits the reason he rage quit was because I was saying, dude, did you even read the Colorado court case? Did you even read it? Because they don't give an all-encompassing definition of insurrection. They don't. He spurgs out and gets pissed. So I guess when you're debating Destiny, you have to say, clearly you've read more than me. Clearly you're more well-read. Fuck you. You whiny crybaby. Yeah, that's basically what you can't beat Destiny in an argument or you get blacklisted. He's wrote a 10,000 word article, right? And then meanwhile, so I guess 2 hours in, we have this AI portion. Destiny goes, yeah, you're right, it says that. And then what? He ruminated on it for 2.5, 3 more hours and then decided to rage quit 3 hours later? That's what happened? He's just sitting there for 3 hours after he said, oh yeah, you're right, that's what it says. Okay, anyways, no big deal. And then for 3 hours, he's like, shit, I'm still really mad about that. It's so dumb. It's so obvious. But for forever from the rest of time, I'll be Rob GPT. And Pisco says words mean the opposite of what they say. Why do you keep bringing it up? Why bring it up? Why bring it up? Why bring it up? You don't have to tell him to unblacklist me. Don't go get yourself in trouble and get banned from his channel. I don't give a shit. In fact, he might blacklist me and say, okay, do you want to come back on and talk? I might say, go fuck yourself. I don't know. Depends on the mood I'm in. He don't want to talk to me? Fine by me. I'm not going to kiss the guy's ass. Maybe if he reaches out to me sometime in the future and says, hey, you want to talk? Maybe I'll say sure. But no skin off my back. I don't care. Oh yeah, I'm not allowed to swear. Sorry. I'm trying to cut back on the swears. Now again, I don't understand the criticism, like that I'm so bad faith. I don't bring up anything about his personal life. People talk all the time. Well, he's on these prescription medications. Well, he has this situation with his family. I don't bring up any of that. I keep it to the arguments. I let him control the debate for 5 hours. He even said to me one time, Rob, you know when you come on my channel, you let me control the debate too much. Yeah, I was on Timcast once. Yep. By the way, I reached out. I don't know if he has the same producer. I reached out to see if I could go back on. I would love to go back on, but no avail. One of the things about me is I just cannot get any reach to anyone. I don't know what it is about me. Maybe I'm just conventionally unattractive. But the list of people that I've reached out to is pretty immense. And I don't know that I've really burned bridges in the way that you might think. For example, I think Tim really liked me. I thought the show went well. Left on good terms. Just can't get in contact with him again. You know, Lauren Southern. Done shows to help her out. Thought everything seemed hunky-dory. Even reached out to her recently and said, hey, I'd like to talk to you about sort of the idea of toning down the rhetoric because people were, after the assassination attempt, things are getting crazy. She responds back to me once. I was like, yeah, here's kind of what I was thinking. No response. Sean, actual justice lawyer, reached out to him multiple times. No response. Jimmy Dore reached out to him. No response. Dave Smith reached out to him. No response. Dave Rubin reached out to him. No response. Pretty much any big stream, not even big, but thanks so much, Roar, again. Incredibly generous tonight. $2 super chat. Tim always says get a hold of Ian on X. Is he still working with Ian? I like Ian, so maybe I'll reach out to Ian. Reached out to Steven Crowder. Yes. Reached out to Alex Jones. Yes. I have talked to Glenn Greenwald on Glenn's show, but I've reached out to him since then to see if we could set something up. I haven't heard from him. Alex Stein. I actually have texted Alex Stein. I know Alex Stein. So I could probably do his show, and he's offered. The problem is, I think the times that he offered the slots he had, I was working, so I was unable to work anything out. But to Alex Stein's credit, he definitely got back to me. But I don't know. I don't know what it is about me. I don't know. Particularly it puzzles me with people like Lauren Southern. Like, Lauren did that space where I came on the space and was clearly the only one that had any argument against Destiny. And I thought I did awesome. Then she goes on Destiny's show afterwards and it's like, is there anyone that you consider worthwhile to debate you? And he's like, yeah, that guy Rob Knorr. And so then I'm reaching out to her, and it wasn't even like, hey, I want to have a Destiny shit talk stream. I was just like, hey, I'd like to talk to you about sort of the idea of we have to pursue sort of nonviolent rhetoric and nonviolent advocacy. Like this assassination attempt to Trump, I think now's a good time to mention, like, it doesn't matter how serious you think things are getting. There have to be an agreed upon set of rules. You can't call for violence for the other side. That's it. And it's like, I couldn't even get that discussion. And again, I'm not saying it's like she doesn't like, she's probably busy. But I don't know, I don't know why I don't move the needle. I just don't get it. I get it if you're like someone who's not interested in debate and you're like, who's this guy? Just some random guy that debates people. But if you're going on to those spaces and you're debating these people, like Dave Smith's a weird one. I moderated the debate between Dave Smith and Andrew Wilson. I tried to be as impartial as possible. I don't think there were hard feelings on my part. I immediately reach out to Dave Smith afterward. I can't get a response. I know that people that know Dave Smith have reached out for him and was like, hey, you should talk to this Rob guy. I like Dave Smith a lot. No response. It's like, oh, what am I going to do? Keep bothering the guy? And it's like that with everyone. Adam and Sitch don't want to talk to me. I reached out to them. They don't want to talk to me because allegedly I called Sitch a liar. I don't see where I did. I don't remember, but that's the claim and no one will show me proof and that's the end of that. What am I supposed to do? Reach out to them again? No, thank you. Have a good life. Okay. I've not reached out to Roger Stone. That's someone I haven't. Yeah, I don't think Dave Smith's malicious or anything, but I don't know what to do. Like, how many times do you send a message? Hell, I even reached out to Hypnotic. I did. He finally got back to me. Hypnotic was like, yeah, I did a video about you. I really enjoyed it. I don't really do political content, though, so, no collaboration or anything. Okay. Which is fair. Nah, I don't want to keep spamming and bothering people. That's fine. That's their choice. Super chat. Roar, thank you again. $10. You're going to get some stuff. Maybe try the quartering or sticks. Sticks I've reached out to. I like sticks. Quartering I've never reached out to. Have a lot of viewers. It could be good for you. You should try Dave's co-host, Robbie the Fire Bearstein. He has run Your Mouth Pod. Okay, that's not a bad idea. But that's just it. Let me tell you a story about me when I was running for office. Oh, Josie's in my waiting room. Okay, give me a second. Oh, Christ, it's 1:13. Let me tell you a story. I'm not streaming tomorrow. If I'm going to stay up late here tonight, I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'm just going to throw that out there. Dave Smith through biblical anarchy. I will write this down. So biblical anarchy, and then who was the other dude? Dave's co-host. Bearstein. Robbie the Fire Bearstein. Okay. Maybe he didn't like his interaction with Dave Smith. Didn't like his interaction with Andrew Wilson, and lumps me in with that. I don't know, it's possible. But if Adam and Sitch AJW had a combo, they might just reach to people not to buy Destiny. Bad faith takes anymore. Yeah, I agree. I don't need to watch. I don't need those people. But I think as a good debater, I could get, if I'm happy with my performances. So I think if I can get my performances out there, it'll lead to more eyeballs on me. But if I never get more eyeballs on me, that's fine. That's okay too. You know? All right, let's see. This is it. I'll stay up late tonight, but that's it. I'm going to take tomorrow off. I got some family stuff that I was going to do this weekend. Let's see what we got. Oh, we got 2 people in the chat. Who we got here? Aurora was in the chat too. I'm sorry, man. I didn't even see you. Well, let's put Josie in. Let's saw them first. All right, Josie. What you got?
Can you hear me?
I hear you. What's happening?
Awesome. Hold on, I've got an echo here.
You probably need to mute me on your YouTube or whatever you're watching.
Yeah, I got the chat open. Maybe it's the... Okay, hold on, I got it. Sorry. I feel, Discord makes me feel like a boomer sometimes.
I am a boomer, so it's...
But you know.
Yeah, I get
like
you.
Actual boomer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm 40.
You're not the boomer, then.
What is that? A millennial? The upper echelon
You
of
mean like millennial, yeah.
Roar, thanks so much. Super chat. Clint Russell, too. Liberty Lockdown. Thank you. I will.
Oh, no, that's because my OBS has it monitors. Chat, can you hear him? Chat, let me know if you can hear him.
Oh, are you
Sorry,
streaming?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's why I was like, dude, I want to have this guy on.
Thank you.
That's
I appreciate it.
So you were like, oh, they don't want to have you on. I'm like, so, like, can you... I heard you debating. I was like, damn.
Thank you.
Where the... dude, where the fuck... Where the fuck did that guy come from? Like...
I was so I've been streaming for like 3-4 years, but I was a collegiate debater. I did policy debate, NDT CETA debate in college, and I was pretty good. I qualified for the national debate tournament, which is like the top 72 teams in the country. So, but I'm basically just, I've lived in rural Pennsylvania my whole life, and my full-time job's doing home health care with people with disabilities, and I just stream as a hobby, and I've had an opportunity to interact with some left-wing people and I think crush them in debates quite frequently to the point where they know. Most of the left-wing debaters at this point that do the debate sphere, they know that I'm probably the toughest person they debate. Like Destiny knows that. And so most people... Well, he knew beforehand too, because we've debated since going back to like 2021. It's just that I don't have reach. So one of the problems that I have is, like, how do I get to debate these bigger people? Because what do they get from it? Like, so one of the people that I debated once on a panel was Vosh. Vosh doesn't want to debate me one-on-one because I don't bring a big audience, so it's not like I bring anything to help him out. I'm basically a relative unknown, so if he debates me and loses, it looks bad for him. It looks like he just lost to an unknown. So he pretends to not know me. Who? Rob? But he knows. And Destiny knows. And, like, they know. They know what's up.
And it's like if you get exposure from their audience, they're leftists, you know, so it's not necessarily like they're gonna convert to long-term viewers, you know?
Yeah, and that's just it. And, you know, I try my best to reciprocate energy. So one of the things is I like to keep it on topic, basically, or sometimes I'll debate about debate tactics that people use, but very rarely will you hear me making personal attacks about people's appearance or their, you know, relationships or, you know,
they're usually stupid enough that you can get them on their views
yeah
before you go for the appearance.
Yeah, so yeah, that's just but I guess the point I'm bringing up is it's very difficult for them to just be like, well, I'm not going to talk to this guy because he's toxic. Like, they really don't have that excuse. And
Right.
so, you know, oftentimes the criticism I get when I go to a bigger channel from their audience is just like, well, he's bad faith. He's too smart to be this dumb. You know, Trump's the evilist and blah, 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 blah. But, you know, I don't know. It's all cope. That's all it is. They can't really defend their positions, so.
That's what I've noticed. Like, content creators, I mean, like, there's the entertainment industry where people do shady stuff to get ahead, but then there's content creators where it's kind of just a free-for-all because there's no, like, agency, there's no HR, everyone's a 1099, and it's a free-for-all. It's blood sports. So people be backstabbing each other. Like,
oh, it's great. Now, I'll tell you.
It's insane.
So this guy I like, he's a friend of mine, Andrew Wilson, who runs the Crucible. Yeah. He used to tell me this. I didn't care. Like, my whole thing was this. This is a hobby for me. I streamed for years with like 2 or 3 people watching me live streaming. Like, I didn't care. Well, I mean, I cared. I'd rather have more people. If it was up to me, I'd make $100,000 a night in super chats. Great. But that wasn't the purpose. The purpose was this is fun. I debated in college. I liked debating. This was an avenue to do it. So, hey, fun for me. I never followed it, so I was always being brought on these panels, and it was always like me versus 7 lefties, and I'd do very well. And then all of a sudden, the offers stopped coming. And Andrew would tell me, like, behind the scenes, he's like, dude, you're getting blacklisted. Like, these lefties don't want to talk to you anymore because you're wrecking them. So they'll just keep you out of the loop, right? That's what's going on. Or you'll debate the lower tier of lefties because the bigger tier people don't want to debate you anymore because they'll look bad. And I was like, whatever. But now I see that it's true, that there's these weird relationships behind the scenes, like weird sort of gatekeeping type stuff where it's like very few people are in it like I am, where it's just like, hey, I like interesting. I'm not looking at it as a zero-sum game like, oh man, Josie, if people are listening to you, they're not listening to me, so screw her. I don't want to help her. I don't care about that. I'm like, great. I hope your channel goes through the moon. I don't care. Great. You know, I'm just doing this for a hobby, and if I get big doing it, so be it. If not, great too. And it's weird that these like weird politics going on behind the scenes of it. Like, well, you talked to this person and I don't like them, so I won't talk to you. Or this person doesn't want to debate you because you debated on this subject and they thought that you sounded pretty good on it, so they don't want. It's so weird to me because for me, I'll take debates that are just like some random person I've never heard of that's like, I'm an economist. I want to debate you next week on economic topics. I'm like, okay. Sure. What's the worst that could happen? You'll make me look stupid?
I'm just a bimbo with a double-digit room temperature IQ who said, dude, come on my stream.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. But yeah, I don't care. I'll just, for me, it's of course, and I'm sure the same is true of you. If you got an offer, you'd probably be more excited than talking to me if like Donald Trump was like, hey, you want to come interview me? Of course. Or Joe Biden or whoever, someone with a big name that you get a big reach. Of course, that's preferable, but that's not what it's all about to me. I'll talk to just about anyone until I have reason to not talk to them. And those reasons are very, very small. Like, don't advocate harming me, physical harm. Don't dox me. Just simple shit like that. Other than that, I don't care. I'll talk to people.
Yeah, the blacklisting, it's that I don't get it. I'm gonna be honest with you, like Destiny, for the past like few weeks, I don't know what's going on, but this whole January 6th thing, everybody was just kind of eye rolling at it like, ugh, this crap again.
Well, I mean,
like, nobody wants to hear about that. Like, why does he have to bring this up again?
Because they have to have a reason to justify their hatred of Trump and justify their hatred of anyone that wants to vote for Trump. And
that's the best they can do.
Well, yeah, because what, despite the fact, I don't know what your political leanings are, but here's the truth. Despite the fact that we've been gaslit for years now that Joe Biden's record is immaculate, the economy's doing good, the border's doing good, foreign policy's all good. That's what they keep telling us. But the truth is Americans aren't buying it. And so the problem is now that they've said they got egg on their face with Joe Biden once that debate happened and everyone saw just how his faculties are gone. So now they've replaced him with Kamala Harris. And the problem is, like, they can't run on Kamala Harris's record. They can't run on the Joe Biden record. They can't. They could try, but they're going to lose. If it becomes a referendum of, was your life better overall from 2016 to 2020 or from 2020 to 2024, most people are going to pick 16 to 20. That's just the truth. And so they need to have some offensive reason against Trump. He's a threat to democracy. That's what the institutions have settled on. Now, Destiny understands that one of the easiest ways to make that case is to say that Donald Trump engaged in an insurrection and trying to violently overthrow the results of the election. So he's going to hyper-focus on that over and over and over again. And that conveniently allows him to justify saying that Trump and anyone that supports Trump is a monster that tried to violently overthrow the government, which is garbage. Destiny himself initially after January 6th said, clearly it's just a riot that got out of control. But now it's politically expedient to hyper-focus on that so he could treat his enemies like subhuman monsters. And what you saw was he started spiraling, particularly after that assassination attempt of Trump, where he saw the writing on the wall that Biden was going to lose because Biden was an incompetent in that debate. And then the assassination attempt of Trump was probably going to bolster Trump's numbers. So he acted like a child and he started throwing a tantrum and he started saying, I'm glad that firefighter got shot. And if my parents were there, I would have hoped they got shot too. And he just kept spiraling further and further and further and further down. And now the way he's trying to sort of undo the spiral is to say like, but January 6th was really bad. And it's all just performative.
And Black Lives Matter wasn't, maybe?
Right, they didn't give a shit. Yeah, I talked to Destiny while the Black Lives Matter riots were going on. He specifically told me, I have the clips. He said, rioting and voting are two sides of the same coin. That's what he said. The only stipulation he had was he was upset that Black Lives Matter was attacking private businesses. But as far as public buildings, government buildings, he said that's the other side of the coin to voting. Well, given that rationale, January 6th was less harmful than Black Lives Matter because no one burned down any private buildings on January 6th. And so he's hyper-focused on something, and let's be honest, January 6th wasn't a good day for the country, and there certainly were Trump supporters that acted egregiously. It's been blown massively out of proportion, and the fact that Trump was calling for violence is absurd. That's not true at all. But it still wasn't
that's not true.
Right, it still wasn't a good day.
Did he have the Twitter video that got taken down by
the post. Well, Destiny knows that, but his argument will be, he waited 2 hours to say that. He clearly wanted them to be violent. They
delayed his tweet.
Of course. And let's not forget the Colorado court case that pointed to evidence that Trump called for violence. They specifically talked about the fact that Trump said, go march peacefully and patriotically. Before the violence started, that's what he said. And they brought in an expert in that Colorado court case to say, actually, when Trump says be peaceful, he means be violent. And that's how so many in the Democratic Party operate. They say words mean the opposite of what they mean as long as it benefits them. And Destiny himself does this all the time. So Destiny was on Piers Morgan, I believe, and said, no one ever said that if you got the vaccine, you couldn't get COVID. And then when people bring up clips of Biden saying exactly that, he's like, well, that's not what he meant. That's not what he meant. When Trump says go be peaceful, that's not what he meant. That's not what he meant at all. Right? And so it's constantly this game they play. And it's fine. We all have biases. Don't get me wrong. But the difference is I'm not saying that if people get shot at campaign rallies of Biden, they had it coming. That's what Destiny's saying. I'm not saying that people should, when they said be peaceful, they should be locked up or kept off a ballot because that's really a dog whistle to violence. That's what Destiny's saying. So once the stakes are that high, once you start making outlandish claims like that, well, then the burden's on you to prove your case. And I'm sorry, I don't find it persuasive. Oh, when he said be peaceful, he really meant be violent.
Yeah. Did Progressive Victory reach out to you by any chance?
It's an interesting question. No, is the simple answer. However, there are some caveats. To my knowledge,
or an email that could seem like it could have been from.
No. So I'll tell you, I will be as truthful as I can. To my knowledge, at one point, a streamer by the name of Brianna Wu was sort of the point person in this, correct? Okay. So I had debated on a panel Brianna Wu, and they threw a fit because they were an asshole to me, and so I decided to be an asshole back. And they started DMing me on Discord saying, basically demanding an apology. And I was like, you started off being hyperbolic. I was hyperbolic back to you. Or you started off being, antagonistic, so I was antagonistic back. What's the apology? I'm not worried about it. Okay, whatever, no big deal. However, what was weird was some months later, I did a stream. I did a stream with Destiny, and it wasn't a debate really. It was me sort of just talking Destiny through something to help him prepare for a debate. And she reached out to me again and was like, "Hey, I saw that you talked to Destiny, and it was like a normal conversation. It wasn't heated. So I see that you can have conversations like that, and I would like... Oh, important point. She told me that I was blacklisted, basically. That there were opportunities for me on panels and what have, but because of the way I treated her, that she said she wouldn't work with me.
What?
So then later she reached out and says, if you just apologize and promise that interactions we have in the future would be like that you had with Destiny, then we could proceed forward. And I was like, yeah, I have nothing to apologize about. Destiny wasn't treating me like an a-hole, so I didn't treat him like an a-hole. You did, so I did. And that was that. And then basically they were like, well, that's because you're a misogynist, which I find hilarious.
You're a misogynist
That's
now?
Apparently I'm a misogynist. I wonder if I'm still a misogynist when I'm yelling at
I feel
Destiny.
very oppressed right now,
Right,
just
right.
so you know.
So anyways, I guess you could interpret that as you will. When they were like, oh, there were opportunities that I'm not going to work with you, was that their way of reaching out to me to see if I could be talked into progressive victory? I assure you I would not have been talked into progressive victory. It's not that I wouldn't sell out, because I would, because I live paycheck to paycheck and I have a wife and a kid. So I'd sell out, just not for the price they could offer. They're going to have to offer like 8 figures. Someone offers me $10 million to say Joe Biden's the man. Maybe I'll say Joe Biden's the man and have a great life and stop working 90, 100 hours a week. And you guys could be like, remember that fat guy?
It was in the 5 figures.
Yeah, remember that fat guy? He seemed like a good debater. That a-hole sold out. And I'll just be on your chat under a different name like, yeah, screw that guy. Anyways, I'm in the Bahamas. Have a good time. So I don't know. I'm sort of joking. I don't know that I would sell out. $10 million would be a lot of money.
I thought I would. I thought that perhaps maybe I would, but turns out I can't.
Did they reach out to you?
Yeah.
Did they?
I mean, I'm pretty sure that was, and it was in some high, like some nice amount.
Yeah.
And it was like for multiple campaign to advertise, like multiple campaign of different PACs, different movement, and they were all financed by PACs that support the Democratic Party, basically.
What were they offering?
And you know, if it was like for JFK, I would have slept on it, you know.
yeah,
but
right.
I have to live with videos that indirectly supports Kamala Harris and says like, "Oh, our queen" and shit. Like,
yeah, right.
I don't think I can live with that.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I mean this
She's
honestly.
so dumb.
I hear you. I hear you. I mean this honestly. I don't begrudge someone making a buck. So, like, let's say hypothetically tomorrow, Donald Trump's campaign calls me and says, hey, Rob, we heard you say you were going to vote for Trump, and we've heard you defend some of Trump's positions. We'd like to pay you $100,000 to keep doing it. I'd be like, okay. I would admit to everyone, hey, I got paid by the Trump team. But I keep saying what I'm saying. Some of that might be, here's things I don't like about Trump. Does that make me unethical? I don't think so. Now, if they give me $100,000 and say, but here's the deal, you're no longer allowed to criticize Trump. Now, that's a little different, isn't it? Now, all of a sudden, it's like, oh, so are you really getting my positions? Or are you getting the positions I'm paid to advocate for? And it becomes an ethical dilemma, of course. But I understand it this way. You know, there's a lot of people that stream, particularly younger people, and they're trying to make a go of it. Like, they're trying to make this their job. And so if you're living off, you know, super chats and you're only making $100 a month, and all of a sudden Progressive Victory comes and you're already a Democrat, and they're like, hey man, we'll pay you $1,000 a month. You know, oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
But here's the
you
thing.
Advocate for it regardless.
Right,
It's
if you're
like, I
90,
see, like, why not?
Right,
you
if
know?
you're already 95% on board with them. Now the problem becomes, you know, I've kind of messed with this guy Counterpoints, who's a conservative. His real name's Conor, right? He took the check. He's still getting paid by Progressive Victory. Now, he calls himself a conservative. That's the antithesis of progressives. And yet he's getting paid by Progressive Victory PAC to, one, help Democrats win elections, and second, make Democrats more progressive, which is the complete opposite of conservatism. And so it's like, well, how do you justify that?
There's this group of conservative that for some reason have like very progressive thoughts.
It's a grip.
And only like for a certain aspect, like it's gonna be like the LGBTQ and like, you know, the sexual liberation and all that, but when it comes to basically everything else, it's conservative.
Well, yeah, it is weird. There's certain pods of people, right? It's interesting. I think I'm one of the best conservative debaters out here. Here's the secret. I'm not even that conservative. I'm a populist first and foremost. I'm more interested in our institutions being corrupt. I'll work with a Bernie bro. I don't give a shit. I'd work with a progressive as long as the central argument that we're both making is the system screwing us all over and that it's corrupt. Yeah. That's my argument. I'll argue till I'm blue in the face why socialism's bad, of course. But why does that matter if we have a system that our vote doesn't matter? That we have these unelected oligarchs that run things. Until that changes, me and yours disagreements on what we want for foreign policy or what we want for insurance policy, it hardly seems to matter because whatever the people in charge want is what they're going to get. Our voice doesn't matter. So we have to solve that problem first. Then secondly, I consider myself libertarian adjacent. So I think that I'm more interested in small government. And that puts me at odds with conservatives on some issues. For example,
can I ask you a question regarding that?
Yeah.
How does that go with Andrew Wilson? Since he's I know his views on libertarians, and I know he's not a big fan of it. So how does that go about it?
Oh, he hates my libertarian-leaning views. He hates them. Like we're good friends, but yeah, I mean, I've debated him many times. He thinks that I'm more of a libertarian conservative, which he's right about, and he thinks that that's the absolute wrong way to go. But the way I put it is this. You have to understand the corruption that we're facing, it's like this. It's like libertarians and people like me, maybe you would call me a minarchist and populist and Christian nationalist. And
I was called a theocratic fascist. I liked it. I put it in my bio.
There you go. Yeah. No, Andrew used to call himself Big Papa fascist. So yeah, there you go.
Right.
So like all of these groups and many more, like even possibly neocons, whatever, our institutions are so insane right now, so like secular, so left-leaning, so authoritarian, that like we all need to come together and push to the same area. Now, at some point, we will diverge. At some point, we'll say, nope, I'm going this way, and you'll say, I'm going this way. And when that happens, we will argue, and we will say where our different, but we're so far away from that right now, we all need to be pushing in the same direction. And Andrew understands that. And the other thing is, I understand that even though I don't want Christian populism or Christian nationalism, me and my family would be better off under that system than the current system, right? So I'll still advocate for what I believe in my heart, but I don't think that they're immoral, horrible people. Quite to the contrary. I think that I try to live my life in a Christian way. I just have disagreements on what the government should have the authority to do. That's all. But when it comes to our moral implications of how we live our lives, it's very similar. So like if the government came in all of a sudden and said, hey man, you can't, I don't know, like you can't go to, hardcore pornography is illegal. It's okay. Like, I disagree. I don't. Well, that's a more difficult one. But all I'm trying to say is I'm already trying to live my life that way anyways. I might agree or disagree with whether or not the government should have the power to enforce something like that. But, and so me and Andrew have an understanding, and most of the Christian nationalists, we have an understanding. It's like we're still pushing in the same direction on 95% of stuff. But yeah, he'd be the first to tell you, like, that stupid, goofy libertarian Rob. I'm not a full libertarian, mind you. But I'm libertarian adjacent, so
I mean, you can only give a shit as much as you actually care, right?
Yeah. So like one of the things about me, I have gay friends. I don't give a shit. I don't care at all about, like, to me, who you're sleeping with is the least interesting part about you. I just don't care. Now I understand the argument, which is but the problem is, Rob, that it's no longer just a live and let live. Now it's a full blown agenda. Now your kids got to hear about it in school. I agree, that shit's bullshit. So it's where do we the first debate
most gays don't want that shit in school anyways.
Right. That's true too.
I think that Trump was the first Republican president in office to endorse LGBTQ coalition first day in office. Like there's plenty of Republican pro-Trump gays and lesbians.
Well, a lot of the Christian nationalists don't like that. They think it's going too far. All I'm trying to say is, like, for me, it's like, I don't think those are big issues. I personally, in my real life, like, the way I look at it is, like, I think that cheating's bad. I think monogamy's good. I think the best sort of the system that we should advocate the most for is a man and a woman getting married and having kids and raising their kids right in a moral and Christian
I don't even
environment.
know about that whole marriage thing. I'm not even sure about
Are you not
that.
in?
I think
Now, it's not perfect for everyone, but I think that that's the way we should gear our society. I think the nuclear family.
well, I think it should be a religious marriage, not a legal marriage. I don't think that the state should be involved at all.
Well,
I think
that's exactly why I support gay marriage, because I don't think the state should be involved. But if they are involved,
that's why I don't support gay marriage,
Right.
because I don't support straight marriage either.
well, okay. But I think if they're going to be involved, you shouldn't be allowed to discriminate based on consenting adults. So for me, it's like, what does the term, like, marriage is just, when it comes to the state, marriage is just a financial contract. That's all it is. Like, the idea of what really a marriage is about is depending on if you're religious or not. If you're religious, it is sanctifying your relationship in the eyes of God. Who cares what the government thinks about that? Right? The government has zero influence on me and my wife and our relationship with God, period. I don't care what they say.
Yeah, I
Right?
have to say, my parents aren't married and they're still together, and a happy relationship. I mean, I'm not going to say
if your
I didn't
parents
turn out so bad. I mean, I'm still alive. My sister did good. I was the draft. She was the final version. But I guess I'm not too bad. So not too bad.
Yeah, but let's say your parents, take whatever denomination of Christianity you want. Let's say that your parents, Andrew and company would be Eastern Orthodox. Let's say they get married through the Eastern Orthodox Church. However, the priest or pastor that marries them forgets to submit the paperwork, right? So 6 years later, you find out, even though the entire ceremony was done, in the eyes of the law, they're not married. Does that make their marriage any less justified under the eyes of God? I don't think so. I don't think at all. And isn't that what matters at the end? Now, for your parents, it matters as far as a financial agreement and legally what could happen. But that's why, for me, it's like, I don't understand. Like, it's just a financial arrangement. I don't know how you could discriminate. Now, there's an argument why you can, because the reason that the government's involved in marriage in the first place is it's designed to promote the nuclear family and sort of children. But my answer to that's like, well, then fine. Let's give the tax breaks to the people that are having children instead of the people that are just getting married. If that's what it's really to promote, that we're concerned about declining birth rates, then fine. Who cares if you get married or not? The question should be, are you a man and a woman living together in a household that you've birthed children and are raising them? Those are the people that deserve the financial incentives. So I don't know. The only point I'm bringing up is I just don't care about this stuff too deeply. I think we're all sinners. And, as far as I'm concerned, if you're having premarital sex, you're sinning. If you're cheating on your wife or husband, you're sinning. So why do I care that, someone's gay and they're sinning as well? Now, if they make it a political issue and they're beating me over the head with it and they're trying to indoctrinate me or my children, then F them. I'm not going to put up with that. But the people I know that are gay, they don't give a shit about it at all. They're just, you wouldn't even know they're gay. They're just people, most of the ones I knew that are just like, yeah, we don't talk about it. We just happen to be together. That's it. Most of my, straight friends that are together, we're not talking about them hooking up or, it's just, you hang out with people, you're friends with people. That's it. So I don't know. That's my feelings on it. But yeah, I definitely still respect Andrew Wilson, the Crucible community. I think Andrew's funny to me because I think he's the opposite of most streamers. Most streamers put on this really friendly face and then behind the scenes they're backstabbing assholes. Andrew puts on this face like he's this real curmudgeon-y a-hole guy, and then behind the scenes he's like one of the nicest guys in the world. He'd do anything for you. So I always think that's funny.
I mean, maybe to you, not to me. Like, to me, he's pretty awful. But I mean, that's out of that's just
mileage
Andrew.
may vary, I guess. But yeah.
That's just Andrew. Like, it's mutual. Like, we do both. But
where did you talk to him? Were you on whatever?
I was on whatever. I talked to him on Discord. I mean, I think I've been following him. I think it was Beaten Cheeks that introduced me to Andrew when he was at like 8,000 subscribers. He's been on one of I don't know if you know Grid One Motorsports.
I know of them, yeah.
Yeah, so I was the one who brought up the idea that he should start a podcast because we were talking in VC and everybody was quiet and just listening. I'm like, dude, you should start a podcast. Like, you're, kind of easy to listen to. Then all of his guests kept flaking. So I always ended up like filling in for him. So I just kind of like became co-host until he found another co-host, and I took care of
I didn't
behind
know
the
that.
scenes.
Okay,
and,
I didn't know that.
I would like message Andrew on Discord sometimes and be like, "Yo, like, can you if you want to come on? Here's the StreamYard link." So like he would just hop on and like call us after like his stream, and he's been on my stream once or twice, a few times.
Well, I'll say,
and I love Rachel. I love Rachel.
Rachel's
She's
cool too.
awesome.
Yeah. I mean, all I could say is what I try to do is just judge people by my own personal interactions with them. I have nothing negative to say about Andrew and my personal interactions with him. Now, that's not to say I've debated with him probably 3 times and against him probably 4 or 5 times. We go hard when we debate against each other. Like, we'll call each other out, swear, yell, whatever, but we're both dudes. So I don't give a shit.
He's actually the one who told me about you.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, good.
Yeah, he's been doing like he's been promoting you a lot actually.
Good guy. I'm glad to hear. You see this? I don't know if you could see my video. This sign behind me, it says The Arena. That was a show that I used to have on the Crucible. I moderated a debate panel show, and I did that for probably like 3 months or so until my job started to get crazy. So yeah, I used to go on the Crucible and moderate that show on there. And I also moderated debates for him on the Crucible here and there if they need someone to fill in. So when Andrew debated Libertarian Dave Smith, I moderated that debate. So, but yeah, no, Andrew's a good guy, and I'm glad he's I don't think Dave was ready for that type of conversation, but I am glad that Andrew speaks highly of me. I feel the same about him. So yeah, glad that he mentioned me to you.
Did he try to like get you on whatever at all?
An offer was made, but I have no interest. It's not really my
You should
style.
go at least once. Go at least once.
I don't have anything to say.
You'd have fun.
Maybe, but I don't know what I would say. Like, it's not really my style to be like I would just be like, yeah, porn's bad and y'all shouldn't do that. But I don't have anything strong or fun to say about it. I would just be like, I don't know. It's not really what I talk about.
You take it one contradiction at a time. And worst case, you just be the quiet guy. You wouldn't be the first one. I mean, like, there's people that he keeps on bringing back that, don't say much, don't contribute much. And, you go out there, at least it's going to give you some exposure.
Where is he stationed at? Like, if you do it in person.
Santa Barbara.
California.
Yeah, it's by UCSB campus.
So here's the deal. Here's the truth about me. I've only ever been out of the country once, and that's to Niagara Falls, which is basically 2 hours away from me. The furthest west yes. The furthest west I've ever been.
I'm from Montreal.
Oh, okay. The furthest west I've ever been. I live in rural Pennsylvania. The furthest west I've ever been is I did one debate tournament in Fort Worth, Dallas. Other than that, I've basically only been East Coast. So I've never been to California.
Give me a second. I need to unlock the door real quick.
Yeah, I'll talk to your audience while we're waiting.
Sorry.
So yeah. Unlocking the door. We got a delivery or something. So you're in Montreal? It's probably late there as well. I should be in bed, really. My exciting weekend is I'm going to some friend's house and we're canning pickles and pasta sauce. So that's what I'm getting prepared for this week. And I think it'll be a lot of fun. Joshua Graham, thanks for the super chat. I saw it earlier. $20. You're too common sense for most of the streamers. Keep moving. You got my support. One day in the future, you'll miss these days because people won't stop bothering you. May the peace be with you and your family. Thank you, man. It's very nice words. I really appreciate it.
Okay. My bad.
No, you're fine. No problem at all.
I put like a little hook on the inside of this door screen at the house. It's like because I'm in California, like we leave the doors open because we get the breeze from the ocean.
Yeah.
That's how we cool down our houses. Okay, but I put a little hook in, so my boyfriend was trying to get inside. And the hook was our shit.
Yeah, I've never been to California. I'm sure it's beautiful. I mean, regardless of the politics there, it has to be one of the most beautiful states. I also I knew a friend that lived in Northern California, sort of like wine country. You would always send me pictures that look gorgeous. I'm in where we're at here. I think it's weird. When I went to Dallas, the first thing I noticed was how flat it is. So where I'm at here in Pennsylvania in the Appalachian Mountains, it's like you can't look out your window without seeing like hills and mountains. It's just so there's forest and hills and mountains everywhere I look around here. So I think sort of the flatness of out west and sort of the ocean and stuff. I think I would love seeing it. I would love to go out there someday. So
yeah, Santa Barbara is beautiful.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. So
I mean, Appalachian is pretty, is beautiful too. I mean, it's different.
And we're lucky in the United States. It's I think a lot of people in Europe can't comprehend just how the geological diversity of our country. It's like with everything from evergreen forests to deserts to beaches. Like, it really runs the gambit. I do feel bad that I've never really been out of the country. I mean, that's true, but I like it where I'm at. I like being a little redneck that basically doesn't leave his house. It's not so bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's the culture, I guess, but
everyone's different. It's different for everyone. I understand it's not like an exciting life, and that's one of the things. Like when it comes to streaming, I don't know that I even want to get big. I sort of like not being big. I sort of like just being a dad. That's sort of what I'm into right now. Maybe it'll be different. My kid's 3 right now, so maybe when he's 15, I'll be like, I'm bored. I want to do other stuff. But right now, it's like, I work about 80 to 90 hours a week, and then when I try to stream, sometimes it comes at the detriment to me hanging out with my son. Where it's like, I would love to go out to the playground tonight, but I got this debate that I have to do at 7 o'clock. And I feel bad when that sort of stuff happens because I'll be honest with you, 99 out of 100 times hanging out with my son's more fun than doing some sort of debate. But that's okay. I still like doing this stuff. And believe it or not, I do far less research and stuff than I used to. When I was streaming to only 5 or 6 people, I was really, before I was a parent, like this was my hobby. And I was only working 40 hours a week. So I had a lot more time to put into research and stuff like that. So arguably I was better talking about specific areas of corruption and stuff than I am now. Sometimes I feel unprepared. The other day I debated this guy. He told me he was the most well-read person on COVID that he'd ever met. And we set up this debate and it kind of fell through. I couldn't be at home. I had to be at work. I had to use this crappy laptop that keeps overheating. And I was like, oh man, I'm debating this expert. And I absolutely crushed him. And I don't just say that to brag. I mean, even people that were on his side were like, what is this guy doing? He's just getting smacked around. It's like I fall for this stuff all the time. It's like I get excited like I'm going to debate some expert and it's like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. And I kind of took time out from my family to come do this. So I don't know. But I was thinking all day, I was like, man, I wish I had time like I used to. I'd go through like 5-6 hours of research on vaccines and this and that and the other. But it usually ends up working out. If you're authentic and you're being honest and you're confident in your positions, 99 out of 100 times you're going to come away sounding pretty good. Even if you don't technically win the debate, people will respect that you put forth a good effort, and most of the time you're going to sound pretty good. So that's sort of my approach to things. And it allows you to talk on a litany of subjects because you don't have to worry about lying because you're being authentic and honest. And if you have a solid, principled worldview, well, then you know how to interpret new situations because you have a foundational grounding for how you live your life. So that's sort of how I approach these things. And it doesn't hurt that I'm just a pretty good debater. That makes it, sometimes.
So like when you debate, sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Oh, I was trying to change my input, but I got 1 second. I'm so sorry about that.
No problem. You're good.
Here. Yeah, we're doing it live and we're doing it all. So
Bill O'Reilly style. Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Fuck it, we're doing it live. But are you on the same page as Andrew when it comes to moral foundation and that things have to align, that one hypothetical has to equal another hypothetical? Because I've done a speech and debate as well in college. I was probably the only foreign student, English second language, to ever made it to the speech and debate club.
Awesome. That's great. So the style debate I did was very different. So I did do speech and debate events as well, IE events. I did those, but it wasn't really my jam. I didn't do many of them. I did what was called policy debate. So this is how a policy debate...
That was mock trial, right?
No. Mock trial is different too. Policy debate it's teams of 2-on-2. It might sound like
but you
something...
say you competed in college.
Yes. So there were no divisions necessarily. There was JV or novice, JV, and varsity. But like I went to a university called Clarion University, small state school in Pennsylvania. We debated Harvard. We debated Northwestern. You debate the Naval Academy, and at the top level they have a debate tournament called the National Debate Tournament. And it's like the NCAA basketball tournament. It's the top 72 teams in the country. You have to qualify for it. But each school could send up to 3 teams. So really, it's only about 40 schools that end up making it. And it was pretty unprecedented for a small school like Clarion to make it. But policy debate would sound ridiculous to you. So let me try to give you what a policy debate might sound like. It would sound like something like this. I'm affirmative, and so I'm going to give the first speech, and the topic is, should we reduce corn subsidies by 20% in this country? So I'd say, observation 1, inherency. Right now, there are 20% corn subsidies in the United States. This is Smith and Bailey in 1996. There are 20% corn subsidies in the United States right now. We need to lower that number because once we lower that number, be able to have these subsidies, be able to reach other countries. We lower the subsidy. Yeah, that's what debate sounds like. It is rapid speed, as fast as everyone sounds like an auctioneer. Everything's talking about nuclear war. Then it gets really insane where there are people that are like making philosophical critiques of debate itself. So you'll end up with people saying, well, I'm black, and I think the fact that you're trying to talk about corn subsidies and trying to say we have to talk about them is you making me enforce rules that white men created, and so you're tying me to the whipping pool and you should lose because you're white and blah, 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 blah. It's a very insane activity. It really is. But it was very competitive. So that's the style of debate I did. As far as, Andrew Wilson's debate style, I see what you're saying, and I technically agree with Andrew's saying there, but I debate very differently than Andrew, and I think Andrew would admit this as well. Andrew's more of a philosophical debater. His approach to debate is more understanding people's philosophical underpinnings, and then he likes to hyperfixate on sort of direct scenarios and words, definitions of words. I don't really do that. I'm more what you would call a normative debater. So I'm not talking about like, where do you get your sense of morality? I have those debates, and I've had them with Andrew, but I'm more talking about the corruption of the FBI. Was the FBI's treatment of Hunter Biden and Joe Biden corrupt? Did they leave them off the hook? And those are sort of the debates I'm having. So it comes across very different stylistically.
Yeah, it's more about issues that are more policy related and factual more than
correct
social and based on how you feel, basically.
Yes. To my audience, I promise I'll get to every super chat. I really do. But probably not good form in the middle of an interview to do them. But yeah, so we debate in a different style. And oftentimes I think both of us could find the other style frustrating. Like, for example, I don't really look at a debate that I do online as really having to define every single word in the topic. Right? To me, I don't care. So like if you say... for example, Rob, will you come on and debate whether or not Trump is good for democracy? I'd say sure. And if my opponent says, well, I have this very specific definition of the term democracy, right? And to me, democracy in this, it means, and he has some very nuanced definition. I don't really care. Like, my argument's going to be like, look, I'm just sort of taking this as general guidance for what the debate should be. And I'm going to talk, that's it. Andrew might be like, oh no, we're going to define every single term in this topic. And if I can technically win because right? And I'm not saying that's the wrong approach. It's fine. It's just different ways of debating.
I just don't understand why every single girl that just, let's say, goes on whatever, or even pro debaters, let it get to them so much. I say like, well, in this scenario you would do this, but in this scenario you would do that. You wouldn't do that. So your morals don't align. So everything is invalid. I'd be like, yeah. So what? Mm-hmm. You'd be like, well, you're a hypocrite. Okay.
You're right. Right. And there are ways to deal with it. And it can oftentimes be very frustrating when someone's sort of controlling a debate and interrogating you through multiple scenarios. So, for example, when you watch Andrew Wilson debate Dave Smith, I'm moderating the debate. And Dave, who's a libertarian, Dave's not ready for a debate in general. He thought it was going to be a discussion. And Andrew is making this debate, which I understand what his interest...
Where has he been? Where the fuck has he been for the past months? He thought that would be a friendly kumbaya discussion.
Right, exactly. So Andrew, the reason Andrew takes this debate, it's Christianity versus libertarianism, right? And so where do you get your sense of morality? And Andrew, so in theory, because I've heard debates like this play out, here's going to be the argument. Like, the libertarian gets his sense of morality through something called the non-aggression principle. And the foundational principle on that is everybody has self-ownership, that you own yourself. And therefore, non-aggression is the only moral philosophy. And once they have a very specific idea of what the term aggression means. And so your morality comes from the sense of not aggressing on other people, right? Because you have self-ownership. So everything you as an individual do is moral until it is aggressive to someone else. Andrew's sense of morality as a Christian, it's simple. It comes from his Eastern Orthodox Church view. That's where his sense of morality. And the problem is, and one of the problem with debating a Christian, right? The offense, the easy position you have is like, but can you prove it? Can you prove that Christianity is real? Can you prove that Jesus is the Son of God? Can you prove that the Bible's real? Can you prove that God exists? Right? But the hard part is, how do you argue what your sense of morality is and say that it's not subjective if you don't have a higher power telling you what your morality is? It's a very difficult, it sounds simple. Well, we know murder's bad. Is it? Why? Okay, let's say murder's bad.
Then you get into, okay, what about abortion?
Right. Then let's get, is stealing bad? Is it? What if you're homeless? What if you're stealing to feed your kid? Is it bad? You know, if you don't have a set of rules from a higher power that tell you what's bad and what's good, how do you know? And what ends up happening, and I've yet to hear a compelling argument, by the way, what ends up happening is it's almost always eventually becomes subjective. Because what you'll get them to admit is, well, what you think is moral might be different than what I think is moral. So how do we determine? If we see a situation and one says it's moral and the other says it's immoral, how do we determine that? With Christianity, it's easy. Well, we determine it. We look at the source material. We look at the higher power. And so Andrew's arguing with Dave Smith. His argument's going to be, I think that fundamentally your system of morality is flawed because inevitably it'll be subjective, right? But Dave's not prepared to argue that. Dave's just like, huh? What? Why are you focusing on the definitions of things like self-ownership and why it's subjective? And so I'm moderating the debate, and Dave's kind of like, this is going nowhere. But actually, this is incredibly crucial to Andrew's argument. So I'm not going to step in as a moderator and be like, well, it's time to move on, because this is Andrew's entire argument. Because Andrew's going to make the argument, look, if you morally agree with the tenets of Christianity, it's just a question of whether or not the government should have the right to enforce it. And I'm able to argue why your non-aggression principle isn't a good set of morality and it's subjective, then you should embrace the objective reality of Christianity and say our government should be ran in that way. That's the entire debate. That's what the debate's going to be. But Dave's not prepared for that debate. And so Andrew, I think, comes off as a little aggro and a little aggressive. And I understand Dave being like, dude, what the hell's up with this hostility? But the thrust of what Andrew's saying, I understand the argument and the importance of that argument on that specific subject. And so it could be annoying if you're like, dude, I'm not here for some deep philosophical debate. I was just trying to talk about like, hey, should the government have the right to tell me I smoke weed or not? Right? That's it. And so that's sort of the difference sometimes between a normative debate versus like a philosophical debate. One where it's like we're interrogating your underlying philosophical positions, and it can become very frustrating, especially someone that's talented, because one of the things Andrew's very good at is controlling the direction of a debate. And it takes a very deft hand to break that and to be like, now, wait a minute, you've had your chance. Now let's interrogate you some. Let's see where your positions come. And sometimes that can be difficult. I find
that Andrew gets a little too aggressive sometimes. That it just rises the tension for no reason.
It could seem that way.
I wouldn't be like tone policing because I'm really not better.
Yeah, and I agree. And some can make the same accusation to me. For me, I don't give a shit because, I don't care. That's fine.
I think it's the depth of his voice.
Well, I think
that his voice is very deep.
He definitely could be intentionally aggressive, satiric, or like sarcastic, pointed. All of that's true. I just don't care. I don't take that as a bad thing. Like, me and Andrew could yell at each other for 5 hours on something. and then as soon as it's over, we don't give a shit. No big deal, right? But
of
a lot of
course,
people aren't like that. A lot of people, that's...
yeah, a lot of people are like very
Right.
personal about it. Like if I get on a
Yes.
panel, I'm like, okay, like that's not personal. Like I don't care.
Yes.
You
So I mean, your mileage will vary, and like, you know, that sometimes it's not always the correct approach. Like Dave Smith's got a big channel. Maybe if Andrew's a little less hostile in his debate with Dave Smith, there's some collaboration there, and they end up working together more. And then maybe Andrew's message gets out to another 10,000 people that otherwise it wouldn't have. And then maybe 1,000 of them decide that they're going to watch his show, and now he goes from 7,000 people watching every night to 8,000. Could be, you know, but hey, the end of the day, I think the most important thing is authenticity. I don't think you should pretend to be something you're not because you're trying to grow your channel. So Andrew is who he is, and that's fine. A lot of people like it. Good for him. I like him. I'm glad that his channel's growing. I hope that it continues to grow. And when I debate him, I don't mind the way it goes. I enjoy it. But I understand why others might not like that. Some people aren't prepared for a very aggressive debate like that. And, you know, I don't think that means he's an immoral person or a bad person. It's just how he debates, which is fine by me. You know.
Yeah, no, honestly, that's like I was like, I want to interview this guy so that, you know, I get him before he's too cool to talk to me. Like,
I don't think
I don't know.
I'll
I
ever-
think
I
I
hope
saw
not.
you debate. I was like,
I don't-
damn.
I hope that I never big time anyone. I really do. I try. Like I said, the only people that I don't want to talk to are people that I've had interactions with in the past that I just don't think it's worth it anymore. So like a few rules I have is if you're going to call for the death of me or the death of politicians I support, I don't want to talk to you. One, because of terms of service, but secondly, I just don't want to talk to you. I think before two people could have a conversation, there has to be an underlying framework for things that are agreed. For example, if you're like, Rob, do you want to come in and have a discussion? And I say, sure. One of the implicit agreements we have is we understand each other's language. So if I come in and you're speaking French and I don't understand it, what's the conversation? I'm just going to be like, huh? What? Yeah, right. I speak a little. Je parle français un peu. Just a
Un
little.
peu français, c'est pas pire, c'est pas pire.
I took 2
That's
years.
my primary
of this.
language, so don't give me
Yeah,
credit,
trust me.
I didn't have to learn.
Dude, like, I know how to ask for a ham sandwich. That's about it. But
There you go, right? That's more than most people.
So, you know, there are implicit understandings, though. And one of those, I think, that's implicit for a worthwhile conversation to happen is you can't just punch me in the mouth. You can't use violence if you don't like what I have to say. If you say, yes, I'm allowed to use violence against you if I don't like what you have to say, then I don't want to talk to you. I don't agree to talk to you. And I extend that to if you say, I want to assassinate the person you're voting for, then I don't want to talk to you. I have nothing to say to you. End of discussion. You've endorsed violence. Now conversation is impossible. End of story. That's how I look at it. There are other agreements, though. Like, for example, if you're going to dox me, if you're going to call my employer to try to get me fired, which has happened to me, I don't want to talk to you. Even if you don't do it, but your audience does it every time I talk to you, I don't want to talk to you because your audience is, you know, a detriment to sort of my life. There are
I receive swastikas in envelopes.
Yeah, stuff like that's crazy.
People's audience.
Yeah, I don't need to deal with that. Yeah. Now, there are slight exceptions. There are people that I deem too stupid to talk to now. It's not just that they're too dumb, because I'll talk to a person that I think's dumb, but it's that they're dumb and arrogant. So one debate I did on the Crucible once, I did a debate with a trans person named Polly People.
Oh my God.
On COVID, and it was you can ask Andrew this if you ever talk to him again. I believe it was the only time Andrew ever stopped a debate. He literally stopped the debate and was like, this is it, it's done. Because she was so dumb that it no longer was a productive conversation. And I'm just sitting there with my hands up like, I don't even know what to say anymore. Like, it was that bad. And it was just like, this isn't good for the audience. It's not good. Like, let's just end it. Let's end it. Me and Andrew will talk because this is going nowhere fast. So that happens once in a blue moon, but most of the time I will debate.
You're not a social issue. You're not a social issue guy at all. Or,
I mean, I have my opinions.
Like the fresh and fit discourse, whatever.
I don't do much of that.
No.
I just don't think that, like, I don't know. I think that other people do it so much better than me, and I don't know. I'm not the type of person to really get that heated about that stuff. I mean, I have my opinions. Most of them are going to be similar to, like, something like Andrew would say, I would think. Like, I think, you know, OnlyFans discourse and stuff like that, I think that's bad. You shouldn't do OnlyFans. You're going to be ashamed at some point in your life. What, are you going to have kids? You have a husband? Is he going to be cool with that? Like, there's all sorts of
Do you have daughters?
I do not. I only have one son, a 3-year-old son. So, but I can't imagine. I can't imagine. What's the conversation you have with your child when they enter high school and it turns out that there's videos of you banging people online? Like, it's got to be devastating. It's got the psychiatric effects of the, and the spiritual effects, not to mention, it's got to be terrible. But I don't really have it in me to go on Fresh and Fit and be like, look at these hoes. Like, I don't know. It's not me. I'd just be like, yeah, you ought to strongly reconsider what you're doing. And I don't know that makes for entertaining streaming. So, it's. I feel like I got limited time anyways, and I like talking about the things I like to talk about. So, I'm not really
been doing remote with Andrew, so
yeah,
I
and
wonder if that...
People said that Whatever's now doing debates. I would go on Whatever and do a debate.
Yeah.
I would do that. But I don't really have the interest in going on and talking to college girls or OnlyFans girls.
No, what you should do is you versus Andrew on Whatever.
I would do that.
That would be awesome.
It would be fun. They fly me out there. I would debate Andrew on Whatever. It'd be fun.
They might do it. I mean, if Brian, I don't know if Brian would pay for it because Brian is one of the cheapest person I know. But
Andrew would pay.
Andrew would like get the money for it for sure. Like his chat would pay.
I don't know what we would debate against, but that's fine. We find something.
Anything we want to see. It doesn't matter. We want it to happen.
It's fun. We had a fake debate the other day. Well, not fake, but he pretended to endorse Biden before Biden dropped out, and I debated against Biden. Yeah, so just so it was fun, so he could strengthen his position for debates he would have. So that was fun. But
I was doing that with Jake from VOD.
Yeah.
The other day, I was like just endorsing pro-choice.
It's healthy.
I got clipped all over the place. I'm like, you fuckers.
Yeah, that shit happens, right? Yeah, definitely. But it's useful. You should always try, if you want to become a better debater, you should always try to steelman your opponent's argument and try to argue it their side as effectively as possible. And it's actually...
If you can't do that, that means you're emotional about it. That means you suck.
Yeah, and one of the things that I think's a generality, but true in the general sense, is that a lot of left-wing people, they've gone through life, particularly younger ones, they've gone through life and they've never had credible pushback from anyone that's on the right because their teachers were probably left-wing and their professors were left-wing and everyone they watch in the entertainment industry is left-wing, and they just assume that they're right and they're moral. And then when they run into someone that disagrees with them and can articulate the arguments, they have no idea what to say. They're completely buffoonish. They've never even thought through the other side's argument. Whereas someone like me, I grew up in rural Pennsylvania. Granted, most people were apolitical or conservative, but as soon as I got to college and I joined the debate community, everyone's a radical lefty. So any opinion I ever had was challenged over and over and over and over again. So it's actually a form of privilege because then when I walk in and I debate someone, I've probably heard their argument by someone who's better than them make that argument a dozen times to me. And so I'm prepared. I've debated it over and over again against very talented, smart people.
And their arguments is always feelings.
Most of the time, many times.
It's so dumb. There's this girl that was a Dream Act recipient that she was in favor of like open borders, of course, just like everybody else that was there also. I was like pretty much any class I was in, I was always like the only pro-Trump out there. As a foreign student, which
even in the debate community, you could count the amount of people that were voting for Trump on one hand. I mean, Bernie Sanders would be considered a centrist in the debate community. That's how radical left that they were. So, for me,
it switched a lot. It changed a lot.
Yeah, actually. For me, it was like I'm fun. So the lefties like me because I'm a funny guy and I'm fun. And the other thing was, I'm older, so when I started debating, it was like 2003. The big left-wing issue of the day was the Iraq War. And I, as sort of a libertarian adjacent right-winger, was a Ron Paul guy. I was against the Iraq War. So they would be like, well, this guy's wacky when it comes to his small government economic principles or his conservative values and blah, blah, blah. But he's against the Iraq War. So that's good. So I was seen as like the good conservative to a lot of these lefties. And some of them are legitimately good people that I've made lifelong friendships with. But, it was just simply to say, when you're hanging out with people like that, and I was a good debater, but by no means was I the best in the country. And, some of these people I'm debating just objectively are smarter people than me. So when you have to defend your positions to those type of people who are debaters, and then I go on and I debate someone that's like, some 20-year-old lefty that's like, oh, I'm going to debate Rob Noor on COVID. I know more about COVID than anyone. and you just get wrecked. You get wrecked because you don't know anything. You thought you were going to walk in because you read one CNN article, and you look like a fool. You bragged about how much you read, and you didn't do the bare minimum. You didn't even read things like the CDC. And then you're left...
CNN, I mean, CNN, MSNBC, all of these left-wing channels, they were so full of crap.
Yeah. And it's like but you think of the arrogance, and that's one of the things that always amuses me. There's no shame. Listen, most of the people I know barely follow politics. They're working 9-to-5 jobs. They don't give a shit. They just want to be left alone, right? And so, like, am I expecting them? I talked to my neighbor. His job right now is he goes in the hospitals and fills up oxygen tanks and stuff. Real cool guy. He's got 3 kids. Like, they're involved in sports and stuff. Awesome dude. Like, I start talking to this dude and I'm like, hey, let me tell you about Hunter Biden and Burisma. He's going to be like, yeah, I got dinner on. We'll see you later.
Right?
Like, he's like, what? What are you talking about? Like he ain't gonna, and you can't blame him. I totally get it.
That's kind of how I feel about the whole religious debate. I'm like, how about you go jump in front of a car while it's like going 60 miles per hour? You'll have the answers you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, so you can you can kind of see, right, where for me, I think that I can see where I give more leeway to someone who's not claiming to be well-read or an expert. I get that. Even a left-wing person. You're some left-wing person, you're like, I didn't read the jobs report. I'm just, I watched your show and thought it'd be interesting calling. I give a lot of leeway to that person because by no means do I expect everyone to have read everything. I don't read most stuff, so I get it. But what always gets me is when someone starts bragging like, I'm an expert on the subject. I'm an economist, so I know about the economy. I'm a foreign policy expert. I'm an expert on COVID. And it's like, okay, big boy.
I'm an expert on non-operational duties. That's all.
Yeah, I'm an expert on late night snacking. If we get that debate, I think I crush that debate. But when you start talking,
I would win. I think we need to debate on that.
There you go. We'll go on whatever. We'll debate.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. But it's like once you start talking like that, you better bring the goods. Because now you don't get that benefit of the doubt. You don't get to say, well, I didn't really look into it. No. You said this was your area of expertise. You said you have a degree in economics. You said that no one read more about COVID than you. So let's do it. And I always find those debates the most interesting. Now, there are people that say that, and then they are good. And that's fine, too. But I always think, the hubris of some people to claim that they're, really, really well read on something. And it's like, have you even tried to articulate what your opponent's argument will be? Have you thought about it? Or did you just say, well, I heard Cat Turd say something on Twitter, so that's what your argument's going to be? It's like, okay, we'll see. We'll see how it works out for you. And, most of the time, it works out for me. But the other thing is, I don't give a shit if it doesn't. Like, I don't know. Do you feel that you've ever lost a debate, like, online?
Yeah, I mean, no, I wouldn't say lost because most of the debates I've done online that were supposed to be blood sports, unless it was like very liberal, like literally like getting the other person was getting like annihilated.
Yeah.
I always ended up into a discussion because I'm the kind of person who likes to learn things, and if you're giving me coherent sentences and like coherent arguments, I'm just gonna sit and be like, tell me more about it.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what
I'm just going to concede the point. I'm going to say, you know what? I lost. Tell me more about it.
Right,
I want
that's
to hear about
exactly
it.
the point. What's the worst that happens? So, like, let's say I go into a debate with you.
That's the worst that can happen, and you know what? I'm a chick. I'm 29 years old. I'm going to get away with it.
Right.
Okay? Like, it's
even
fine.
me. Like, if we set up a debate for later in the week, and let's say, whatever it is, you're going to argue me why Hemi engines are better than Cummins engines, right? And you crush me. So, what happens? Wow, I learned some stuff. Life goes on. No big deal. It's not the end of the world.
Nobody cares.
No big deal.
Like,
and so many people treat this like it's like, oh my goodness, it's the end of the world. I lost it. So for me,
do we even know who wins and who loses?
Well,
we never know.
That's right. That's true. Now, I have an idea. I try to be honest with myself, but I'm biased too. There are probably debates that I think I won that my opponents think they won, and maybe 50% of the audience thinks I lost, or maybe even more than that. That's fair. You never really know. But I try to judge myself. I know when I had a good performance or when I could have done better. And for me, it's just like, I of course I want to win. Of course I want to look as good as possible. But I also understand that for me, this is a hobby and it's not the end of the world. And it's like, it's okay. It's okay to admit like, wow, I could have done better. It motivates me to get better. It motivates me to learn more. Like that's what happens. And so I just feel that like so many of these people put so much stake in claiming like their expertise or something like that, and then it becomes this it becomes this like, you know, win or it negatively affects your life in such a way. And for me, it's like, no, I purposely seek out people that I'm hoping are better than me at debate. Like, I don't want to talk economics with the guy who doesn't know anything about economics. I want to talk economics with the economics professor. I want to talk foreign policy with the foreign policy expert. I want to debate Biden versus Trump with the person that's a political expert. That's the sorts of debates that I seek out, that I want. And part of that means you have to be willing to lose. You have to be willing to say, hey, maybe this person's better than me.
Do you really lose if you end up learning something out of it?
No, I don't think so. I think that...
There you go. So I never lost a debate.
Here's another secret, right? You want to know the truth? This is so hard for people to understand, but this is the truth. Audiences like it when you tell them that you think you lost once in a while. They actually like it because it's a sign of humility. It's a sign of like personal reflection, and it's a sign of honesty, right? And so it actually doesn't hurt you to say, actually, I think that person had a really good point. I think that they had a good performance there. Yeah, they're right about some of those things. I hadn't thought about that. I'll have to look into it. Everyone wants to act like, no, you have to act like you're undefeated, that you've never lost a point or whatever. Ask Andrew Wilson. Andrew will say, first time I debated Rob Noor, he beat me in that debate. That's what he'll say. Do you think that hurts Andrew? Of course not. Of course not. It makes Andrew look humble and honest, and then he could say, the next time I debated Rob, I thought I did much better than him. And it makes
he still talks about it. It hurt him a little bit. That's my theory. Well, become a conspiracy theorist.
That may be true. Maybe true. Hey, any loss sucks, man. You playing chess and you lose, and it sucks. But people don't understand that. It's okay. It's no big deal, you know. And I think that so many people just want to be like, no, I have to win every time. And if you think like that, you know, it's like the old Rocky movies. Like Rocky, I don't know if you've watched the Rocky movies. Rocky 3, right? He's fighting Mr. T, and when Mr. T's coming up, like Mick, his manager's like, he's not right for us. They're covering for Rocky because they don't want him to lose. He's the champ, so they keep picking fights that they know he could win. There are people that debate like that. They'll only debate, particularly these left-wingers. They'll only debate people they know they could bully up on, and so that's why.
Can we just say like the entire Daily Wire as well, not just the leftists?
It's true. Steven Crowder, right? It's easy for Steven Crowder to go on college campus and talk to college campus people, but you know, when Sam Cedar wanted to talk to Steven Crowder, did he want to do the debate? Now it was sprung on him, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I mean, that happens. So I don't know. For me, I try to take on all comers, and sometimes that means that maybe I wouldn't do as well as, you know, I could, but I just don't care. For me, I think that people respect that. People respect the fact that you're willing to jump in with people that are, you know, prepared to debate you. Anyone could walk in. I could walk into an elementary school and smack a bunch of sixth graders around on like constitutional theory, but what good is that? You know, so that's sort of how I approach it. Hey, I got like 5 more minutes, then I gotta go.
I'm gonna let you go do your super chat, but it was amazing to have you on and for me to come on, vice versa. Thank you for having me. Y'all, thank you, chat. Sorry for stealing your airtime. My God,
no, not stealing at all. Feel free. We'll set up a time. We can come back. We talk again. We could do a debate, or we could just do a discussion. I thought it was fun. Would love to do it again. So thanks to your audience for listening to me. Next time I'll have the camera set.
Everybody go subscribe to his stuff. You can shout out your stuff.
Yeah, just Normal America with Rob Noor on YouTube. You'll find the links to everything else there. And everybody on my channel, please go check out Josie. So it's Josie Lessard. Is that your YouTube handle? Is it just
it's a Josiane Josiane. My last name Lessard, Lessard, all together. If you type Josie, whatever, maybe Josie Andrew Wilson, you might see it.
There you go.
There was a few of myself that got viral there, but
I'll look it up before I leave, and I'll put a link. So
cool.
All right. Thanks so much. Hey, have a good one. All right. Thanks so much.
Hey, you too. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Good talk. Let's look her up just so I can put that link. I would like to do that. There we go. Here's the link. Actually, Before I type that, let me read super chats because I'm losing my place. Roar! Thank you so much. Again, incredibly generous tonight. $5 super chat. I was talking about canning pickles. Says, pickles and pasta sauce are big W. You're damn right. Clint Russell was running Libertarian VP. He's a legit guy. I met him at the LNC convention. Yeah, I remember he was running. Yeah. I know he's had some run-ins with Destiny as well. I saw at least one more super chat. Let me find it. Maybe. Did I miss it? Scrolling. I missed it. Okay. Yeah, I'll put the link. Just 1 second. I want to find the super chat first. Oh, shoot. I'm going to have to... Gamer Trucker JS. Hey, Rob, $10. Thank you. Hey, I have a question about Destiny. Wouldn't it also be a threat to democracy if the Democrats trying to use lawfare to prevent RFK Jr. from being on the ballot? Of course it would. And this is something that Democrats routinely do. For example, signatures don't have to match, right? That's what they said in 2020 in Pennsylvania. And yet in 2014, I think it was, they kept Ralph Nader off the ballot in Pennsylvania because they said even though he had enough signatures to be on the ballot, some of them didn't match. So they didn't count. Is that an attack on democracy? Did I miss any other super chats? Thank you, EOD. I was getting to that link. I think that's it. Thank you, guys. You guys are awesome. Sorry. In an interview type situation or a debate, it's hard to read super chats as they're coming in because you don't want to. But yeah, there's Josie's link. So, all right. I'm not going to stream tomorrow night. We're going on 6 hours here tonight, so I'm going to go down and get some sleep. I'm looking forward to having a great weekend. So I hope that. I hope that you all do as well. You know how it is when I'm at work. I don't know if I'll be able to stream. If so, it'll only be on YouTube. I love my Rumble audience, X audience, Kick audience, and Twitch audience. But when I stream at work, I can only use my phone to stream or sometimes my crappy computer there. And I don't have Restream, so I can only stream to YouTube. So the best place to find all of my content at this point will be YouTube until I become a ridiculous billionaire and then I don't have to work anymore and then I could branch out to all platforms. But as for right now, thanks, Gamerlip. Appreciate it. Really do. Thank you all. It's very kind words for people. Thanks to everyone that called in. Thanks to Josie. Thanks. Special shout out to Roar tonight. Man, Roar donating left and right. Just fantastic. Really appreciate it, man. I'll be honest, man. Money's been a bit tight here. Even with me working the way I am, it's been brutal. Like just stupid things like car repairs come up. Other things like that just sets you back. So the money is nice. It's not that like I'm making money hand over fist, like tens of thousands of dollars or anything, but I really do appreciate the donations. I really do. And I appreciate all the support and the kind words. Even the people that disagree with me, I thank you for making the show as good as it is because I think talking to people and Bidenomics, right? I'm feeling it, baby. I think talking to people makes the show much more interesting. So I'm humbled. And believe it or not, my show's grown. In the past couple months, it's grown quite considerably. Most of the time, we'd be sitting here talking to 60, 70 people on multiple platforms. I have 123 watching on YouTube right now. At one point, I had as high as 140, 150. So I got to say, I'm really humble. I think that it's really cool. And I find it amazing that there's over 100 people, near 200 people that are listening to some fat guy like me from rural Pennsylvania ramble on about life and politics and things like that. So I really do appreciate you all. I also want to shout out a couple other people. Obviously, my wife and my son. It's only because they're awesome that I'm able to do this streaming, so thank you so much. My friend Aftershock that helped me with my show for a long, long time. EOD, please consider giving EOD a follow. You see him, EOD96. Got banned from Twitch for no reason because there are a bunch of fascists on there. So he's a great guy. And of course, Roar, of course, my editor, Black Elk, who is incredibly generous to go through so much of my content and be clipping stuff that I could put on YouTube every day, which I think is one of the large reasons that my channel's grown as it is. Because it's very hard if I'm just sitting here doing a 5-hour stream for someone to click on me. Oh, I'll listen to this rando guy for 5 hours. But when there could be 5-minute chunks that Black Elk's editing and putting out there, I think it makes it far more accessible to a lot of people. Yeah, Nico's only here till I win a debate. Someday I'll get there, Nico. Screw ELD. All right, fair enough. Thanks, Will. I appreciate it. yeah, it doesn't matter if I get bigger. I have fun doing what I'm doing. I really do. So it's good stuff. Rob GPT. Nailing it. Someone said I have short arms. Is that true? Maybe. I'm short dude. I'm only 5'8". So I guess, but I don't know that proportionally that my arms are short for a 5'8" guy. I'm going to be thinking about that all night. Whoever said that, thanks a lot. You can call me a fat bastard, a balding asshole, but short, none of that gets me, but short arms, that's sticking with me. Here, I'll show you something about me. Maybe you didn't know about this. Here's my thumb, right? Here's one thumb. And there's the other one. Look at that thumb. It's like a toe. I was born with a deformed, like, half thumb. How about that? Creep you out? That creep you out? Technically, I have a disability, is what I'm saying. So, do I get, I don't know if I get some money for having a deformed thumb or whatever. I'm a hideous mutant. 5'7.5". I don't have I think my ID says 5'8", but 5'7.5" is probably closer to, I am rounding. Screw off. You're lucky I don't round to 6 feet. All right. Let's raid someone on Twitch real quick, if anyone's still up. And then I'll be done. My wife's gonna be mad. She's been, what are you doing streaming till
New York? We vibing out. We're gonna go.
Pisco's got 279 people watching on Twitch. All that Destiny ass 79 people watching on Twitch. Oh, we got Tiberius D. I make fun of him a lot. Oh, why not? Please be nice to Tiberius. Believe it or not, despite his shitty edgelord politics, I think Tiberius is probably a good guy. So if you don't like him, just feel free on Twitch to say, see you later, but be nice. No, I'm not raiding Pisco. Nope. We're raiding Tiberius. So, thank you so much, everyone. I hope you all enjoy your weekend. I know I will. It sounds stupid. I'm going to canned pickles and sauce, but I get to do it with my wife and friends. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I'll be honest, I'll probably be doing very little canning and probably doing more drinking and talking sports. It's going to be at Pittsburgh, our friend's place in Pittsburgh. So I'm sure there'll be a lot of Pittsburgh Penguins, Pirates, and Steelers talk. So it'll be fun. It'll be nice to not talk about politics for an evening. So thank you all so much. Enjoy it as always. Have a good one.